instantes, iniciaremos os trabalhos dessa manhã. Então, mais uma vez, bom dia a todos e todas. Sejam muito bem-vindos e bem-vindas ao evento Nexus Oceano-Clima, Oportunidades de Investimentos e Ações. O evento será realizado em português, mas contará com painelistas internacionais que farão suas apresentações em inglês. Haverá serviço de tradução simultânea disponível. Os equipamentos poderão ser retirados no hall de entrada na sala. Logo aqui ao lado direito, tá bem? Fiquem à vontade. É uma grande satisfação recebê-los aqui no SP Hall, em São Paulo, para este evento promovido pelo Instituto Clima e Sociedade, ICS, como parte da programação oficial do Brasil Climate Investment Week 2026. Para a realização desse evento, contamos com o apoio das organizações Voz dos Oceanos e Rare Brasil. Também gostaríamos de saudar todas as pessoas que nos acompanham virtualmente. Nosso evento está sendo transmitido ao vivo pelo canal do YouTube do Instituto Clima e Sociedade. Obrigada pela presença e por fazerem parte dessa importante conversa sobre o futuro do oceano, do clima e das oportunidades de implementação de investimento no Brasil. Eu sou Michele Alcântara e terei o prazer de conduzir a programação ao longo do dia de hoje. Nosso encontro reúne lideranças nacionais e internacionais, representantes de governos, academia, setor financeiro, setor privado, organizações da sociedade civil e comunidades costeiras para discutir como transformar o Nexo Oceano-Clima em uma agenda concreta de implementação. Ao longo do dia, abordaremos temas centrais como
Be talking
diplomacia
about central themes like diplomacy, resilience, economy, blue economy and finances, coastal elements, renewable energy offshore, and mechanism for mobilization of capital and implementation of scale. This event is happening at a strategic moment for Brazil, who will be receiving UNO's conference in 2027 in Rio. So that we can officially start, I would like to invite for the institutional welcoming Maria Neto, who is the executive director from IKIS. Welcome. We would also like to invite Julian Barbieri, who is the global coordinator of the Ocean Decade and Chief of Maritime Politics and Regional Coordination of the UNESCO Intergovernmental. Unfortunately, he was not able to be here with us today. We would also like to invite Andrea Cancela da Cruz, Coordinator of General Sciences for Ocean and Antarctica in the Ministry of Sciences, Technology, and Innovation, MCTI. And also Sebastian Troink, who is the Global CEO of International Conservation. Well, this is just an opening act. I'm gonna try to speak only a little because I think it's mostly important for my partners here to be able to talk and give their perspective on this event. So, for the Institute of Climate and Society launching this event, that will come with a white paper that we're also preparing with our partners, the idea is to start talking about this importance of nexus in climate and ocean, and also understanding how this agenda started being less only an agenda that we used to see before as research or environmental agenda that was disconnected from the economy, and now as an important agenda because of economic resilience, food security, because it affects infrastructure, energy, and competitiveness. And this integrated vision of understanding how the agenda of the oceans also vinculates with the climate impacts that have been increasing in frequency and intensity and that are changing the oceans and also the economical impact that is important for the way we are planning our own coastal infrastructures and the situation of biodiversity of the locals and economy and populations that are living in these coastal zones. And thinking about Brazil, we are very delayed. Brazil has more than 7,000 kilometers of coast, and only now we are mapping our biodiversities and economical activities for this under of our nature. How do we understand this coordination of what we call a governance architecture that could deal with science, economy, local activities, so we could better understand how this interaction take could lead us to opportunities and promote bigger resilience. So we expect that here we can also live as philanthropies. We are a philanthropy in Brazil. And how can we have a coordinated agenda with other philanthropic partners so that we could have like a more strategic scale in relation to this agenda? And again, this is our first event, and I'm expecting from most of you provoking so that we can enter in deeper details on this project. You are going to see that we are on purpose talking about governance because we see this as a very important topic, and to understand how we bring it locally and internationally. We're also going to try to talk about food systems, importance for infrastructure, economical activities that are happening. Brazil depends a lot on tourism, energy, and also on another side, how do we see this opportunity and this challenge, which is ocean removes carbon. So ocean is the biggest carbon remover that we have. So how is this impacting the locals and what are the opportunities that we have to value it and promote the opposite? By the end of the day, we're also going to be talking a little bit about blue economy, finances, and I hope that all of you enjoy the program. But more than that, I hope we leave here as a network of colleagues and partners to work together. Now, I would like to allow my friend to speak. He's working on a very important project for this agenda. Thank you very much. Thank you for your words, for the invitation. So, under the name of the ministry, it's a satisfaction to be here in this meeting and talking each time more about the importance of the climate and the ocean, how this relation can get deeper, and how it's been interfering in our daily lives. It's not only a scientific agenda, it's also an environmental agenda and also economic. So I think we need to have these sectors all involved. And I think this meeting today is part of it. So we are getting involved in this articulation among sectors. I do not need to mention to this crowd how important the ocean is. It has a central role in the regulation of world climate. This is a crowd that's very engaged. This is a public that knows a lot about it. And it's our compromise to make this knowledge get into those who don't have the information. It's not only for the same people, but it's looking for other crowds, for other sectors, for other communities and sectors that could be engaged in the society so that we can expand this knowledge and made it understandable that all of us could increase this network of care. So, this is our strategic role because we are acting in the articulation among government and academia for productive and society. So, in several aspects, this is our attribution. Understanding better in this climate and ocean impacts, it's essential to help with public agenda and mitigation and strengthening resilience in the coastal societies by improving the alerts and impulsionating the blue economy for the sustainable sea. So this is what we've been doing to contribute with the National Blue Economy Strategic. We're going to talk a little bit more later about that, how we're building it up. And we have the goal of creating public policies that are related to the sustainable use of coastal resources. So, generating employment, environmental respect, and this is essential to invest in researches, technology, data, monitoring, and capacitation. But this is not something new, but I think this is our role of keep on involving all these sectors together to reach this goal. Another agenda that we have is the decade of ocean for sustainable science. The next one will be released here in Brazil in April in Rio. I'm also going to talk about it with you later. And this is going to be something very important, especially for Brazil, so that we can improve this dialogue in all the sectors that are evolved in the so important area, which is ocean science. It's also important to highlight the role of science in the construction of these public policies. So these climate challenges, they are complexes and they require integration of different areas, as I said before. Besides constant dialogue and talk with science, politicians, managers, but implementing concrete solutions because it's very beautiful for us to be there talking, what are we doing, what are we not doing, when that is something that cannot be executed. So I think this is our role there. So I think this articulation needs to be amplified and executed. And this event is a big opportunity for this so that we could bring these sectors together, sharing experience and building a pathway together to help us go through these climate challenges based on science, of course. We need to have the knowledge and the scientific data to look for solutions. So I am hoping that these debates during the day could contribute with this integration among climate and ocean and strengthen this scientific knowledge in Brazil. And of course, talking about concrete data for the country and for the society. This is what we expect. This is what we work for. So, thank you once again for the invitation, and I am counting on the talk and on the help of all of you. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Now. And as you know, our planet is 30% land and 70% opportunity. And that's why I'm so excited to be at this event. I first came to Brazil about 25 years ago. I'm a marine biologist by training. And when I came here the first time, I visited Bahia and Praia do Forte to learn more about Projeto Tamar, because my specialty was sea turtle conservation, as tartarugas marinas. It was part of a study I was doing to demonstrate that sea turtles are worth more live than dead. You can use sea turtles for their meat and their eggs, but they actually generate more income and opportunities and livelihoods for local communities when they're used as a tourism attraction. And Progetto Tamar has really been a global leader in demonstrating that, not only in Praia do Forte, but really across all of Brazil under the leadership of NECA and Guy Marcoaldi. And obviously those efforts continue to this date. I think it's also true for the ocean at large. The ocean is worth more to us alive than dead. Obviously, as is a focus here, because of the climate benefits, but also because of the livelihoods, the food production, the coastal protection that's provided by ocean ecosystems. Conservation International is a global organization, and we have 3 major priorities, and the oceans are central to all of them. The first is conserving the nature we need for a stable climate. And as you know, mangrove forest and seagrass beds are amongst the most carbon-rich ecosystems on the planet. The second is to expand ocean conservation, so expand marine protected areas and other types of management areas. And the third is focusing on how we can balance protection and production in landscapes and seascapes so that people can have an income and produce what society needs, but at the same time, we make sure that it's done in a sustainable way so that biodiversity and the ecosystems remain healthy. Obviously, with those 3 goals in mind, Brazil is a global priority. It's got the 9th largest exclusive economic zone. It's got 7,491 kilometers of coastline. It has 12 of its 26 state capitals located by the coast. And the majority of the population in Brazil actually live very close to the coast. And so it should be a leader on ocean issues. And then, of course, it's incredibly important for mangroves or mangrove forest. It's the second most important country in the world. About 9% of mangroves in the world are found in Brazil. And actually, some of the longest continuous mangroves in the world are found along Pará and Maranhão. And it's only Indonesia is the only country that has more mangrove forest than Brazil. And obviously, mangroves are important because of the coastal protection that they provide. The science has shown that when you have impact from tropical storms or extreme weather, areas that are sheltered by mangroves are better protected and less impacted. They're incredibly important for fisheries, and particularly coastal fisheries for communities. They're obviously a great place for biodiversity. And then they're extremely important for carbon sequestration and blue carbon. This is an area that we worked in for about 15 years. Actually, the first initiative we did on blue carbon was with IUC of UNESCO and IUCN, the Blue Carbon Initiative. And it's also involved a number of scientists from Brazil in that initiative. Also, last year, we were able to partner with a range of organizations here in Brazil to get approval of the new mangrove policy, which is calling for conservation and sustainable use of mangroves in Brazil. And obviously now it's a collective challenge to make sure that that's effectively implemented across all the mangroves in the country. And so I think given the richness and the size of the ocean and coastal ecosystems in Brazil, it's a huge opportunity, but it's also a huge responsibility, given the importance of this for Brazil and also for the world. And I think Brazil has some real strengths to draw upon. We heard about the science. Brazil has developed scientifically enormously in recent decades, and the ocean science is no different in that regard. There's also a long history of marine management in Brazil. One of the first things that Conservação Internacional did on marine conservation in Brazil was to apply the extractivist reserve model, the one that was developed by Chico Mendes for Acre and part of the Amazon, to the coastal environment, with the creation in 2000 of the Corumbau Marine Extractivist Reserve that's still functioning to this date, but also similar reserves in Canavieiras and Casaruba, where President Lula, during his first term, actually came to announce it to the huge applause of the local community. Actually, one community member said, "Well, I didn't know about this conservation thing if it was actually real, but when Lula came here and said it was real, then I started to really believe them." So that was a great milestone. And more recently, Brazil has really been at the forefront of expanding large marine protected areas. We've created a partnership called the Blue Nature Alliance with a number of foundations and the Pew Charitable Trust. And we support the creation of large marine protected areas around the world. And the most recent one was here in Brazil with Albardão Marine National Park, the largest marine national park in Brazil, created earlier this year, about 1 million hectares. But also as part of that initiative, Conservação Internacional Brasil is working to implement the two large offshore marine protected areas, São Pedro and São Paulo, and Trinidade and Martin Vaz, focusing on helping with the multi-use zoning around those areas so that the creation gets implemented in the real world. I think another important area, and certainly one that's evolving very rapidly, is around the blue economy, making sure that the use of the ocean is actually sustainable. Obviously, sustainable fisheries is a big part of that, but also making sure that aquaculture, that historically has had a lot of environmental impacts, is done in a responsible and a sustainable way. We have a small venture investment fund called CI Ventures, and that invests in a number of ocean projects around the world, basically the businesses of the future, the ones that have a business model that improves sustainability. And one thing it's investing in here in Brazil is a company called Feedvax, which does vaccines for tilapia aquaculture, so that those aquaculture operations become more sustainable and therefore need less space than you would need if you had less productivity. In other parts, we're working on something like that's called climate smart shrimp, which might sound like a contradiction in terms, but it's focusing mainly in Indonesia and Ecuador, which are very large producers of shrimp aquaculture, and where we're working with those aquaculture producers to intensify what they produce so they can produce more, but then actually restore a large part of what's currently aquaculture farms to the original mangroves. So it's a win-win for the producers and for the environment. And then a third area of the blue economy is green-gray infrastructure. There is literally trillions being invested in infrastructure around the world. And if we can harness marine ecosystems and do this infrastructure in a smart way that considers ecosystems as part of that infrastructure, then we're likely to have much greater environmental benefits. And so we've created a community of practice that involve a lot of conservation organizations, but also development banks, engineering companies. And one of the areas where we've done most work is actually in North Brazil shelf, so stretching from northern Brazil into Suriname and Guyana. And if you're interested, you can go to our website and look for the engineering guidelines for the 21st century that talks about how you could put infrastructure in place that utilizes mangroves and their protective ability to make that infrastructure more environmentally friendly and more effective. I think this is a really important moment in Brazil for the Ocean-Climate Nexus with a conference that's happening next year in Rio. Brazil really has an opportunity to shine at the global stage. I think the moment for Brazilian leadership for ocean conservation is now, and obviously Conservação Internacional is standing with you at this moment in time and thinking creatively with our partners across the country for how we can increase investments and support for marine conservation and make sure that Brazil becomes a country that doesn't have the, as I say, the back against the ocean, but recognizes that most of its population actually live by the ocean, and the ocean is a very big part of the country's heritage and environmental and economic engine. So, muito obrigado.
Muito obrigada pelas palavras.
Thank you very
Gostaria de
much for the
convidá-los a
words.
se
I would
juntar
like
a nós
now
para darmos
to invite you
continuidade.
to find a
Muito
place
obrigada,
on
vamos
the
aplaudir mais uma
audience.
vez.
And thank you for your speeches, for your participation.
Muito obrigada mais uma vez.
Thank you again.
Agradecemos pelas palavras e pela presença.
Thank you for being here with
Dando
us, sharing this
continuidade à
moment, and continue
programação,
with our
temos a
schedule.
honra de receber uma mensagem
Invite
especial de
special
abertura de
message
Peter Thompson.
from Peter
O
Thompson.
embaixador Peter
The
Thompson
Ambassador
atua
Peter Thompson
como
works
enviado especial do
as
secretário-geral das Nações Unidas para o
a
oceano
proxy
desde
from the
2017,
representative from
impulsionando a
UN for the oceans,
implementação
implementing
global
the
do ODS 14.
ODS 14.
Ele foi eleito
He was
presidente da
elected
Assembleia
president
Geral
of
da
the
ONU para o
General Assembly
mandato
of Honor for
2016-2017.
2016-2017.
Também foi representante
He was a
permanente de
representative
Fiji,
from
junto às
Fiji
Nações Unidas
at
entre
UNA,
2010 e
UNO
2016.
during
Vamos ouvi-lo.
2010 and 2016. Let's listen to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, bom dia. Good day to all present and best wishes for a productive time in Sao Paulo today. All courtesies observed, and may I thank the Instituto Clima e Sociedade for allowing me the privilege of addressing you all at the opening of this high-level event on the subject of the Ocean-Climate Nexus, investment and action opportunities. Anyone who's familiar with my work as Special Envoy for the Ocean will have heard the mantra, no healthy planet without a healthy ocean, and the ocean's health is currently measurably in decline. Address virtually all the indices of overfishing and biodiversity loss and pollution, of acidification, warming and deoxygenation, of the integrity of ocean's currents, the loss of coral, rising sea levels, the list goes on. And you will find that the ocean's well-being is under threat, in most cases under accelerating threat. It's not hyperbole to say that ultimately the continuing decline of the ocean's health presents us with an existential problem for our species. Forgive me for opening my remarks on such a dire note. I do not do so to be an alarmist, but as a hard-headed pragmatist, drawing attention to the level of damage being done to the environment that sustains us, and the need for us to turn human activities in the direction of a nature-positive world. Faced with an existential problem, the rational response is to identify and implement the necessary solutions, a large part of which lie within the subject of the Ocean-Climate Nexus and the investment and action opportunities arising therein. It goes without saying that no one person, organization, or country can produce and apply the solutions required. Thus, it's gratifying to know that you're embracing a cross-sectoral approach at this event in Sao Paulo, convening leaders from the public and private sectors, philanthropy, science, and civil society is the intelligent way to advance the agenda of the Ocean-Climate Nexus. And I venture to say that the truest path of positivity is one on which alignment is fostered across these sectors. For you today, I trust that the path will be one on which key gaps within Brazil's ocean climate and biodiversity landscape are identified and are translated into actionable plans for investment and tangible impact. Ladies and gentlemen, while much has been done around the world on the means to improvement, as long as the decline in the ocean's health continues, we have so much more to do. And while game-changing innovations and technological breakthroughs are exciting moments, we need to remember that where international consensus is required, progress is often painstakingly protracted. But push on we must. Hope demands it of us. Intergenerational justice demands it of us. We must push on to the achievement of an internationally binding treaty to regulate plastic, with the adoption of circular models that minimize waste and support transition to sustainable materials and systems. We must push on with the IMO's commitment to reducing GHG emissions from international shipping. We must push on to complete the job at WTO on banning harmful fisheries subsidies that lead to overcapacity of fishing fleets. And we must push on with the transition to a clean, equitably electrified world, powered by wind, hydrodynamic forces, biomass, geothermal, and solar energy. Scientific logic demands that of us, and now the economic logic demands the same. So, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to make two requests of you at today's event. The first is that you include biodiversity in your discussions today, rather than just ocean climate. Forward thinkers increasingly refer to the ocean-climate biodiversity nexus, since the three subjects are so inextricably intertwined. In the end, it is within the totality of the three of them that we come across the answers to the existential problem that I've highlighted, and discover the assurances that future generations of humans will need for food, health, and shelter. The second is that through your appropriate national channels, you find ways to feed the outcomes of your discussions into the important ocean climate biodiversity meetings that lie ahead this year. I refer in particular to the Ocean Climate Dialogue in Bonn in June at UNFCCC headquarters, the CBD COP17 in Armenia in October, the Global Coral Reef Summit in Saudi Arabia in November, early November, and the UNFCCC COP31 in Turkey, also in November. We live on one planet, 71% of the surface of which is covered in the ocean, and Brazil has one of the longest coastlines in the world. Thus, Brazil's commitment to international efforts to improve humanity's relationship with the ocean is crucial to progress. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get ever nearer to 2030, we must redouble our efforts to reach the targets we've set ourselves, be they those of the Paris Climate Agreement, the Sustainable Development Goals, or the Global Biodiversity Framework. And we must look beyond them and begin envisaging a future in which the ocean's well-being, both its protection and its sustainable blue economy, is inseparably linked to humankind's well-being. We expect such forward thinking to be central to the global considerations at the 4th UN Ocean Conference in 2028, where we expect a picture to emerge of a world in which humanity's relationship with the ocean becomes one of regeneration, of reciprocity and respect. We live in challenging times, ladies and gentlemen, and in such times, we are called upon to rededicate ourselves to the true course of multilateralism and international law. However they are dressed up, the alternatives range from stark lawlessness to roughshod rule by hegemony. Multilateralism delivers, and it's fortifying to observe how since the 3rd UN Ocean Conference in Nice, that the momentum on ocean issues has been with us. And preparations are now underway for the UN Decade of Ocean Sciences Conference, which will be held in Rio de Janeiro in April next year, where we're confident ocean science will continue its exponential advance. The ocean endures. UNCLOS has enshrined it as our common inheritance, an inheritance to be managed and protected and used for the benefit of all humanity. All the while, the ocean's call to humanity has been that we be strong in our respectfulness, in our thought and deed, so that reason and innovation will overcome the regressive forces at play, the forces we now see arraigned against science and truthfulness. The call is to take the tide while it serves, the tide of regeneration and resilience, of trust in the best of science, and of fidelity to intergenerational justice. And I thank you all for your attention today.
Agradecemos as palavras do Sr. Peter.
Thank you for your words, Mr.
E
Peter.
agora,
And
damos
now
sequência com a
we
nossa
follow
keynote
with
speaker.
our keynote
É uma
speaker.
grande honra
It's a
receber
great honor
Tamara
to receive
Klink,
Tamara Klink,
velejadora, escritora
sailor
e
and
referência na
writer,
conexão
reference
entre
on the
oceano,
connection between
exploração e conscientização ambiental.
ocean and
Aos
conservation.
28 anos,
20 years
Tamara já
old,
passou
Tamara
um inverno
spent
sozinha no mar
a
gelado do
winter
Ártico,
alone in the Arctic.
atravessou a passagem
She crossed
noroeste
the
em solitário
North
e cruzou o
Passage and
Atlântico
crossed
solo
the
2 vezes.
Atlantic 2
É
times.
autora de
She's
4
author of
livros,
4 books.
já realizou mais de
She
300 palestras
realized
em
more
inglês,
than
português e
300
francês e é uma
speeches
voz
in English,
importante
French,
sobre
and
a
Portuguese.
fragilidade do
She's a
clima
big
e do
voice
gelo
about the
marinho.
fragility of the
Bem-vinda,
climate
Tamara.
and its
Bem-vinda.
relation with the ocean. Welcome, Tamara. Where I have my pointer.
Olá, pessoal, bom dia. É um prazer
Hello,
estar com
guys.
vocês
Good
aqui
morning. It's
hoje.
a
Alguns de
pleasure
vocês
being
acho
with
que eu já
you
vi em
today.
outras
I
outros
saw
eventos, na
many faces
COP, em
here at
conferência. É, tem
COP and
gente sorrindo
few
aí,
conferences here.
confirmando. Legal. 8 meses
Great.
atrás eu fiz
8
essa
months
navegação.
ago, I did
Se
this
chama
navigation.
Passagem
This
Noroeste. É
uh,
uma travessia
West
por
Passage
cima, pelo
is a
Oceano Ártico.
passage on the Arctic Ocean. It's a navigation that, if I was younger, I would not be able to do it. There's a picture from NASA from '79. It was the first picture that NASA made from the minimal extension of this ice during summer. During the different seasons, the ice on the North Pole decrease and increase according to the light and warmth. And that's the image of the minimal ice. On the Northwest Passage that I did last year, 2025, we still had a lot of ice here. And that's a more recent picture from 2024. There was the reference that I used to do this passage, showing how much sea ice was in this passage, this circumnavigation that I wish I would not be able to do it. I wish there was enough ice there to block my passage. This is only possible because we are destroying the ice cap. The global warmth is 3 times bigger than we expected. Nature warm. The winters are shorter and warmer. There is not enough time to build enough ice. We are losing this sea ice today. Scientists, they study sea ice. They try to find ways when they're going to have a North Pole that's going to be free of ice during summer. For many people, this is very important. Those who work with cargo ships, the route above the Arctic is shorter. For countries that are close to the Arctic and have land there, this can be financial benefit, but for the humanity, for biodiversity, it is a big problem. And for us who live in Brazil, that's the beginning of a problem that we're going to have a very warm climate. It's going to be hard to live here. We should not say, when we talk about the oceans, we should call only ocean because it's a single one. This change is going to change the climate, the air masses, the air currents, and the sea currents, and the Arctic, as we say, it regulates the climate, and the sea ice, when the North Pole is covered by sea, can reflect warmth back to the atmosphere. When a Black Sea, as we say, when we are there, it's very dark. We are exposed to the sun. It looks like asphalt and warm a lot during summer. When we are at the sea, we feel this warmth. And with this change, climate change, this little sea ice that we have there is melting even quicker. The Arctic is going to stop being air conditioning for the plant that would cool the ocean and cool the air masses. Is going to become a heater for the planet. This is one of the problems we have with the warmth of the ocean.
And other scientists as well, but this is a limit we should not cross, especially when we are Brazilians. And of course, there are a few solutions for that, but today the cheaper and most working solution is cutting the emission of fossil fuels, which is possible, especially Brazil that uses ethanol. It's taking a lot of time for us to do that, but I think we're going to pay a very expensive price if it takes us more than that, because all the actions we have today, we're using renewable energy, air, light, and all actions we do today to reduce the energetic consumption, they will have more effect than the solutions that will happen in 10 years. And we're going to have the solutions. This is a picture of Goa, which was the first to have this Northwest Passage by boat. So it took 3 years. And Sardinha 2 and we had it in 45 days. The the view was very different for all of us. We don't have constant scientific data since that time, but the register that we have at those time, it conserves data and they describe views that are not repeatable anymore. We are not the only ones who are suffering the consequences of that. The animals as well, the polar bears, they use the Meridian ice as their bus, as their transportation. And now they're getting closer to the land. They're spending more time on the land in places where there are human beings. And this bear specifically climbed my boat. It was a little scary. I was sleeping and I woke up with the radio, like a neighbor that was there by chance telling me that there was a boat coming. I'm sorry, there was a bear coming on my boat. But they are not the animals who are suffering the most. There are other animals that are suffering even more, especially the ones who are depending on the shells. We know that ocean is getting more acid, and I think polar bears, just as the whales, they are animals that have a lot of they they take attention from the population. They are powerful to receive more empathy. It's it's difficult for people to have empathy for the ocean when they don't know a lot about it, when they think it's just water. I even, fight about this with artists because every time I'm seeing an opening about the ocean or arts, it's just landscapes, but they don't know that in each drop of water on the sea, there's millions of living species that without them the ocean cannot transform 1/3 of the air we're breathing from CO2 and oxygen. But then the polar bears, they have this role of social appeal, maybe because they're cute. And actually, when we are living with them, I would not call them cute because we know they can eat us. I'm sure I would not be a navigator if it weren't for the stories I've heard. First, before I could even speak English, I'm sorry, Portuguese, that I used to hear from my father, he would travel a lot to navigate on the south of the planet in Antarctica. I didn't understand why it took him that long until he would come back and tell me all the stories of whales and icebergs, ice cathedrals. He would see big animals. That made me dream of being there one day and feeling that, seeing these big animals that would throw water on their back. And when I was 12, I asked him for help, and he said he would never help me. He said that if he would help me, he was going to lose the boat and I was going to die, and he wanted to keep the boat. So it took him a while. I needed to start looking for other masters, other stories, other professors, and examples. So first, I started with the books I was reading at the library in school, the ones I stole from my dad. And then I started reading the books in English, and then I needed to learn French. And then I ended up in France and later in Norway when I bought this boat. This is a Swedish boat from Pedersen. This is a boat that in Scandinavia is usually the first boat in people's lives. So this is like a weekend boat. I was seeing a lot of Norwegian and Swedish people using it to learn how to sail, and I bought it for the price of a bicycle at a website where they used to sell boats. And I tried to go as fast as I could. I was trying to go to the university that was in France, and it was very difficult sailing because there were a lot of problems on my boat that I didn't know about. There was an engine on the boat for entering and leaving the ports, and then the refrigeration water needed to be emptied every 10 minutes. There was automatic pilot, but it was at a rotten wooden piece. I could not use it. The boat had already caught on fire. Half of the boat was burned. There were a lot of leakages. I didn't know it was not normal to always have a lot of water on my foot. So I would be taking water off with buckets a lot of the times. I think I was protected by ingenuity and lack of knowledge, and I'm sure that if by the day I bought this boat, if someone had told me what was going to happen all over my trip, I would have never gone because I would have never had imagined I could solve these problems. This felt like something impossible. I was not a boat mechanic. My experience was academic, so I was spending a lot of time on pen and paper and computer. I didn't have the hands to work on fixing pieces. I grew in a very privileged environment and I didn't have a lot of knowledge as other sailors may have when they're learning to do things with their own hands. Many times there were people who were painting my walls, changing my lamps, and this environment where I was in Scandinavia and the other boat owners were there solving their own problems, it would help me believe that maybe people like me could learn how to do things they didn't know. This was a very useful environment to learn. So I made friends in all the ports with fishermen that were helping me fix things. They would take me on their boats to show how they did it, with electricians, with other boat owners that sometimes were retired and they had more free time, and people from the cities that thought I was crazy or that they felt pity for me and they came to help me. So I had a few storms on my pathway. I didn't know there were storms. I was very, very scared. But then I would close my eyes and tell myself, Tamara, don't worry, because in the future it's going to be much worse. In the future, the winds are going to be stronger, the waves are going to be bigger. Maybe in the future there will be icebergs. So take this opportunity to learn how to sail in this weather that seems a little bad. The opportunities I had of having storms when I was next to the land, these were occasions where I was thinking about the architecture lessons and design professors that always told me that the mission of the architects was to transform inconveniences in advantages. And then I would think, how can I transform this into an advantage? Okay, maybe I could pretend this is a training and then have some training exercises. I would throw something on the water and then I would keep on trying to pick it back to learn how to pick it up if it failed. And then I would stop automatic pilot and put it inside the boat and I would try to sail in many hours in case to see how I would work in case many of these things happen. And actually, I had many of these problems. So this was a good school. The boat was not made for the sailing I made, but it was thick enough to tolerate my beginner's mistakes and slow enough so that I would have time to learn on my pathway. And then 90 days after leaving Alisand in Norway, I got to Recife in Brazil. I was very happy with the trip, also very tired of the sailing. And when I see the first lights of the port, I understand that my trip was ending and that the sailing that I thought I was alone or all by myself all the time, it was only possible because of the many people that helped me. And now, with a lot of people who were expecting me to get to the city, I understood that the sailing would not end there. It would continue inside people's lives. People who were there seeing me get there, that imagined what I would do, and that thanks to this navigation or sailing, they felt inspired and they felt brave to do their own crossings. A, a journalist came to where I was arriving with my book. My dad and my mother were there to see me. For the first time, they were seeing the boat. And this journalist, she asked my dad, what he thought about it, if he was proud of what I had done, because I am the youngest person in Brazil to cross the Atlantic, and I didn't know that, but she told me I was. And she gave the microphone to my dad, and he said, I'm very surprised because you had a very long trip with a very bad boat. So this is the navigation of the damaged boat. I got to Paraty by the end, which was my final port in Rio, where the boat is still there. And as soon as I got there, I knew I wanted to go back to sailing. I wanted to spend as much time as possible on the sea without having to stop on the ports. And when I start to plan a longer trip, I think that even going through the whole world, it's not that long. It only takes 6, 7, 8 months. I wanted to have something longer than that. It was not a trip in space, it was a trip in time through the seasons. And then I started planning to go to the Arctic and getting stuck in a frozen sea and see the seasons transforming. So winter would transform the sea that's liquid in earth and land where I would be able to walk. The days would be, instead of 24 hours, it would be 24 hours a night. So all the animals would go away and then come back by the end of the season. And this is what I wanted to see. The backstage of what happens when people are there and aren't there anymore. But for that, I needed to learn many other things than what I already knew. So I needed to study more about animals' behavior, especially polar bears. They would be the new predators. I needed to learn how to ski, which is not something we are born knowing in Brazil. I needed to know how to fix all my equipments from my boat and to count how much I consume in 1 year, 2 years, how many tubes of toothpaste, how many toilet papers, how much does a jam spoon will weigh. Can I take jam if it takes so much space? Thinking about my nutrition, and then I start making a lot of counts. In the beginning it was as much as I can take, and then by the end it gets what's the minimum necessary so that I have thermic comfort. Do I need to maintain 20 degrees or 5 degrees? Because if I accept 5 degrees and I put on a coat, I need much less energy to change the temperature of the boat. And with less temperature, I have more freedom. It's lighter. I also need to pay less to have enough energy. I need less space. So, what's the minimum that's necessary for me to have pleasure? Maybe a guitar is enough. Do I need all the possible music? Do I need to have internet all the time? What's the necessary minimum for communication? And while I was searching for my minimum requirements, and these information were coming from interviews that I was doing with other sailors or with psychologists, with philosophers, with friends, with children. And with time, I was finding a lot of new necessities, and I noticed that as if I needed less, I would be more happy, and if I needed less, I would have more pleasure with those things. And then I understood that it's very happy. It's very hard to be happy when we have abundance. If we had infinite energy to do whatever we wanted, would we be smart? Would we know how to use it? We would know how to give its worth and have pleasure with this energy. When we have all the songs we want at any time on our phone, do we have the same pleasure that we used to when we were waiting for a new song to be released, to buy a CD? Sometimes finding out that the CD was not there because the CD was being transported from a very distant country, and we would have this expectation and we would listen to this CD a lot of times, and everything we had were those 10 songs that were on that CD. And this is what I had available when I was on the ice. So each of the 100 songs I had there meant a lot to me. And then I started thinking that one song was too much. This discussion has also a little bit with something else I needed to learn for the trip. It was the climate as well. Of course, the climate is changing a lot in the Arctic. And besides having less ice than before, the ice is getting thinner and it gets more dangerous, which is it cannot support the weight of our body when we are walking on it. It cannot hold a boat that wants to be stuck on the ice. That's why I needed to go to a place where there was not a lot of waves and where I was sure that would be cold enough to make the ice last the whole season. So I needed to go much more north than I would have needed to if I had traveled many years before that. There were a lot of dangers. This is the place where I prepared the boat in France. A lot of people there were preparing themselves for a long trip. And I think the advantage of being at a place where people have problems, challenges, is that we do not decrease our ambitions. When we see ourselves in face of a challenge, when we meet colleagues in different areas but with similar goals, we can maintain our ambitions or even increase them. Sardinia too was not the best boat, but it had what I needed. This was the navigation route. And it was a very hard and hostile trip. There was a lot of ice. And I had a lot of nightmares with that movie Titanic, that I know many of you like it. And I got very happy. I got very happy when ice really started forming. I thought I was gonna be very alone during navigation, but I understood that many times I was feeling closer to the people who had helped me get there, with people who were involved in the project and they were present. But I had never been as dependent as with those people who helped me prepare. So there were foxes, these are their steps in sequence. There were a few birds. They were always close to the boats, and I knew they were interested in fish, in food, these crows. And if I had an accident, I knew that I would be the food. So I was cheering to survive. Maybe they weren't. I thought we were gonna be friends, but that's not what they wanted to. So the foxes were always near. I had an incident and I stepped on a very thin ice. I almost died. After that, I had a lot of difficulties in beginning to trust to walk on ice again, but I felt like the response was not being isolated in the boat forever. When we want to be sure that things are going to work and we stop exposing ourselves, we lose the pleasure of learning and the opportunity of learning that we can overcome the challenges that appear. And we cannot be prisoners of our fear and of our lack of imagination. And the world is much, much bigger than our imagination.
When we talk about climate, the video we just saw, there is a limit for our imagination that we are not able to overcome. It's hard for us to imagine a new world. It's hard for us to imagine. We don't look for abundance of resources. Do you use of new materials, and we try to accumulate resources. And what I learned in winter that we can be happy without resources. That's what I learned then, because what was worth to me was my existence, being there, doing things, to be able to smell, to use my taste, to hear, to see, to taste. The taste of sea water, frozen sea water, the taste of snow water. And when I went to the iceberg to collect water and walk this kilometer coming back, and when I was able to melt this water, those resources, it was so delicious to drink this water. And I feel that sometimes we're looking for things, for those infinite pleasure, for this well-being that we imagine for us, but our what makes sense for us is to be in my body. Love is only possible with our bodies. Uh, Being alive only is possible when we have our body. In this dimension of physical time and the dimension of the body, and imagining that we lose uh, the sight of what's important on these debates. We have to work to have more resources, to keep machines working for us, to give more time to us, for us to be able to do more things in less time. We don't have time to look at the sky, to see the stars, to be with people we love, to see our children growing. Do we value those dimensions, those things? And with time, I want to spend more time there. But the winter was coming to its end. I heard the noise of the new animals were getting to the fjord. The ice was getting smaller. The birds were arriving, and when the sea animals were coming back, I thought the sea ice was dead. And then when the when the ice melted, the water became very quick, and the green inside I saw this microalgae and the phytoplankton under the sea ice, and they were using the ice as a magnifying glass. When they have the sun, they would multiply themselves very quickly, and this multiplication, the quick growth of phytoplankton would bring the small birds, sardines, that at the end of the season, and with them, there was the arrival of the seabirds, the seals, and the whales. I'm sure that this trip was only possible in a very small boat, thanks to the people that did that before. The people who did those navigation, complex navigations with lots of resources that make possible for me to find the minimum necessary to do it, and or to spend more time there. And I believe that do better with less resources is the challenge now. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Tamara, por nos
Thank you,
deixar viajar
Tamara,
pouco com você.
for let us travel with you a little bit.
Vamos seguir. O
Let's
painel de
follow
abertura do evento
the panel,
propõe
opening panel proposal reflection for ocean as a central element of the climate system and the strategic role of Brazil with the Decade of Oceans Conference in 2027. We invite now to this first panel, Andrea Cancela da Cruz, Coordinator of Science for the Ocean and Antarctic for the Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation. Tamara, please, can you come to the stage for us to do a picture with you? Maria and Sebastian, please come to the stage so we can take a picture. Thank you, Andrea. Find a place at the center. We follow inviting Mr. Felipe Vilela, Director of Latam Earthshot Prize. Please, Felipe, welcome. We would like to invite now Alisson Clausen, coordinator of the Decade of Nations as Science, Oceania, for the Ocean Development, Sustainable Development on the Commission of Oceanography at UNESCO, who is going to be with us remotely. And to moderate this panel, we invite Letícia Cotrim, Associate Professor on the Faculty of Oceanography, or URG, and coordinator of the 7th report of IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change. Please, welcome to this stage. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor being here. I like to talk about it, and I'm happy to share my time and to share this space here with those colleagues. Before we start, we're going to talk about the role of Brazil on the Ocean Conference next year, the perspectives, and we're going to go back in time, and then we talk about next year. I will opening here this panel. I believe that I would like to disagree with you. We're not late. We are not in compass, and that's a global problem. The academia to talk to the sectors of the society. Whose fault? I don't know. There's not the blame game now. There's not the time for that. It's time now for us to find solutions. That's a time to talk about the last times. I'm doing a big effort to try to overcome any scientific jargon. We work hard on that, and this conversation, we should work on these conversation skills. I believe that we can start with Alisson. Alisson, you're online. Can we see her? Can we see Alisson? A small question. I ask in English or I ask in Portuguese? How is the translation? What is best? Okay. I'd like to start with Alisson. To start with this global overview about the ocean. And my question is, Alisson, one of the mottos of the Ocean Decade is the science we need for the ocean we want, we wish. And we know the sustainable use of the ocean is conservation, is mitigation for climate, the economical use that we have at sea, transportation, communication, food industry. We need science for that. And with the start of a decade in 2021, we see that I would like to know from you about this message of integration to make this informal, to make decisions based on science, how this impacts or with the different actors, how this impacts with the different actors, if this model is helping making better decisions.
Great, thank you, Letitia. I hope you can hear me okay. Great. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I'm sorry it's by video. I would have loved to have been with you in person, obviously, but unfortunately with the travel schedule that was not possible. But still very, very happy to be part of this esteemed panel. And it's a really great question to get us started. I think the short answer is yes. We are certainly seeing that the way that science is informing policy is changing, but it's going to take longer for us to really be to the full extent of where we need to be. And to explain that answer a little bit more, I'd like to think maybe a little bit about the background of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. So as you said, Letitia, the Ocean Decade started in 2021, but there was a period before that of 5 or 6 years where the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO worked with partners all around the world to develop the decade and to really develop the concept of the decade. And at that period, we were in a very different world than we're in now in terms of ocean policy, in terms of ocean governance, in terms, I would say, of the way the general public understands the importance of the ocean. And still, we're not perfect yet, right? But we're much further along than we were in 2016, 2017. So the decade was really developed with this relatively simple idea that we have this new global framework for sustainable development goals, we have new ambition for climate, we have new ambition for biodiversity, but we don't have the ocean science that is going to allow us to reach this ambition. And there was a great recognition that not only do we need that science, but we need that science to be really developed in a way that includes a whole range of stakeholders across society. And so that sort of thinking has really, I guess, infiltrated the DNA of the decade. We are talking about the decade as a global action framework for stakeholders across society who can co-design and co-deliver science to inform policy, decision-making, change individual or institutional behavior, and thinking about how that can happen at different levels from local to national to regional. Now, in the decade, we've been going for 5 years. Some of the numbers we often talk about are 62 global programs, 600 national and regional projects, over 1,500 different activities. We've got 43 national decade committees. But all of those numbers add up to, what you're asking about. How has the science really changed policy? And it's in some of those intangible ways that are harder to capture, but where we are starting to see the difference. First of all, the role of science, the importance of science, and not just for ocean decisions, but for decisions about food security, for policy about climate resilience, the link between the ocean and biodiversity, the link between the ocean and human health. There is a stronger recognition than there was 5 years ago of the importance of ocean science across many facets of sustainable development. There's also a stronger understanding of the role of different types of knowledge. So we talk a lot about ocean science, but there's been a real increase in the recognition of the importance of traditional knowledge, of indigenous knowledge, to also inform and be an influence on policy and decision making. There's been a lot of change in the way I think we think about inclusivity in ocean science. So whether we're talking about youth, early career ocean professionals, women, local communities, the role that all these different actors who are typically underrepresented in ocean science can play. And so the decade, through this broad framework for stakeholder engagement, has started along this path. Again, we're not where we need to be. We have 4.5 more years to go, nearly 5 more years to go. But we're getting there, and we've made some of these fundamental changes in the way that the scientific community is thinking, that governments are thinking, and we've seen this reflected, for example, at the 2025 United Nations Ocean Conference, where there was a very different discourse around some of these issues. We're also seeing some of the direct effects in discussions around the BB&J agreement, around the ocean climate dialogues with the climate change convention and framework. So we're starting to see this infiltration of the science, the recognition of the science into these global policy processes. But as I say, we've got a long way to go, and I know we'll come to this, but the conference that's going to be held in Rio next year is really going to be a key milestone and a key accelerator in the efforts in the decade in this regard.
Thank you very much, Erickson. Now, with this note, with this history, the decade started being prepared before It's starting 2021. I have a question for Andrea from CTI. I would like to congratulate the work of CTI and these policies, state policies, and not for oceanic sciences. And as we had this preparation for those activity, general coordination for the ocean decade before, since 2018, I would like to hear from you, Andrea, what are the highlights from this work on MCT in this sense? Thank you, Leticia. I would like to clarify that we cannot do nothing alone. We don't want to do it. What we try to do is to overcome those bottlenecks, to organize, optimize those networks, those groups, and all involved sectors. Ocean is a single thing. We have to engage and understand that we cannot, how to execute that, how the sectors can contribute in this sense. This decade inside the ministry started start attending to the directives from UNESCO, the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Committee, the design of the decade, how this process was going to be. It started through workshops, and the participants spoke. And that's a decade need to hear how we are going to do that. This was the process. That's ripening to mature. There's a process of maturing. We have to see this conjuncture, this coming together. This Congress had in 2019, where we discussed the decade. We were launching this program by UNESCO, and we promote and we suggest the realization of regional workshops, which were done. C in science, coordinating those workshops. Let's do those workshops. We can hear all the stakeholders. Brazil is a small country, small coast, different communities, distinctive. Let's do those regional workshops. We had the pandemic. Let's do online workshops. This is going to help because the challenge was, let's connect through apps. What is the system? But at the time, we were finding solutions to get together, to do the workshops, and this worked really well. We had 5 regional workshops, and Brazil, the ministry coordinated the creation of the National Committee for the Decade of the Ocean. It was the first country to suggest a committee, a national committee for this task force. And the objective was to be a committee for articulation to support those definitions of the decade. And this occasion was a process to hear, we had the implementation plan, and to hear those workshops, regional workshops. That's how we implemented the national plan to implement the decade of oceanography. This happened in 2020, 2021. We launched our national plan for implementation of this task force, and we published the bid to implementation of this work. All those we have a bid, a public call in 2022, 2023, based on the guidelines of this implementation of this plan.
So activities that COI is launching for any project or program that is linked to the activities, executions, and goals of the decade, the responsibles could submit this proposal to receive a stamp of COIL, which is linked to the compliance with the goal of the decade. So this is we have it open actually now, and I invite all of you who are not aware of it to look for it, to have the information, and if possible, please submit these projects to receive this, because this for the country and for the project is very interesting. It brings a lot of good things we are in half the decade, and this process of maturing and engaging, it's arriving. We also had the alliance, the Atlantic Alliance, the international projects. I always say that we don't do anything alone. It's an annual process. So the international corporations, they start little and then they start expanding. So it's a whole work with the community, depending on the goal, with the academic community, and they start getting a shape and replying with scientific knowledge and helping with the sectors and communities and societies as a whole. After that, following 23, 24 launching, we had G20, which I think was another very important step that brought with a lot of strength the theme of blue economy in this oceanic subject. So everybody was involved, but I think mostly the Department of Environment in this agenda, in this specific moment, it had an active participation. And Paula is here, she's going to talk a little bit more about it. So if any person there responds for a step of the process, we can organize. And I think I agree with you, Leticia, when you say that Brazil, we're on the way, but we need more. We need to strengthen it. And for us in governance of the theme, we have this challenge of facilitating this articulation. And an event like this, I think this is a practical and concrete example of how we can work on it. So the committee is very active. I can talk a little bit more about that, about how it's working today. And with processes, there was some reformulation, a maturing in the composition and in the structure. And for this process during this period, I talked about blue economy. So its coordinator with the resources of the sea, the executive committee, which is a blue economy committee, and its goal, its ambitious, is to elaborate a national strategy for blue economy. So we are in the process. We already had 2 workshops because this is not something that's going to be done inside the executive committee because there is a document politician of this that's being elaborated only by the committee representatives, but there were workshops. We are counting on an NGO that's helping us, that's being hired by the institute, so partnerships and constructive projects this year with the workshops. One of the themes will be the elaboration of the national strategy for blue economy. So people from the NGO are here today. They have this challenge coordinating and mediating this process with us. So thank you, Leticia. Okay, and going from this, I have a question. I have a question for Felipe. So the year of 2025 was very busy, at least for Brazil in climate. We had COP, the delivery of Earthshot Prize was in Brazil. And with this movement in Brazil, and for you as the director of the Earthshot Prizing in Brazil and Latin America, I wanted to ask you, what's the legacy? What's still inspiring the climate action, especially linked to the ocean, about using our imagination? I really liked what Tamara talked about, is about learning how to use our imagination better. So how is your general perspective for this creativity, for everything that's happening? Wonderful. Thank you, Leticia. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Come on. We need more energy. I'm going to start with a video showing a little bit about the workshop. I'm going to talk about it and then I'll keep on with my speak.
Our home place of wonder, of ancient forests and endless oceans, of countless creatures, great and small, but also a planet on the brink.
Climate change is happening in the world today.
If we don't do anything, we risk leaving nothing behind for future generations.
For too long, we've asked the question, who's going to save us? Now, we have our answer. Because when the stakes are highest, that's when heroes rise.
We have the ideas, we have the means, and we can make a difference.
These are the real action heroes. And they're racing against time with one goal: to change our world for the better.
Giving up is not an option. The only way we can win this battle is together.
This is about more than saving the planet. This is about saving ourselves. They're leading the way. And their momentum is unstoppable.
We are responsible for this earth and every life in it. We cannot wait for others to come and save us.
The crisis is real, but so is our power to change it.
The Earthshot Prize. Meet the world's true action heroes.
So I just wanted to give you a little bit of inspiration in this morning so that we can start our discussion about such important matters. Earthshot Prize was launched being inspired by Prince Williams in 2020 with the intention of moving actions and find solutions for our climate crisis all over the world. And so that we could celebrate the solutions for this. So the prize is a big platform to bring these solutions and give them visibility and to escalate them. So the prize was last year in Rio. This year is going to be in Mumbai in India. And regarding COP30, the legacy of Earthshots and all the story that the solutions we're having, I wanted to bring two upfronts. First, we are finalists on the prize, and the second is the legacy of the plan of workshop here in Brazil, thinking about solutions on how we can sum it up. So for finalists, we have three solutions that I like a lot. I come from the use of landing, so oceans is something very new for me since I got Earthshot Prize. I started getting to know it and it enchanted me. There are a lot of incredible solutions. I'm going to talk about three of them here. So nature metrics, high sea strictly, and high ambition coalition for land and ocean. And it's nice because they are complementing themselves. High ambition coalition for nation for land and ocean is a coalition of countries to sign deals of 30 per 30, which are the compromises of protecting 30% of the oceans and lands all over the world. So a lot of countries have signed this deal, and it's such a big legacy. Brazil is becoming part of this deal, so we've been having conversations with both of them and the Brazilian government to make it official. And also on a layer behind that, we have the Rising Strait, which is a treatment of governance for open seas and jurisdiction inside the ecosystem of high ambition collision that helps the implementation of this collision. So focused on oceans. So this is a treatment among countries, a multilateral deal among countries to help the governance for open oceans. And then there's a layer even lower than that that makes all of it possible, that makes all of it technically viable, which is Nature Metrics, which was launched in England. They are basically a platform that works with monitoring the biodiversity in oceans through eDNA, which is a very advanced method. They use a lot of algorithms and AI so that they can calculate biodiversity that's present in the ecosystems. So all these deals viabilize technically and scientifically speaking. And it's very nice because Nature Metrics, from a COP legacy, they had a sailing with Ocean Pack that we have even here with us today. And they had a navigation, a sail. They left from Rio and they went to the COP in Berlin, collecting samples of the oceans, and the results will be launched soon, so beware of that. And this is very nice because it shows what they've been working on and using this data for better decisions related to the oceans, but also payments for these environmental issues and oceans as an income and other deals as well. Talking about legacy, tomorrow in Inspire, we're going to be launching a program of post graduation for young graduates in the theme. It's going to be about oceans, so we're bringing this theme for our curricular debate in the academy so that young people can start being part of this world. So we see that oceans are not in an academic subject as they should be. So we're going to create this course to bring this innovation in the universities. So tomorrow, if you want to, at Inspire at 10 a.m. Another legacy project we have with Weeks with Young People is all the work of creating an innovation hub where we can have a physical space where we can have this connection between solutions with the investors, philanthropy, and corporate companies that could support these solutions. So we're going to have this hub in Sao Paulo and in Rio. So if you're interested in getting to know it, please go. And the third one will be the storytelling part. So how can we tell the stories of the oceans in mainstream spaces? Like Earthshot has a global partnership with BBC where we can talk about oceans. And in Brazil, we have Global to think about how we can bring these solutions for maybe soap operas, places where they could show this news and convert people that are not converted yet to think about the role of it in our lives. So we have this legacy related to the finalists. So I think COP30 and Earthshot, they see how we can escalate the solutions and get them closer to ecosystems in a way in which we could bring impact. Thank you, Felipe. There's a lot happening that really talk. I think the discussion will be in focus of the conference next year in Rio. And remembering that all of this that's related to COP30 it's still not done. Our mandate starts when the meeting happened. So we talked about the inbound that is next month, and these are things we need to keep an eye on and things that we'll need to continue for COP31. Now, second question for Allison. You talked that global frame changed a lot and the scientific knowledge was elevated to several sectors for ocean, but also for health, food security, a lot of aspects. Thinking about science, what importance do you see in the conference for next year With the approval of the deal of biodiversity and preservation for high sea, BBNJ, with governances, with the expectations of mining in deep sea, with conservation, with adapting, mitigation. I think these are going to be vital points in the talks on our next conference. And I would like to hear from you how you feel about it. What are your expectations about it?
Great, thank you. Another great question. So we have very high expectations for the conference, I would say. As a reminder, these conferences happen every 3 years in the life of the Ocean Decade. So the first conference, which was the kickoff conference, actually was a virtual conference because it was right about the time we were all locked down for COVID. But then we had the 2024 Ocean Decade Conference in Barcelona, in Spain, and now the 2027 Ocean Decade Conference in Rio from the 7th to 9th of April next year. And then there'll be a final conference in 2030 to close off the decade. And these conferences are really important moments. You know, a decade is a very long time. So they're really important moments in the life of the decade to take stock, to set priorities, to course correct, make changes if we need to, but really bring the community together. And that's what this is about. It's about sparking those connections that happen when people are in the room together. And of course, we're so delighted that this conference is going to be in Brazil, given that Brazil had the first National Decade Committee, and as you heard from Andrea, has been such a committed partner and so engaged in the decade from the outset. But coming to the objectives of this conference and our expectations. This conference is falling or will fall 3 years before the end of the decade. So of course, a big part of the conference is going to be looking at what did we say we were going to do in 2024? How have we achieved that? And what do we need to do to the end of the decade, looking at that period from 2027 to 2030? What are the urgent, immediate priorities to make sure we achieve the goals of the decade? But in addition to that, and I think this is a really important thing to keep in mind, and it also ties back to my first answer, that there's so much more to do. You know, nobody thinks that December 31st, 2030, we're good, we've solved the ocean's problems. No, the decade was never meant to be everything's going to be solved in 10 years. It was meant to be a global movement to change the way we use and think about ocean science, but we know that there needs to be a legacy of the decade. We know that certain initiatives, ideas, institutions that have grown up during the decade need to continue on after the decade to make sure we continue to advance. And that legacy piece, as we call it, the legacy, the post-2030 legacy of the Ocean Decade, is going to be a big part of the discussions at Rio. And I think this is really important when we think about the BBNJ agreement, for example, which is only going to have its first COP in 2027. So that what has been started in the decade can continue to inform the BBNJ process and other processes beyond 2030. So to make sure that the conference in Rio next year can really fulfill its objectives of looking for that immediate urgent priorities from 2027 to 2030, and then looking at that post-2030 legacy, we need to be well prepared. And starting this month and then running through the rest of this year and into the beginning of 2027, we're going to have a very comprehensive preparatory process that will be run by the IOC, but also with our partners, the National Decade Committees, the Decade Collaborative Centres, our coordination hubs, to ensure that we have good substance to bring to the conference, and that we can come out of the conference with clear priorities and action pathways. We've identified 8 themes that are going to shape this process. So we're looking at issues around biodiversity, including BB&J, looking at issues around coastal resilience, sustainable food systems, sustainable ocean economic development, the climate pollution biodiversity nexus, but also looking at some of these core issues around capacity development, and we just heard about that, or looking at financing and investment for ocean science, and also looking at observations, data, forecasting. So there'll be 8 themes in total that we'll look at through a global perspective, and we'll also look at through a regional perspective, because it's really important that we can have the regional perspective brought to the conference. And you know, we're working very, very closely with the national authorities in Brazil, with the Ministry with Andrea and her team at the ministry. But we also want to make sure that the whole region is really, really well represented at this conference, so we can have that regional lens as well. And what we're going to be doing over the next year or so is having a series of workshops, both in person and online workshops, that will bring partners together around those 8 themes to develop what we're calling Ocean Decade Blueprints. And those blueprints are really the substance that we're going to bring to those to the conference for discussion, for debate, for I agree, I don't agree, to refine and finalize. And one of those, as I mentioned, one of those blueprints is going to be very much around coastal biodiversity and deep sea biodiversity, looking at what are the policy needs, where are the big gaps in the generation of knowledge, in the transmission of knowledge, in the skills and capacity, and obviously, given where we are in the journey with BB&J implementation, the BB&J agreement is going to be a big influence on the way that blueprint is shaped. Some of the other issues you mentioned around ecosystem conservation are equally going to be there, but also those other issues with a more perhaps economic focus around sustainable ocean economy. What are the sectors that are really driving the development or can drive the development of a truly sustainable and resilient ocean economy? What are the knowledge, the skills, the technology we need to make sure that those sectors really can be developed in sustainable ways? So these are the discussions around those 8 topics that we'll have at the conference in Rio. And I guess my one of the messages that I really wanted to pass today was we need everybody in those discussions. It's not just the scientific community, it's private sector, it's the finance industry, it's the investors, it's the NGOs, it's the local communities who need to be part of that discussion, so that the decade really does continue with this whole of society approach that has always been so central to everything that we've tried to do. So I would really encourage everyone to engage as much as possible in those processes, so that when we are having a discussion about BB&J and deep sea ecosystems and deep sea biodiversity, and thinking about potential threats, potential impacts, and the knowledge that we need to be able to move ahead in a sustainable and resilient way, that we have a wide range of voices in the room, preparing and thinking, and then being at the conference in Rio itself next April. And just as a final word, I think, you know, are we going to be able to make the change through this conference? I think this conference, again, is going to be an incredibly important milestone. But we need to keep thinking on those 2 timeframes. So we need to keep thinking of that timeframe for urgent, immediate, pressing priorities between 2027 and 2030, but also thinking more long-term. What is the legacy of the decade after 2030, and how can we start putting the building bricks already in place when we're together in Rio, so that we are putting in place the conditions for that longer term and sustained impact and achievements and benefits to continue, even when the official decade ends in December 2030.
Thank you, Alison, for your words. With this note, or with this preparation, I would like to ask Andrea now. Brazil instituted the committee for the decade, and since then, we see many topics that were implemented And the great milestone on the communication of G20 in Brazil, we have a special line about the ocean, on the blue economy development, how important this is. And we'd like to invite Andrea. What do we have of novelties in this field? What can we wait for 2027? I believe this is it. This is a policy from the government. The ocean is part of this discussion. Many sectors are involved in this discussion. We see the results of this agenda. In this sense, after G20, we had the policy for the blue economy and the other public policies that involve corals, fields, plastic. We insert those topics on this agenda. These are public policies, actions that we have to implement by the country, and this is important. BPNJ, Brazil was one of the first countries that was part of these years of discussion, was one of the first to sign this treaty. For Brazil, for this agenda, that's very important. And that's the way to be answering, to be part of this discussion. And for the conference and this committee, we restructured the committee. It was created in 2020 with one goal, to create the plan for national implementation. And now we have another challenge. This plan was updated for the many sectors, because in this process, we saw the necessity to include these new groups. The committee is made by the members of the civil society. We have 26 different sectors. And during this process, we put groups of mobilization. Each workshop created a group. And this is part of the National Committee. This maturity, this ripening, was this discussion that we did. We incorporated that in these solutions, in this discussion. The challenge now, the committee met last week. They put together a document that's a proposal for showing what Brazil did since 2020. We have the international plan for implementation, what we still have to do, and how can we get to next year in 2030. This is a challenge now for these workshops. And we use a lot this committee as a body for articulation to find priorities. If we can get to these niches where the government cannot reach. This is one of the main challenges. Those 3 workshops that culminate in a national that's to evaluate and update. And these executions that we were able to do along those years, and Brazil needs to do until the end of this decade based on COI and the update of the challenges and goals. So we need to adapt and adjust to reality and the Brazilian necessity. Those 3 workshops, every sector, institution that has interest want to discuss one of those topics can have support, financial support. We are coordinating with us this challenge. Soon we're going to be able to publish when these workshops are going to start. We count on the participation of the population, coordinating, putting together workshops, and stimulating the groups, because that's the decade. We have this participative process. We need to hear those communities. In this room here today, the people who are here, some people do not have the opportunity to share this more, to be in those spaces. The free workshops is for that, for us to hear different groups, different people. You cannot do policies if you're not hearing everybody that is involved on those discussions. Thank you. Please spread the word and come to our workshops. And the decade is for all. The ocean is a single one. And we need to do that together. we have to improve this coordination and to implement those actions. And Brazil is a big player and has a lot to contribute. Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. We have good perspectives. And now going to the end of our panel. I'd like to ask to Philippe. You talk about the initiatives. They're very complementary on this workshop. You talked about to talk about it on soap operas, and with that to have also a good result from these conversations, including the ocean on our school program, which is great to have this multidisciplinary approach to talk about the oceans on our schools. I would like to know from you in detail, if you can, how is this integration about those actors of this society, not only academia, not only NGOs, financial sector, the industry, technological development, energy generation, so we can together find about, for us to build this map for this journey without fossil fuel, focusing on ocean. That is our focus today. I'm going to be as quick as possible. The main top pillars for us to reach success after this conference next year is to strengthen these three pillars that we need to strengthen here, so we can have the impact we want in the agenda. One, the treaties and the coalitions for the oceans that they are here, and they need support from the countries to be able to have governance, more structured governance, and put the oceans and be this asset that can help people to preserve. And the companies see the oceans as a thing that need to be preserved. The treaties are important for that, to talk about collaboration about those entities, to escalate solutions for the generation of the oceans. Second, the structuration of financial systems, funding system. We have the bonds for ocean. That was a great solution. It's a big initiative led by TNC and other partners that to create financial support, financing for the preservation of the oceans. That's a great point and one of the main advancements that we need to be able to reach the high ambition coalition to protect 30% of the oceans. We need to create incentives to pay for environmental services. We need to create a solid MRV solution, verification and report of those environmental metrics, to be able that these financial incentives can become a financial asset for the communities that are protecting those ecosystems. Those financial instruments, they are fundamental. The third pillar is grassroots solutions. They need to be part of that. People at the spear of the process that are there protecting those ecosystems, and not only civil society organizations, but also non-profit organizations. I saw this company that was part in Delft, a very technological company that was using state-of-the-art technology to clean oceans. So they are cleaning the ocean, taking tons and tons of trash from the oceans at Asia, Indonesia, and Malaysia, and they are able to transform that in products, glasses, watches. Why we don't have such a solution like that? Promising solutions for this ocean agenda. My role here as the Brazilian director is to find solutions that can generate the oceans and protect the oceans. They can create revenue that it can support. If no one of those solutions, please let's talk. If you are here, you're part of this conversation. Let's build that together. Let's build together a sustainable future. For this agenda, for the conference of the decade, we can talk and reach the results we want. Thank you, Felipe. And with that, we conclude our panel. We talked about the global panel of the decade with Alison. Thank you, Alison, for being with us. We heard about the initiatives in Brazil and on the point of view of Earthshot that goes beyond that. Go beyond the governments that try to put together all the stakeholders to talk together, to put together. And I'd like to conclude here. And thanks for your time. Thanks for the invitation to be able to have this panel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Leticia and panelists. Let's do our picture. We can even have an Alice here in this picture. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. On the second panel, we have a quick team here, very effective colleagues. Let's go to our second panel, dedicated to the challenges and opportunities on diplomacy and governance for Nexus Ocean-Climate. This discussion is going to talk about multilateral task forces, maritime management, coast governance, and articulation between science, public policies, and financing. Let's invite to the panel Alexander Turra, professor at the University of São Paulo University, coordinator of the UNESCO chair for the sustainability of the ocean. Amandine Chevet, manager of business of Ocean Pact. Ana Paula Prates, director of the Department of Ocean and Coastal Management on the Secretary of Climate Change. Please, Sheswat Koirala, leader in ocean economy, sustainable and climate transition, OCDE. He's going to be with us remotely. And Andrei Polejak, director of innovation and research on NPO, National Institute for Oceanic Research. Good morning. We have here a great panel to talk about governance and diplomacy for the ocean. On the bias on climate and ocean, on Nexus, that today is central for our lives and for the economical activities and sustainable activities for the planet. And for that, it's great to see that our predecessors brought very important topics. First, Tamara inspired us to think outside the box and to imagine difference in this planet, followed by Alison, Andrea, Philip, They brought many perspectives that are interest for diplomatic work and governance, and many of those topics. If Felipe is still here, please, could you see some of the activities we are already executing from ocean community that is really alive in Brazil, that's bringing essential elements for the diplomacy and governance that made Brazil the leader on negotiation of the treaty or high sea treaty. We moved a lot, we developed a lot on the options we have for solutions based on ocean. In Brazil, they are incredible. And in this panel, we're going to have the opportunity to talk about governance, diplomacy, that include the rights and the duties of all, and the institutions and its relations in a world environment.
And diplomacy that's so important for these matters to get to the implementation. I am Andrei Polajak. I am Director of Research and Innovation of the most recent public policy, which is the creation of an institute for oceanic research. And our goal is to support the research and support the researchers in all the challenges that these ocean researchers they have in Brazil, but also get to bring this knowledge to a global and national level. And that's why we've been having efforts to solve problems of infrastructure that researchers suffer, but also maturing this knowledge so that the public power could empower from what Brazil is bringing as its best. Today, it's a big pleasure for me to be the moderator of this table because I have a lot of friends here. First, Alexander Turva, he's a big partner. He's bringing an academic perspective for this debate. And then Ana Paula Prates, which was the order we established that brings governmental point of view from the Department of Climate Changes, and also Amandine, who is our partner. Our institutions have been dating for a while. They're bringing a perspective, and online we have Ashwat that's bringing us intergovernmental research, and we are able to cover all the sectorial elements in our agenda in a way that's very clear for all of us that are here, but also the opportunities that we have to invest and financing and funding for this area of research and implementation of public policies. I prepared a few special orders for our panelists, so I would like them to think in their own perspectives what would be the 2 or 3 main priorities considering the necessities of the society and the combat of the climate crisis, and also for them to think what are the main opportunities that investors could take advantage on funding for solutions for the oceans, and what is making the investments in ocean being so low as they are today. So let's start with Alexander Turra. He is biologist, communicator. He is a professor of the University of São Paulo, and he is a coordination of the chair in UNESCO to sustainability of the ocean. So he wants to promote a proximity between ocean and society. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the ones that are home. This is such an important matter, and we have such a noble space on our institute that's focusing on this theme, and also taking advantage of São Paulo Ocean Weeks that starts tomorrow at Memorial of America Latina. We have other institutions like MMA, IMPO, so a big number of partners that are summing up in this effort of promoting these reflections that we're talking about here. That, of course, go through the cultural of the ocean, the strengthening of the science. This is where I'm going to navigate a little bit more. So, the perspectives, even though we have all these efforts and all these movements, and Brazil is a country that is part of the international agenda when talking about the ocean, the future is not so good. The perspective of us having a value invested in science, invested in forming human resources with, for example, master's degrees and doctor's degrees. Even though we had tried really hard to increase the amount of the scholarships, we are not able to overcome these challenges. We're talking about infrastructure of people, of conditions, of having a good work in these spaces of researching and teaching. And why do we have that? One of the big problems that is going to make us have a lot of difficulties is our capacity of investment. So it's a matter of funding of our economy. So Taiwan cannot let me lie. This is a matter of funding. We are not going to solve this problem taking it from somewhere and putting it elsewhere. We need to make it on a way in which the richness and the resources we have, it's better managed and it's reinvested here for the right things. And then there are things we need to improve. This is a biologist trying to talk about economy. You can imagine how chaotic it is, but I think this is the way for us to respond. Structuring matters that relay on all of these aspects, and the capacity of the department of the environment, the Ministry of the Environment. Cabo already mentioned it when we had this event about him, and we always wanted him to have this passage as ministers, like him and Marina. They are a big couple of ministers. They always say that their budget is very, very small. It's small, but it's systemic. How long do I have? Now I have less, right? Okay. It's systemic, is important, it's hyper relevant. On the 22nd, now we're gonna have the World Day of Biodiversity. So we have this portal on Estadão that's dedicated to sustainability, and we're gonna have something there. We have a lot of relevant things. Brazil has the biggest program of ecological studies. It's 28 years of this program with 55 sites spread all over Brazil, including the coastal zone. And this was built, and it has been built with a lot of difficulties and things to be overcome. In 2 or 3 years, we're going to have a new call, and we need to guarantee resources so that these projects are maintained for more 4 years and then more 4 years, so that we have this series, because without them we cannot think. And they only exist because we have infrastructure, we have human capital, we have scientific capital. The second biggest temporal series about sea level in the Southern Hemisphere is in Cananea, in the Oceanographic Institute. So 70 years of measurement that show us a medium elevation of 4 millimeters per year. So without this information, we cannot follow. But it doesn't matter if we have this, but we don't have the altimetry measurements that match with the sea level. So this is an effort that the Ministry of Environment started in 2018, and that today is been putting on as one of the goals of the National Plan for Coastal Management. This was shared yesterday. And this is something, this intelligence is the matter, this science, this knowledge, it needs to be generated and shared. And this is the challenge. How can we do that? How can we create conditions for it, including people that were not trained by it? And I include myself on this universe. So during the past years, I've been trying to talk about this publishing of science, but it takes time. I've been trying to talk inside what we're talking about scientific diplomacy, and it takes time because you need to talk, you need to listen, you need to speak, you need to prepare yourself, you need to move many of the times, and we need to travel and be far from my family, far from the emails we cannot read. All of us are aware of that here, right? It's chaos being out of your base. And then we try to rearrange that, and this is something that needs to be strengthened. How can we do that on a damaged structure that doesn't understand how important it is? So this is the aspect we need to work on. How can we form people that can understand others' limitations? This is such an incapacity, you know? People like to complement each other, but they do not see the difficulties other people have. This is our reality, the reality of Universidade from Rio de Janeiro, University of São Paulo, all the ministries, all the companies, and IMPO, right? So this is something we have. We have these challenges. I wanted to bring in this speech. This is something that's a little more visceral, saying we need to be coherent. And to have these changes that we need so much, we need to change a few paradigms. And they not necessarily change if we do not see the matter as a whole. So it's necessary for us to see that and to make the right points. Sometimes we are arguing and creating matters with the ones that are close to us, and we are not seeing the big problem. The big problem is capacity of investment. How can we solve that problem? It's an economical model that needs to be adjusted, converted, so that it can benefit those who are working and generating resources. These are us that are here working and talking about it. I don't want to extend myself a lot on it, but I wanted to bring this. But I was born for this, and I think you know that. But sometimes we feel down, but it doesn't last long. You know that. And I think we have very clear elements. Pazos, my dear friend from BNDES, he has a great work of potentializing the support of the conservation of marine biodiversity and planning this space. BNDES has been having a strategic function in the country, just as other institutions like SEBRAE that has been supporting the supply, the value chains, the micro and small businesses that are fundamental for our economy and to strengthen blue economy, not only in the sea. So the message I'm bringing is thinking in a systemic way, we need to put a few drops of oil in a few correct points to make this wheel turning. And this is what Sergio's been doing. This is what Seth's been doing. They're looking at the sea. And this couple, this climate and society, it has a hiatus. And this hiatus is the ocean. So we need to bring these connections. And society needs to understand their role as academy, as citizens, but also as private initiative. This is how I'm gonna finish. One of these days, I wrote a text, and the title was "Doesn't Matter Ocean," because the Brazilian entrepreneur doesn't know how to swim. This is the newest title, and this is the newest. This is the biggest truth. And this is also something that I removed from the test, but this is a point. It doesn't matter if you're accounting or how is my brand going to show up there. I cannot even describe this. And requiring exclusivity from brands in the sector. Come on, the ocean is so big. We need everyone. And then a company will come and say, no, I want to be exclusive. If you want to be exclusive, it's not going to be with me because that doesn't make sense for me. And then we need to work on it. How can we bring this public to work on the right things for the right reason? Because if they're doing the right thing, most of the times it's not because of the right reason. And this is something we need to change. We need to create a dialogue pathway so that things will change on the entrepreneurs. This is not easy, but we're going to be doing this much more because all the companies in Brazil have the blue tone. They just need to identify it and they need to work on it with purpose so that we can have durable support, not only working on a circular logic and not working straight. I started shrimps my whole life, and it's important for us to walk straight. This is what I wish. and finding this pathway so that we can overcome these challenges, so that we can improve. Thank you very much, Tuha, and really, Tura's message here comes, of course, also from a personal point of view and academic point of view. Investing in infrastructure and in personnel is a solution to overcome our challenges. Now, my dear friend Ana Paula Prats is a doctor in oncology and a fish engineer specialist in coast businesses, and she's been acting for many years with biodiversity in Brazil, protection of marine areas. She is currently the director of the Direction of the Ocean and Climate Change. Anna, please make yourself comfortable. Just a correction. It's been more than 25 years I've been working with it. So I brought a few slides. I don't know if they're ready or not to be seen. First, thank you for the invitation, for the opportunity of being here. Even though the crowd here, everybody knows each other, we also have the opportunity of many other actors that are getting into this ocean matter. And I'm really thankful for this opportunity. So I brought here a few slides just so we could start talking about governance, since this is the name of our panel, but also talking about everything that has been done and what public policies we have been touched by Brazil or the federal government, just as Andre mentioned. Just so we're on the same page here, I'm gonna need to stand up. I don't like to keep on looking at slides while I'm sitting. So this was great because Tamara already talked about it, Leticia, everyone. But it's important for us to always remember, even though we learn at school that there are many oceans, there is one big ocean that links all of us, but there are many basins. So this is why it's important for us to talk about international agreements, because everything that connects us is atmosphere and the ocean. And for us to maintain, the ocean is the biggest climate regulator in the planet. And when I talk about it, I'm not only talking about this water that covers 70% of our planet. I'm mainly talking about biodiversity. Because if it weren't for biodiversity, the aquatic biodiversity, we wouldn't have this function being done. But to maintain this, it's necessary for us to recall the health and protect biodiversity. Because what's been happening is we've been mistreating this water. We have been mistreating the whole planet, including the ocean. And what we see over these last data regarding ocean temperature that is getting more and more scary. Leticia has all this data that she can show us, but not a long time ago, we started seeing a very meaningful leap in these temperatures, and it's very important for us to look at them. And that's why our mission is this. I think the biggest and the mainly investment society needs to make, being entrepreneurs, academy, public institutions, we need to work with maintaining the ocean, with keeping the ocean. Because even if we have this, we need to stop the fuels, as we mentioned, because Tamara talked about it, because then we can start from that point. But besides that, we need to recapitulate the health of the ecosystems, especially the ocean.
Our mission on the Ministry of Environment is to create, since 2023, Department of Ocean and Coastal Governance. Was important, was a milestone, because we were able to be born with this mission to include the ocean, the coastal zone on the climate policies, national and internationally. Since then, doing this exercise that we try to control this, build this timeline. What were we able to do since 2023 till now? It was very important with the presence of President G20. We were able to include the topic ocean on those discussions, on those task forces, and the declaration of the presidents as well. And we put three main things we should do. The G20 countries demand that from themselves and the next countries. That would have the agree to the High Sea Treaty. That countries could do the planning of the maritime, the ecosystems should be, in reality, tool to decarbonization, a strong tool for decarbonization. When you look at the sea, let's put more wind farms, let's do more mining, let's do at the sea, let's reduce the carbon of the ships. No, it's not about it. If you keep looking at the ocean like that, without organization, without ecosystem bias, not looking to the most sensitive ecosystems, we're going to be making the same mistakes again. That's why this planning for the oceans, that's considered a tool. And the inclusion, the requests for the countries include in their goals of NDCs and biodiversity, the topics based on ocean. After that, last year, the ocean year for us, because we had UNOC conference, at the UNOC conference in Nice, and following many events since last year was the ocean year, but this is also ocean year. We're doing many works in this front, elevating the ocean to its patama, to its position. And this UNOC conference, we were able to have the President of Brazil and the Ministry of Science and Development, the Ministry of Environment. For the first time, we could have the highest level of the government talking about the ocean. In reality, the goal 3030 was back then with the countries that are part of the biodiversity treaty. Brazil play a main role there, and that's why we have this treaty and this goal. And to reinforce this goal voluntarily. We're going to reach this 3030 goal, and many other things we have there with the voluntary commitment. Back then, we were able to, Brazil and France started the blue NDCs, stimulating that the countries could put solutions based on the oceans on your NDCs. And Brazil did it. Everything that we were talking about, we were as well saying we agree with that, and let's put that in our. That was the first time Brazil put that in the NDC, solutions based on the ocean, in COP30. That was the crown of this movement. How good to have you here, Luisa. We were able to flood COP30 with the oceans topics, and we did that with Blue Package on this agenda, strengthening the agenda of the oceans on high-level discussions, and in the mobilization of the civil society. That was great. And we have here Eloisa with us today. We have the House for the Ocean Voice. It was really, we dive in the ocean discussion. And during the COP30, Brazil delivered the Charter of Ratification of BBNJ to Terrace, the ratification of BBNJ. That was quicker than everybody imagined, and taking part on the high-level discussion Ocean Panel, which we call a group of friends that has goals that are working with the conservation of the oceans. In Brazil, I'd like to summarize. Let's remember, we have NDC, all those goals. Climate plan, we have the strategy for the oceans and coastal zone. And the thematic plan for adaptation of the oceans and the coastal zone. And EPAM, that strategy for biodiversity. And here, that's the climate plan in Brazil that was approved. There is the part of mitigation with 8 sectorial plans, the part of adaptation with 16 sectorial plans and topics, ocean and coastal zone, and traditional communities, which I like to highlight, that is part of this whole strategy, the guardians of this biodiversity. And here, the summary showing everything that we have in thematic plan of coastal zone and oceans. There was inspiration for the blue packet that we launched at the COP, where we have to reach 30% of marine area protect, and the ratification of PNGC and the elaboration of the spatial maritime plan with the Modesal and all the other plans and task forces. All those task forces and plans are specifics, but they converge and they are part of the climate plan. Those things should talk, they should converge. And to conclude, I know that here we have expectations for investment, but we also are able to create more recently in 2018, Ocean Fund that's only start working now with this government, which is in reality a specific account that we had at FUBIL for in the project Jeff Moore, where they have capitation of funds for all those public policies in Brazil for the sea, to protect some ocean protection zones, and strategical policies like PAM, sustainable use of the maritime zones, and the creation of data banks. And to conclude here, to show to you the new map of the maritime protect zones, where they have behind the head of Tura, where we have Albardão, increasing to 27% our protect zone. This is a great milestone. We do not invest in conservation, we're not going to be able to have nothing more, nothing else. Nothing can be sustainable if we do not invest in protection, conservation. And everything that we do is with all partners together, with Ministry of Science, the Navy, BNDES, our financial government bank, and the civil society. And without those partners and the scientific community, we can do nothing. Boticário Foundation, Greenpeace, WWF, everybody getting together, Ocean Voice here. We have to support each other. We are a great community because nobody can do anything alone. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anna. Great work. We should applaud this work because it's hard to do. Now, Amandini, manager of new business of Ocean Pact, one of the main companies of environmental and maritime services, which manages a community that's going to plan, design the community economy for the next generation and new structures for governance and market. She studied in Europe based on intersection of developing new strategies for business and blue transition in Brazil. Amandine, please. Thank you, André. First of all, I'm happy to be here sharing the space in this panel, in this conference that focuses on investment and investors that have the ocean in the center. It's important to dive in these topics with so many stakeholders that gather to. I'm happy to see so many faces I know and so many important stakeholders. And I'm curious about being happy to see you again. I ask myself, how many people here are real investors? How many people here are part of the financial market? Please, can you raise your hand? Very few people. So please get your friends back here. Bring your friends back here because we are here to bring this agenda to the market. We can talk among us if we want to change things, but for them to move forward, to get to the next level, for us to go beyond the academy and the government, to go beyond protection and conservation, and be a sustainable business, we need to talk to the financial stakeholders, the people that are on the other rooms. So let's bring them here. We're going to have a talk from Taiwan, I believe. Christian as well. That's going to talk about maritime decarbonization. So it's interesting to see that we still need to have more people from the financial market. I prepared here some notes. I need to work with my notes. What do I want to bring here today for the investors, mainly? I want to talk about the perception that is changing now. We hear a lot about creating this momentum about the ocean. When we go to those ocean events, we talk about the momentum. We have many events, we have many things happening, and behind it, we need to change this paradigm. If we think together, sorry for my Portuguese, we saw the ocean as a frontier, a bridge to get to different places, a medium to throw waste, and a medium to make business. And our relation with the ocean through this perception was always to limit the economic activities with the ocean, to protect the ocean from the economy, to protect the ocean from the industry. If today we have this change of perception where we can see two things. One, finally, we are not protecting the ocean against the economy, but the ocean is the infrastructure from the global economy. There is no single system on the earth that we use that connect more us than the ocean. We have this perception that is a change of paradigm to protect the ocean from the economy. The second point is that we understand now that many of the solutions for the climate and the great changes we are having now concentrates on the ocean. About when we talk about the opportunities and the execution, the answers are in the ocean. The new economical paradigm that is being born with the ocean. And when we talk about this new frontier of economical development and social development that the countries need now, I don't know how do we say it now, politically correct, global north, or I don't know how to say it now. But there is a slide that I like, I'm not using today. That's a Earth map showing the investment and innovation ecosystem. Incubators, angels, competitions for innovation, and so on. And we see a concentration, very strong concentration in USA, Europe, Asia and Oceania, and Latin America, and South America, and Africa, nothing. So now that's the moment for us, Brazil, to look at the opportunities we have, especially considering that Brazil is a country with a huge coastal zone. We are facing the South Atlantic, where we're going to have lots of opportunities for the new treaties. They are being signed now, and they need implementation. As Felipe said, about some technologies in UGNA, acoustics, we need to invest in technologies that allow us to manage in scale. It's not time now to implement BBNG like in a fragmented way. We need to converge. There's the opportunity now for Brazil. I don't know how much time I have. So I was able only to do the introduction of what I had to say. I have only a single minute now. We talked about opportunities. Everybody's going to go back to those solutions for climate change, technology, adaptation, resilience, climate resilience. There is a lot to explore here. Oceanic community, that's a group of solutions that we need to develop. The second question is about leverage. The mistake, the problem is not on funds. We have trillions of dollars that are promised to climate funds, on the private funds. The problem is to start those projects. What we need now is more bridges in between the actors that have science, that know how to prioritize, governance tools, tools that can create a structure can help the investors to trust it. We need actors like Ocean Pact that have assets, boats, scientists that have the capacity to escalate that, to do this network and building. We need the financial market informed and to take part on our panels and not stay only in the agribusiness and forest protection. That's also important. I think this is it, and that's what I want to talk about. We're going through an important moment because we do not starting gathering, work together with initiatives where we gather, with initiatives where we work together, think on innovative solutions to go outside the box. We're going to lose our path. Europe and USA are coming with technology, with their own methodologies that do not adapt to the Brazilian reality. They're coming with the capital, the funds, and so on. So if you want to know the rest of my presentation, please come to me and let's talk on the coffee break.
Thank you very much, and I agree with you because I see that on these forums where we're talking, there is a little bit of ignorance about what's happening, not only about solutions and opportunities of investment, but how much we've walked in Brazil in relation to the ocean. It's not little. And it's because of it's because of this as Brazil is a big exponent in these forums. And we need to show that we are not only this inside the panel. Now, let's go to Sashwa. He is an economist through the Chicago University with a master's degree, and he is the leader of the OECD about sustainability, development. We are so sorry for the delay.
Just checking. Can you hear me? Okay. Perfect. So I do have slides there. So first, let me just say my apologies for not being able to be there in Sao Paulo. But it is a pleasure to be here virtually. My name is Shashwat Koirala. I currently lead the OECD's work on sustainable ocean economy and development cooperation. If we could go to the next slide, please. So the work that we do at the OECD, maybe I can say a few words about what the OECD is. We are not a bank. We are not a financial institution. We're not a business. So we are essentially an intergovernmental organization that sets standards. Our bread and butter is policy research and policy advice, and our motto is to promote better policies for better lives. So in many ways, in this conversation on finance and investment, I feel quite at home in a session that's focused on governance and diplomacy, because it really goes to some of the questions that we seek to answer. I particularly lead the work on sustainable ocean economy and development cooperation, which is two tracks. The first is in equipping development cooperation providers, so whether they're development banks, aid agencies, or others, in supporting the ocean in a more effective way. And then the second is providing policy support and advice to partner countries on integrated ways to advance a sustainable ocean economy. On the slides, you'll see several pieces of work that we've done. I won't go into them in much detail, but I really wanted to take this opportunity today to highlight three key messages that really focus on this nexus between ocean governance and ocean finance and investment. And the main thing, if you take away anything from my talk today, is that essentially governance and finance cannot be taken apart. They really need to be working together, because governance sound policies are necessary to mobilize finance because they set the policy conditions necessary to generate incentives, to de-risk investments from the demand side. But importantly, they also direct finance. And so in many ways, governance and policies are a tool to ensure that finance is a means to an end, not an end itself. But the flip side of it, you'll also see, is that sound governance itself requires funding and means of implementation. So governance requires finance. So if we could go to the next slide. So the first key message that I have for you is that, and I've alluded to this, is that sound governance enables finance, and integration is a practical necessity for sound governance. And so what do I mean by this? As I said earlier, we know that a sound policy and governance environment is an enabler of finance. It reduces policy uncertainty. It provides a kind of sense and a direction for where finance and capital should flow. And this is something that we've seen a lot in our country level work, that without a sound policy setting, it's very difficult to get a sense of what are the financing needs, what are the financing instruments. So it really is the bedrock for finance and investment. The ocean is admittedly a bit complicated because it's a space of multiple uses. I mean, the title of the event today, the Ocean-Climate Nexus, kind of already alludes to that. The ocean can contribute to climate action. It can help contribute to biodiversity protection, structural transformation. And this makes the potential of the ocean in supporting sustainable development quite high. But it also increases the risk of kind of conflicts in use. Do we prioritize offshore renewables versus fishing access? Do we prioritize protected areas versus coastal livelihoods? So because of these potential for conflicts in use and also co-benefits, if we don't think about managing the ocean in an integrated way, we are not going to be honest about some of the trade-offs of doing one thing versus another, and we won't be able to capitalize on some of the shared benefits across all of these things. And this is why in our guidance that we launched at the UN Ocean Conference about a year ago, what we really say is any cooperation efforts, development cooperation efforts, should anchor themselves in 4 interlinked goals, which are kind of elaborated on the graphic on the screen. Because without this kind of bedrock, any capital that is deployed will land badly. In other words, finance cannot be effective without this integrated approach in governance. And so what does it mean in practice? Because so far I've really spoken in conceptual terms. So integrated governance in practice, it means making sure the sectoral plans are aligned. There are, in many cases, we see examples of national ocean strategies, tools like marine spatial planning, coordination bodies, so that enable coordination across different ministries that have responsibilities for different parts of the ocean. All of these are practical ways in which we can make governance integrated and set up the foundation for capital to flow in an effective way. And when we developed the guidance for development cooperation providers, what we saw was that while there is momentum towards integrated ocean policies and integrated ocean governance, in many countries at a national level, it is quite nascent. And this is especially true in lower and middle income countries. So what we argue as a recommendation in this guidance is that as a starting point for where finance and perhaps more specifically funding should go, policy support and strengthening governance is a key priority. So that's my first message. The second message flows from the fact that governance isn't just a national challenge. The international framework matters too, and it's shifting. If we could go to the next slide. So governing the ocean is quite challenging at a global level because of its transnational nature. I was born in Nepal. It's a landlocked country. We have no exclusive economic zones under our jurisdiction, but the citizens of the country in which I was born are directly affected by what happens to the ocean, because the ocean is such an important carbon sink. So this creates this weird challenge multilaterally of how do we make sure we protect the ocean, even for countries that do not have an EEZ. The ocean has an important role to play. And so the positive here is that at the international level, the governance landscape has moved quite positively. And no doubt we've heard about the ratification and the entry into force of the BBNJ agreement and the first Ocean Cup upcoming in 2027. But beyond that, there have been other important milestones in ocean governance. In 2025, there was the World Trade Organization's Fisheries Subsidies Agreement. And there are follow-on discussions in terms of negotiating on overcapacity. But all of that to say, these positive movements in ocean governance come with an important caveat, because if we want to translate global commitments to national or subnational implementation, we need to have the means of implementation. And these means, and what I mean by the means of implementation, is really finance, funding, investment. And this is particularly true, again, for lower and middle income countries, because relative to their resources, the kind of obligations that new commitments introduce are much more costly. That being said, some of the agreements that have come up, including the BBNJ, and you'll see on the screen there, they do establish contours of new financing mechanisms, whether they're voluntary trust funds, whether they're funds for technical assistance, and so on. Despite all of this positive momentum on global ocean governance, there are stalled processes. We have the Global Plastics Treaty that stalled at the August of last year. There is now the delayed adoption of the IMO's net zero framework. And it's important to keep these in mind from a finance and investment perspective as well, because eventually, should these treaties get adopted, should these treaties be ratified, they will require means to implement them. But in the meantime, for lower and middle income countries, one of the most important things that we argue in our guidance, but also we hear through our country level work when we provide policy support, is that a key consideration is how do we fund the engagement of countries in the negotiations themselves? Because as these treaties and governance agreements are being shaped, we want them to be inclusive, we want them to be equitable, and the best way to do so is by supporting engagement further upstream. Just to wrap up this second key message, the main point I want you to take away here is that funding and financing needs to be a bit forward-looking with respect to ocean governance, especially recognizing that the governance architecture is evolving and will likely continue to do so in the next few years. And then maybe if we go to the final slide. Perfect. So I've alluded to lower and middle income countries quite a bit in the first two key messages, but I really want to double down in this slide, because we recognize that development finance has a key role in supporting lower and middle income countries for whom the ocean represents an incredible source of livelihoods, but who are also at the very forefront of some of the ocean related risks like climate change. In our guidance on ocean related development finance, we kind of trace some of the barriers to finance and investment into the ocean, and some of them are more macroeconomic, which are related to the debt levels of certain countries or fundamental capacity constraints. But some of them are, related to project level financial barriers, whether it's high project costs, long payback horizons, unproven revenue streams, and collectively, all of these deter finance and investment into the ocean. And when we look at these barriers and when we look at development finance, it becomes clear that development finance is very uniquely placed to address these challenges. It can fund public goods that private capital won't touch, such as marine data systems, ecosystem restoration, regulatory reform. It can absorb early stage risk that deter other investors and capitalize private capital through blended structures. So it is a really valuable resource, but we know over the past year that this resource is growing increasingly finite. Between 2024 and 2025, we saw a drop in official development assistance from Development Assistance Committee members of roughly 23%. But even if we were to take a step back from that, our tracking of ocean-related development finance shows that Ocean ODA has accounted for a very small percentage of total ODA, roughly about 1% every year, and sustainable ocean ODA, so activities that explicitly target environmentally sustainable activities, are less than 1% on average over the past 15 years or so. So how do we address this? And I think this is kind of an important question going forward for the international community. The first goes back somewhat to my first point about integration. We not only need to integrate governance, but we need to integrate the financing. We already have climate and biodiversity finance commitments on the books. Ocean measures are systematically underleveraged in meeting them. So one of the things that we can do is ensure that the solutions that we identify to meet our climate and biodiversity finance commitments are very, very cognizant of the role of the ocean, and ocean finance is used as a way to meet climate and biodiversity commitments. The second is on innovative financial instruments. So naturally, when I say development finance is shrinking, public finance in general is under pressure, there's a tendency to look at innovative financing tools such as blue bonds, blue carbon, debt for nature swaps. And these are tools that have use cases, but I would heed caution. I would caution against treating them as a panacea. In our work that we did in South Asia at the moment, one of the things the conclusions we came to is that in most cases, innovative financial instruments still require public backing in the form of either technical assistance from ODA guarantees or so on. It's because these instruments to date have not shown economic viability in of it themselves, and they require high implementation capacity. So all that to say, these instruments are valuable, they may serve a purpose, but they still require some sort of public backing. So any use of them or any focus on them should really take the question of additionality seriously, meaning that do these instruments generate new resources? And do they generate better outcomes than direct support from public institutions? So that's the final message. And if we just go to the last slide, what I just want to say is it's a pleasure to be here. And I think about a year ago was the third UN Ocean Conference, and it was really a milestone in ocean diplomacy. And it's great to see that nearly a year on from then, the conversation is still continuing. And I know the backdrop, the multilateral system has changed in the past 12 months or so, but we firmly believe that the ocean is a strong contributor to sustainable development. And for that, continued efforts on ocean governance, diplomacy, and of course, finance and investment are indispensable. So thank you very much.
Can you hear us? We're gonna use the translators. So this is for all of you. We're out of time already. I have a paper screaming and here in front of me, it's almost exploding. So I was wondering if each of you could bring one main message or a recommendation for each of our panelists so that we can finish, since we won't have time for questions. Sasha, can you hear us? Can you give us only one recommendation?
Yes, I can hear you. I think in terms of one recommendation, just focusing on finance and investment, I would say we need to shift a little bit from the question of volumes of finance to the impact that finance actually generates. And there, the question of governance is key, but equally important is the question of capacity, because it's great if finance is available, but if that finance is not absorbed, meaning that there aren't projects to support, meaning that it cannot be directed in the right towards the right needs, then it serves not a lot of purpose. So not only focusing on volumes of finance and investment, but also in the impact it generates.
Thank you. Amandine, please. I think the message is that we need to work together. And this is a message for us talking in the same language that all the multilateral banks are working. This catalytic capital that we can look for, and speaking the same language as the investors of the commercial and private market. Thank you. Anna, please. So I think a message that's very important that we need to share is that conserving the ocean is helping ourselves. So implementing all the actions of the climate plan and believing that Climate change is something real. I think this is one of the main priorities, especially this year. Tura, with you. I think the message is rice and beans. We need to work with what we have. Sometimes we need to run away from very different things and magics. I don't know how they will translate that. But the fact is that we need to start with the basic. We have a lot of companies in Brazil that are giving us that do not care about the ocean. They need to stop with licensing wrong things. This is fundamental. And they need to understand their tons of blue to incorporate our politics of ocean governance. Ocean is there. This is the fourth crisis we need to combat. We have pollution, climate, and we also have the hypocrites that we need to overcome. This is not something difficult. The ocean captivates us. Here in the story we are bought, the last part of the comic shows us the power of destruction of the ocean. Even the character that didn't like taking a shower started rethinking his relation with the water. And besides that, we have a president whose name he shares with a maritime creature. So this is something, we cannot change. Thank you, everyone. We are finishing our panel. I wish you all a great event. We are not only creative, but we also have solid institutions in this country that could be mechanisms of both investments and future projects. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to invite all of you for a picture. Thank you.
Going to start soon our third panel. Thank you very much, Luana. This panel is going to talk about, we're going to discuss in this panel, we're going to talk about financial instruments and innovative tools for development of solutions and opportunities for blue economy. We'd like to invite our panelists together with us, as I say, Carlos Miranda, founder and CEO of X8 Investments. That's going to be represented by Carlos is here. Carlos is here with us. Sorry. Welcome. Invite also Nabil Kadri, Director of Environment at BNDES. Luis Hips, Global Leader of Blue Economy Sustainable on WWF International, is going to be with us remotely. Piera Tortora, Special Advisor at OCDE for financing, private financing, investment in blue economy, who is going to be with us remotely. And to moderate this conversation, we invite Tawan Santos, Professor of the Program of Postgraduation in Maritime Studies of the Naval War from the University. Hello, guys. Good afternoon. I would like to start that I have a great challenge here. Our panel is the only thing that is between you and lunch. And the second thing, being the last before lunch, we're going to accumulating some delay. So we're going to have less time. We're not going to have time for Q&A. To being the last panel before lunch facilitates our work. The previous panel, many of the things they were talking about connect to the blue economy. That obviously is going to help us to not reinforce some topics that we need to speak. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's an honor being here in this panel, moderating. And a topic that's very important to me. Blue economy, I think about 25 hours a day. The only program on post-graduation maritime studies on our university, on our school, which shows the lack of studies to this topic before oceanography, biology, and other engineerings like fish engineering and naval engineering. And to congratulate Wix for the organization of this panel. We're going to have great panels. I hope you had more time to interact and debate. A great level. Thank you. I took some notes here to start some things that we should talk here today. I'm going to start with our colleagues that are virtual, remotely, and then I'm going to talk to our colleagues that are here in person with us. Well, have lots of data that appeared from OCDE that I don't need my graphs here to have a more dynamic conversation. It's important to highlight that the blue economy, more than ever, is the main player, plays the main role on the conference of UNO for Nice, those conferences we had for oceans. That's why we're talking a lot about blue economy. The previous weekend, we had the first great forum for blue economy in Monaco, which is put the tone to the discussions at Nice. A big part of international commerce goes through the sea transportation. As we said, how the logistic chains depend a lot by the oceans and the seas, which are seen as just as a route, as a access to markets, and a medium to throw waste at it. And we should look at the oceans as a business opportunity. As a economy professor, I like to provoke saying that we should not do more of the same. We should not reproduce things, not sustainable practices that we are doing on land at the sea. We should do different things. And this is in connection to other topics, governance, like participation, inclusion, gender, youth, e-cops, artisans, fishers, the academia, the civil society, and in our Congress, we should bring to the debate actors that do not belong traditionally to this discussion. Amandine says something very important. How many of us is working with the financial market? How many of us that work with economy and finance went to a climate event and didn't hear about ocean, blue? I went to many congresses that we do not talk about blue economy and those things. When we talk about sustainable finance, how many panels we have about the oceans? And when we have, it's a single panel. It's Convert, talk about two converts. And we should go out of our bubble. I could talk 50 minutes by myself about it, but first of all, please, our first guest, I cannot read her bio. You can read their bios at the website. Please, Luis Hips from WWF. In the first moment, our dynamics is going to be the panelists are going to have a brief 4 minutes of speech. Let's share our time. We are with delay. At the end, to congregate our speeches, I'm going to ask you some questions. First, Luis, please talk about risks associated to continue doing business as usual on blue economy and the benefits for us to start focusing a really sustainable blue economy. The floor is yours.
I just want to check first that you can hear me. Just a thumbs up. Yeah. Good. I know online can hear me, but hopefully you can hear me there. So it's great to hear that you're thinking about the blue economy 25 hours a day, because unfortunately, until quite recently, the ocean wasn't really considered by decision makers to be a significant part of our economy, and it was largely out of sight, out of mind. So I really want to start by highlighting the enormous social and economic value that the ocean provides. And I am the global lead on sustainable blue economy for WWF. And back in 2015, we developed a report which showed that the value of the ocean is $24 trillion, releasing benefits of up to $2.5 trillion per annum. And I'm sure Pierre will tell you that this substantive contribution to national and global economies is predicted to double during this decade. And that's being fired by trillions of dollars of mainstream finance targeted a vast range of marine sectors operating on and in coastal and offshore environments. And our own analysis has shown that globally, over the last 5 years, $1.45 trillion of private sector finance has been targeted at 29 seafood companies, 23 shipping companies, and 27 renewable energy companies alone. And globally, of course, these sectors are a vital source of income, employment, and food security, as well as energy security for many millions of people. But this so-called blue acceleration has been characterized by largely unsustainable development, and that has led us to a biodiversity and climate crisis in our ocean. And not least, it's affecting our ability to adapt and build resilience in a very rapidly changing climate. And these impacts are creating significant risk, not only to society, especially those living in coastal communities, of course, but also to business. And this is often referred to by many, including WWF, the business as usual economy or an unsustainable blue economy. And while the climate message is getting traction or some traction across the business and finance sector, private sector has not really fully made the connection between climate and ocean risk, nor the links between ocean degradation and their investments and portfolios. So to show the business as usual economy carries salient risks, WWF undertook a value at risk assessment through our Navigating Ocean Risk report, which revealed how changes to the physical and policy environment can impact assets and revenues across 6 major global blue economy sectors. And in doing so, we actually found that 66% of listed companies have exposure to ocean-related risks. And under a business as usual scenario, up to $8.4 trillion worth of assets and revenues are at risk over this 15-year period. But if we take action to align to the Paris Agreement and SDG targets, these losses would be obviously substantially reduced. So we really need to start asking ourselves how ambitions for social and economic resilience can be achieved if we're eroding the resource base on which we depend. And to achieve a safe and just space for humanity, we need to focus on building ecologically regenerative economies that are inclusive and that distribute their benefits equitably. And if managed sustainably, and as long as certain tipping points are not breached, the ocean does have enormous capacity to regenerate and provide substantial gains to society and business. And this was a key message delivered by Sir David Attenborough in his 2025 Ocean film. But it's critical that the finance sector permanently redirects these trillions of dollars of private capital towards sustainable development pathways if we're to drive forward the scale of positive change that we need. And that the maritime businesses they finance respond accordingly, as a minimum ensuring that they're following a mitigation hierarchy to significantly reduce harm to ecosystems and society as a whole. And to achieve this transition, we therefore need to urgently align policies and incentives towards a sustainable blue economy, which WWF defines as providing social and economic benefits for current and future generations, restores, protects and maintains diverse, productive and resilient marine ecosystems, and is based on clean technologies, renewable energy and circular material flows. So we've also translated these quite high-level definition into principles which highlight the importance of placing restoration, protection and sustainable management of ocean ecosystems as a primary objective, and outlines the need for very strong governance approaches, as Shashwat referred to earlier. So to deliver a safe and just space for all, it's also crucial that the transition to a sustainable blue economy is delivered at all levels, and most significantly, given the substantive role that coastal communities play in terms of local economies and as stewards of many globally important ecosystems, and therefore in delivering global and national commitments to biodiversity conservation and climate change, we must also ensure that they're empowered to develop in ways that secure their long-term needs without negatively affecting the ecosystems on which they depend. And I'm sure we're going to cover that topic maybe a little bit more in the conversation, but I'll leave my intervention at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Now I would like to bring, having on the same segue, also from OECD, which is an international organization that's fundamental on sharing international data about ocean economy. And I would like also to mention the channel we have around the world in Brazil as well. Not by chance, one of the main topics is the ocean. And important here is to create data about this ocean so we can understand it better and make the best decisions, implement policies and new investments. Please, Piera Tortora from OECD, could you, she's going to talk now about bring some trends, data, and the considerations, her initial considerations. The floor is yours, Petra.
Thank you so much, Tawan. Thank you so much, and thank you to the Institute for Climate and Society for the invitation to contribute to this conversation. I'm really sorry I cannot be with you in the beautiful Sao Paulo, but I'm really honored to still be part of this conversation. And well, so you heard already what the OECD is about from my colleague Shashwat, so I'll not get into that. But just to say that the OECD indeed works on several policy areas that are relevant to the blue economy. And so from Shashwat, you have heard about the work of the OECD on the ocean economy relationship to the development cooperation, how development cooperation can help promote the blue economy. But there is also several other parts of the OECD and other policy areas that are relevant to work on fisheries, work on ocean accounts. And what I will tell you about today is some of the thinking around some new work on the blue economy that we're developing at the OECD at the corporate level to leverage and build on some of these different policy areas across the house. As it was said, I would like to inject, first of all, some figures, some data, and also provide some considerations on the evolution of the ocean economy. And so perhaps if you could put on the first slide. I don't know if you can see the first slide, because I cannot see you.
Now it's working.
So I don't see it, but if you see a chart, I hope, oh, maybe it's loaded. Okay. Yes, so that's
We
good.
see our presentation.
Okay. So I trust that you can see the first. Oh, okay. Now I can see it as well. Perfect. Thank you so much. Starting from the evolution of the ocean economy, and here I'm saying ocean economy because, as we know, there's a plethora of definitions: blue economy, sustainable blue economy, ocean economy. But the first data that I'm going to show you are indeed about the ocean economy. So about economic activity happening in the ocean or using the ocean and coastal resources. You know, irrespective of whether these are sustainable or not. And so recent OECD analysis shows us that indeed the global ocean economy has doubled in real terms between 1995 and 2020, and that it reached about 2.6 trillion US dollars in gross value added in 2020. So this is what sometimes we also hear about in terms of the blue acceleration. So a very rapid expansion in economic activity linked to the ocean and coastal resources. The main sectors in the ocean economy have been offshore oil and gas. So this is why I wanted to say, you know, I'm talking about the ocean economy, not necessarily a sustainable ocean economy. Together with marine and coastal tourism, which have each generated close to $1 trillion. At the same time, the fastest the fastest growing sectors in the ocean economy have actually been offshore wind and marine renewable energies, although from a relatively small base. And in terms of geography, more than 75% of the global ocean economic growth during this period has originated in Asia and Pacific. So let me now turn to the next slide and share with you some considerations around the trends that we see in the ocean economy. So if you can go to the next slide, please. The first consideration is that this growth story is far from evenly distributed. So the so-called blue acceleration has certainly not been a tide that has lifted all boats equally. And so, for instance, for low and middle-income countries, we see that they depend very strongly on ocean-based sectors like fisheries and tourism, for employment, exports, and foreign exchange. But at the same time, they capture a small fraction of global value added from the ocean economy. And this is because they largely remain excluded from fast-growing and high-value segments of the ocean economy, such as, for instance, offshore wind, advanced marine technologies, and high-level, high-value aquaculture. And this is often because of a range of factors, including limited access to finance, technology, infrastructure, and policy-relevant data. But at the same time, this also shows us that some of these countries, and I think also Brazil is very much in this category of countries, have a lot of potential in terms of moving into new ocean industries and into some of the fast-growing and high-value segments of the ocean economy. A related point is also that many ocean industries are characterized by high capital intensity. Okay, I see that now the presentation is back on. Thank you.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but we had a technical problem. But you can keep on speaking because we are able to follow up.
Okay, super. So I'm talking about the first bucket that you see on your left. And I was saying that one related point is around the fact that many ocean industries are very high capital intensive, and they do show a very strong market concentration. And in fact, a recent study by Duke University did show that the largest 100 companies in the ocean economy do account for about 60% of all revenue generated in the ocean economy. And so concentration and capital intensity are particularly evident in offshore oil and gas, maritime transport, but also industrial fishing. And while concentration can support economies of scale and innovation and investment capacity, they also create challenges. It also creates challenges related to market access and competition, and also environmental accountability. So this really underlines the importance of effective governance frameworks and transparency mechanisms and policies that can also support small-scale operators and coastal communities. The second consideration that I wanted to bring to the table is that, like much of the global economy more broadly, also the ocean economy has become increasingly exposed to shocks and disruptions. We have seen it during the COVID-19 crisis, where we have this very strong disruptions in the maritime transport and tourism, but we're also experiencing it now, where during the ongoing crisis in the Middle East, we are seeing some of the risks linked to maritime choke points and the consequences that this can also have in terms of the resilience of value chains, but also in terms of energy security. So I think that this point really reinforces the need for, on one hand, building more resilient ocean-based industries and value chains, but also really support countries to use the ocean economy as a driver for diversification so that they can overall enhance their resilience. And the third consideration that I wanted to bring to the table when we look at the ocean economy is, of course, the challenge around environmental sustainability. We know that marine ecosystems are under growing pressures from climate change, overexploitation, pollution, and that the ocean is warming, is acidifying, losing oxygen, losing biodiversity. And I think it's really important to understand that this is not just impacting marine ecosystem, but really has an economic impact, a little bit like the police was saying. It really impacts on the capacity for the ocean economy to continue to grow. And I think this is a key message from our OECD work. But the good news is that there is indeed evidence that a sustainable use of the ocean economy, a sustainable blue economy, can bring solutions for climate action, for energy transitions, for resilient infrastructure, and that indeed, if managed sustainably, the ocean has an extraordinary regenerative potential. It can support food security through sustainable fisheries and aquaculture, sustainable foods, blue foods. It can provide low emission energy that strengthens energy security, and it can also enhance resilience through the protection and restoration of coastal ecosystems. So really the key question is not just observing where the ocean economy is going, but really making sure that we're setting in place the right policies that can indeed steer the ocean economies in a direction that allows us to seize these opportunities. And I'm sure that I can come back to these opportunities in a little bit more detail after and tell you a little bit more about also how the OECD is supporting countries seizing these opportunities. Thank you.
Sorry, I cannot not take the advantage of the problem with this presentation, that some data, they are so heavy that they didn't even want to show up. But I think Piera has some important information that I usually say in the classroom, that a good part of this representation so concentrated in Asia, or even part of this ocean economy being so concentrated in a few sectors like oil and gas and coastal maritime, it can also be seen as a big opportunities of development of the other areas and the other activities. So it's the perspective of a cup half full or half empty. So talking about an investment event and looking at the future, we do not only we not only can, but we should look at it as an opportunity for the world in particular and in Brazil. Now, talking about our Brazilian reality, I'm gonna let Nabil Kader from BNDES to speak. He's been a big partner in events here and outside as well, bringing a few data about how our bank, our National Bank for Development, has been addressing this, and of what exactly is BNDES Blue. Thank you very much. You have the floor. Thank you, Tawan. This is such a big opportunity to be here with you. Tawan is a big partner. I've also seen a lot of other partners here in the crowd. Well, I'm the superintendent of environment in BNDES. So what does Blue Agenda have to do with it? I think this is the big point of the entrance of BNDES. We need to recognize that the Institute, when they bring this debate and open this space for dialogue, gives us the opportunity of dialoguing, as Tawan said here, like one seminar, but it transbords. When we're looking at the impacts of the ocean management in climate agenda, or climate agenda in the oceans, sometimes we have a very segmented point of view and very sectorial point of view, segregating or separating them in boxes. But the difference of an entrance as BNDES in this debate is to transboard this subject as something that is extra sectorial, it's multifactorial. So this is a big advancement when we're talking about it. When we start thinking about the implications of a territory, so we're talking about Brazil, 8,000 kilometers of coast, of shore, it comes in different levels of geographical realities, following up with our whole territory, with a relation of the coast with this environment that's very diverse, not only economical, but leisure, religious, conservation, sustainable. So that means that the ocean for the Brazilian society has a lot of meanings, a lot of uses that are shared through several companies, entities, civil society in a very integrated way. And this is an aspect that is important for us when we're taking a look at Blue BNDES. So this is an initiative that was born 2 years and a half ago. It was born in January 2024 to integrate what we had been doing, but adding an extra step towards new activities. So stimulating, working with this convergence, not only for public authors, but also for private sector. And we divide it in 4 structures. So the first one would be structure. So maritime strategy planning. So this is an institutional effort. In Brazil, it has never been done before, and regarding the use of the maritime space. So we are supporting the studies that are basing this governance in south, southeast, and north. So the Ministry of Environment has also been supporting with these studies in the Northeast region, and also observing this multiplicity of authors and uses of this territory that is so big. And the second step would be conservation and restoration of maritime spots. So that would be taking a look at corals with a support agenda to support to monitoring projects of the coral ecosystem in Brazil, and most recently with a very specific and strong work looking at biodiversity, talking about ocean islands and ecosystem services of species that are of migrating species that are there. So we're trying to have this integrated point of view, not only about environmental point of view, but taking a look at these deliveries as economical deliveries and infrastructure deliveries. So when we are talking about the Manx, we are talking about the increase of the sea level, or in Santoso, in Rio, with very strong waves. So those areas, they can observe in a more efficient way this increase of the intensity of these waves, or even if this with this increase of the sea level. So this is a natural infrastructure that can handle the structure of adapting. And finally, the fourth step, it's taking a look at the economical sectors of these authors, of these actors that are working on the sea level. So we are talking about decarbonization of the sea fleets. We are talking about oil and offshore economy. So we are worrying, we are taking care inside of BNDES to find solutions and actions that are pointing to sustainability so that we can conserve and recompose these maritime segments. We have a short time, unfortunately. Every time we say something about financing, we think that there is a lack of money. But here's what I wanted to say. We are not lacking resources. We just need to face funding as something beyond money. We're talking about prioritizing, institutionalizing governance. So the resources are there. But when we position ourselves saying that the relevant themes have this specific cut of sustainability, decarbonization, adaptability, we are pointing to centralization and coordination of efforts. So an important matter we've been seeing here that's been advancing kind of fastly, it's recognizing that we really do need to create institutionalities and governances that could support the sustainable development of this territory that we have in the Brazilian Ocean. And BNDES is coming here to support it, not only with money, but also with governance and institutionality. I think there are a few keywords from your speak that I cannot not highlight them before going back to our last panelist. You talk a lot about sustainable development. So a bank of development, it needs to be aligned with an international agenda. We cannot talk about blue economy unlinking it to sustainable development. So of course, we're going to have to take a look at the economical factors, but we can never ignore the social, environmental, and climate matter, which is something we are highlighting here. And you used a term that I loved here, which is transboarding. I think we do need to transboard. And a lot of the panelists before said that we need to think outside the box, not do more of the same, that we need to talk to other sectors, not only with the ones who are already from Ocean Agenda. And this means thinking a little bit outside the box, even outside Agenda 2030. When we talk about it, we're talking about ODS forwarding, but the ocean is much more than that. It's transversion. It goes to many other topics. So I think it's important to have this perception that it's necessary to bring these different factors and points of view that will talk about governance. We also have international people on our crowd. Talking about this in Brazil is something complex. We are a huge country. We have thousands of kilometers of coast. We have a challenge of thinking at a maritime planning that to reflect to the local realities needed to be divided into areas because of the particularities of each regions. So it is a big challenge. That doesn't mean we do not have capacity, personnel, institution, and resources. but that doesn't minimize the challenge and the need of support, resources, and continuity that we need. So I think this is very important. And before letting Carlos speak, it's not that there is a lack of resources. Of course, sometimes it goes against all the econ classes we give. So there are resources, and I think Carlos can talk a little bit about it. Is connecting the dots. It's saying that, it's showing that talking about ocean is talking about economy, is talking about development. It's also talking about sustainability, and it's equally talking about climate, not only ocean for that small committee that only talks about ocean. As soon as the society notices this transbording, we will be able to access these resources. Now, I'm going to let Mr. Carlos Miranda speak. He will bring another perspective. We already had an international point of view, now the development bank. And now I would like to hear about the private initiative, the opportunities we have. How do you see it? How do you see the development and the launching in the Brazilian causes and international?
Thank you for the question. I I love those provocations. I love those inputs. I love those dialogues. And I said that I was not going to show my presentation. That's what I go through every day. I started venture capital and equity more than 25 years. I started at my asset management 17 years ago. And since then, we are doing investment in impact. And the biggest problem among my colleagues was always to show that to invest in sectors that generate positive impact, make more revenue for the investors. And it's not this question that people was asked in the beginning, not make money or make impact. And we start to show through good investments that investing in assets that generate a positive impact bring more return and liquidity. We have cases of exits that show it, selling those stocks and those assets in the right moment. We are in the fourth fund dedicated to blue economy. We started that 2 years ago, and people thought it was not time yet, not the time yet. We need to focus. We need to concentrate on blue investment. The first pillar is opportunity. We have a high demand for this investment. We can reach $6 trillion globally. And it's hard to be able to capture that. We need the support from legislation, policymakers, because this opportunity can grow even more. We need to have assets that answer to the needs and this urgency of the oceans. And the third pillar that we want to focus is to generate a positive investment. How do we work with it? When we ask how many people are from the investment sector, today only 2 people raised their hand. We need more people here. We need to change this discussion. Today, we have high opportunity. Oceans today, the way the world see the ocean, we have assets that can bring a huge return. They are connected directly to oceans or indirectly. And we need to show that we need to think outside the box. We need to build different models. When we created our last fund, first, we need to be a fund 100% dedicated to blue economy. Let's have some punctual investments on the sea or on blue economy. No, we need to bring a huge knowledge for this investment fund. Amanda from Blue, Suturra, and we had partnerships with Ocean Voices, where we have 10% of our revenue go to Ocean Voices, because we need to show that our investor do some philanthropy. And we're creating a new model, the blended finance. Nobody's doing that in Brazil, where we can identify the investors that they want to lose a slice of the money if you have an asset that doesn't go good. Just those investors that put investments in philanthropy, they're going to put investment in these causes. I guarantee to you that we don't have write-off here. If you don't have write-off here, we're looking for these opportunities, having no write-off, and the Pierre Sherman started this fund, bringing Ocean Voices here with Joanna and Tuha, bring the scientific knowledge. To do impact investment is not easy. We have huge return. We have direct and indirect impact that we can generate, but we need to be careful with the kind of investment we do. Sometimes we invest in impact, thinking that we're going to generate impact forever, but you have a limited impact. You can do investments that generate some kind of degradation. Uber, when it started, there was impact investment, and now it became a problem. It became a working rights problem. So we bring this technical, scientific knowledge, we bring 100% dedication, and we believe that the big challenge today to give in return for these investments is to bring these investors for knowledge, understanding that they are going to make more money, but yes, they're going. It's not about underdogs here, and it's not about, you're talking about at BV Cap in our company, we're talking about, look, we're not a different category. We are talking about a huge opportunity, which we want to filter. If the things do not generate a positive impact and they don't bring solution for the problems we want to address, we're not going to do the investment. Just this way. It's not about making impact and making money, or invest in ocean and make money. We want to approach both of them. All the funds we have today, they were a huge success. We brought a lot of money for Brazilian entrepreneurs which want to have this impact investment. And the biggest challenge today is to bring DFIs and local DFIs that are going to show that the sector is interesting and bringing more private equity and more private investors to that. Let's work together on that. This can be a great investment category. Thank you, Carlos. I would like to remember when we got to this audience here we have our report. The last part of this report talk about economy and blue finance. Please read this report we have here in our auditorium, and we are short in time here. I would like to give 1 minute to all of you, and 1 minute for you to conclude, to leave your message according to your perspective. What should people think about until we come back from the lunch and continue our debate? From the last to the first, please. Single minute pitch. I believe the word is cooperation. You should go to all panels. I was in Montreal. I was in Paris. I was at COP. And we see the same faces always. This is good, but that's also sad. We need to see new faces here. We need to have more people with this agenda inside their houses. And that's our duty. Just like us, have 10 funds around the world doing that. We are the first and the only one doing that in Brazil. 100% dedicated to blue economy. And that's okay to bring other funds to this environment. Other equities, have builders vision abroad. This small group here, they have the duty to bring more people to this conversation. Let's cooperate. Here in São Paulo, we have the street in São Paulo where we can have 20 funds in this street. It's not about competition. That's cooperation. On the same segue, when BNDES started this discussion, when BNDES take part on this ocean discussion, it starts doing something that's very similar to blended finance, but in a structural way. When you look to blended finance for project, when we see that risk administration the project, we look at the losses, possible losses. When we do this strategical evaluation horizontally, we do the structural de-risk by sector. This happened in forests. When we start in the forest agendas, many private banks were part of that. We have 6 banks now, and that's what we expect from BNDES. On the private sector and private sector and public sector should work together. It is only possible with integration and coordination. This is our role, that's our message. And thank you to Luis Passos, which is with me. That's my right hand, my left hand, my right foot, my left foot. He's helping me a lot. Thank you, Passos, for your support. Thank you for our partnership. A round of applause for Passos. We know, those who from the backstage know what he's doing. Piera, please.
Thank you so much. So 3 quick points from my side. I think the first one is that it's really important that this agenda of the blue economy is not perceived only as, or that it becomes only a conservation agenda. Just as much, it's really important that it does not become only an extractive economic agenda. And in fact, there is an incredible range of new sustainable economic and investment opportunities, and we really have to focus on those. So from seaweed and its multiple uses and applications, also for bioplastics, fertilizers, cosmetics, to also blue foods and to offshore renewable energy, including biofuels, to blue biotechnologies. There is a wide range of opportunities right there that we need to focus on. The second point is on investment specifically, because we have heard that SDG 14 is the most underfunded SDG, but I think it's also quite encouraging to see that there has been a lot of financial innovation in the ocean space, from blue bonds to blue carbons to ocean for debt swaps, debt for ocean swaps, to parametric insurance. And for sure, none of those are a silver bullet in itself, but indeed there is a lot of opportunity there. And I'm sure, I know that my sister Pep is going to speak later. I'm sure she's going to tell you more about the experience in the debt for ocean swaps in Barbados. And the third point is that we really need to focus, in order to seize these economic and investment opportunities from the blue economy, we really have to focus on the enablers. And this is what OECD new work on the blue economy is going to focus on, in particular, how to foster better governance, how to foster better data and evidence, how to really focus on enhancing resilience and economic diversification through the blue economy, how to enhance access to finance, and last but not least, really continue to support efforts around global cooperation, because as we know, the ocean challenges are inherently transboundary, and indeed there is a big need for ensuring that some of the good progress that we made in international governance on the ocean can continue. I'm thinking about the BNJ, but also that we do continue to create spaces for regional and cross-country learning when it comes to the blue economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, Luis. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll try and be as brief as possible. So just to put it in simple terms, there's a lot of private sector finance in the system, but too much of that finance is currently targeted at unsustainable development pathways, and insufficient is essentially being targeted at safe and just sustainable blue economy pathways. So it's critical that this is reversed. I don't know what that music is. It's critical that this is obviously reversed, and to address the form of the finance sector, actually have it in their, in their own purview to actually permanently divert private capital away from these destructive business as usual platforms. There are plenty of sustainable blue economy frameworks now in existence, such as the Sustainable Blue Economy Finance Principles, to help the finance sector, the private sector finance, to make good decisions about what they're investing in, and to really sort of ask some important questions of their investees. But on the same time, we need to attract finance into the sustainable blue economy and to support the conservation aspects of that. And most notably, there are a number of critical enablers that are needed, and most notably, I would like to just focus on the fact that it's critical that countries protect their assets. Not many finance institutions would be prepared to finance something where the assets are poorly managed and yielding uncertain returns. Again, I don't think many of us would be happy if our pensions were invested in that way. So the first strong recommendation would be to really manage, restore, and protect the nation's natural assets through tools like marine protected areas or marine spatial planning. And these should be considered not as a nice to have, but as part of a essential part of securing national economies. I just also wanted to say that strong regulation, creating that level playing field to make sure that those companies and those sectors wanting to move towards sustainability are not disadvantaged by those that want to remain as business as usual. And so overall, there are a number of key enabling conditions that are highlighted in the high-level panel Sustainable Ocean Plan. I recommend that that's read. But by placing a strong focus on the enabling environment, countries are essentially going to be sending out strong signals to the finance sector that assets are well governed and that there are systems in place to manage, monitor, and report on large-scale financing. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We had great panelists today here, and we can see that we have to focus in sustainability and governance. It was mentioned by many here. We have many peers here among us. And the risk, I have the risk, if I think about them, I talk about them, I might forget some. We have Dajiji from MCTE, IMPO with Andre BNDES. We have Blended Finance from University of Rio de Janeiro. We have COP from University of Rio de Janeiro. We have Bluma here have so many actors here. And I didn't mention all of them. We have Boticário Foundation. We have so many important people here. As a provocation, I would like to the Navy with me. Let's hold hands together and let's bring people who are not with us here. The challenge now is to talk to the people outside our bubble, making them understand that we are not a small club and a closed club. We are an open club. We need to make those connections. We need to do this network showing that Nexus, the connection with Ocean-Climate, ocean with economy, ocean other agendas, which is, we should not think about the ocean in an isolated way. It's about connection, about the connection of those actors. With that, I would like to conclude our panel. Thank you for your participation. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. And I'd like to conclude this round of panels. I know that you want to interact and talk and have lunch. We're going to have some a talk here about the time. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tawan and the panelists. Please, let's make a picture. Let's make a picture. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for our panelists that took part in this panel. Well, I'd like to invite to join us in our lunch. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Good afternoon. Let's find our places so we can start our works for the afternoon.
I'm so sorry about my voice. It's because of the weather. But I hope I'm being understood. Let's go back to the event Nexus Ocean Climate Opportunities of Investments and Actions. This event is organized by IGS with support of Voz do Oceano and Hari Brasil. Let's continue, and now we have the honor to receive Eloisa Schurner, 42 years old of life on the sea, first Brazilian woman to complete 4 world trips sailing 4 times in the world. She participated in global forums as the Conference of ONU and COP30, Initiative of Global Impact, worldly supported by UNO's Program for the Environment, who mobilizes society for the defense of the oceans, regeneration, and its direct relation with environment. Among 2001 and 2025, they have witnessed the presence of plastics and microplastics in more than 140 places in more than 17 countries in America, Oceania, Asia, and Africa, besides finding hundreds of people and initiatives compromised in reverting the scenario. Welcome, Eloisa. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. Welcome on board. When we talk about ocean, I usually say that we have 6 continents. Some people say it's 5 continents or 6 continents, but I disagree. We have 7 continents because the moment you are in the ocean, you are in a continent that is part of 75% of the space of this planet of ours. So the ocean that manages the climate of the planet, it's more than a space. In reality, it is a new continent. A lot of people ask, how did you connect to the ocean? I am from Rio. I used to live there. I grew up knowing the beach. I got married with someone from Blumenau. And on the Christmas of 1974, a long time ago, we went to vacation. It was a gift from my mom to a Caribbean island. And then we were sailing just as all the tourists that are in the Caribbean on a boat. And when that boat raised and started navigating, we fell in love with the art of sailing. We fell in love with the blue sea around us, and that's where we promised each other that one day we were going to cross the world sailing. We didn't know anything about sailing. Both of us were living in Florianopolis. We had 2 children already. And as everyone, we took our kids to school, normal life. But that was a small seed. I usually say that it was Neptune that was there with their trident saying, I'm gonna catch these 2. And then our 3rd son was born. And then we had 10 years of preparation so that we could go through with this trip around the world with our sons that were 7, 10, and 15 years old. Pierre, David, and Wilhelm was our crew. They were our responsibility. So getting kids away in 1984 from out of the school without technology, and I needed to teach them. So this was one of my biggest challenges because it was not easy to have the discipline, but in any ways it was a learning process, not only for them but for me as well. After we spent 10 years navigating all around the world, getting to know amazing places, crossing 3 oceans. Obviously, the kids were growing. Each of them was getting out in a port, one in New Zealand, one in the United States, and one of our sons spent 10 years on board. A lot of people say, poor him. Yes, poor him. He was with us, but he developed a very big love for the ocean. After we were done with our first trip around the world, we wanted to live in the sea and by the sea, on the sea and by the sea. And we had a new expedition, the Magalhães expedition that lasted 3 years. This time with our daughter Kat. And of course, each time more in love, more involved with the oceans. We spent our third trip around the world from 2014 to 2016. And well, the more you stay on the sea, the more you sail through the oceans, more this love grows. And this is how we completed our fourth trip around the world with the voice of the oceans, of Voz dos Oceanos. Because we had been seeing through time that the oceans were receiving an invasion, a weird animal that was not normal there, which were plastics and microplastics. And all the places we went through, we started noticing plastic and microplastic. And my first moment of impact was Henderson Island in a place called, in a very isolated place, which is called the Nemo Point, the most isolated place in the planet. This island has no people, no inhabitants, and far from any other countries. We went to Henderson Island, to the beach, and we found many fish equipment, and the bird houses were colorful because of the fishing tools that were orange and blue. So we took all the garbage we could, we took it to French Polynesia, and on our third trip, we went through the West Fayu Island. So it was 3 days of sailing from the next stop. And we got to the beach. And then you think, oh my God, I'm Robinson Crusoe. I found that beach with the white sand. Let's create a fire around the beach. And when we got there, it was literally covered in litter and garbage. This is when our life changed. We picked up this garbage. Our boat is self-sustainable and it has a garbage compactor. So we took more than 10 bags of litter, compacted it, and we took it to the Guan Island, which is where they have a military base that processed this plastic. So these were the two moments. And of course, all the time we wondered, the sea is our house, is our work, is our life. What do we want to do to give back to the ocean what they have been providing us? What can we do? And then coming back from the expedition, we went from these questions and challenges to the action. So we reunited people, scientists, media people, and many other people that came to give us some orientation on how we could transform this action into pillars. So basically, the awareness pillar, because we work with media, not only movies or news, but let's use this tool we have that is so important to show how these oceans are. So environmental education with the schools all over Brazil, with science, with partnerships from universities like the University of São Paulo and Univale in Santa Catarina, and with innovation projects. So when this institute, Voz dos Oceanos, was launched, we went on an expedition. I usually tell you that all of you may have seen pictures of beaches that were invaded by plastic and microplastics, but I lived this reality. In all the places we would swim, we would find plastics and microplastics. But during this last year of 2025, we had in Indonesia, we stayed in Indonesia for 4 months. We are all divers and we were photographing, collecting data about these places. And at a moment when I was diving, I was harmed by the garbage that was coming. You have no idea of the impact it caused me. I left there feeling so angry. If you listen to the recordings from the time, you would hear me very angry. So when we talk about plastic, about the oceans, we have the reaction of the climate. And we had been feeling that since our second trip on the places we were going through, when water was coming up, with people that were living on those islands losing their their water pulsing because the maximum height of the island is 3 meters, so it was invading the salt water. We started working with sweet water with our desalinator. So we started hearing this heating. Before we would pick up the shells on the beach. Now we need to walk with water on our knees so that we can pick them up. So we started seeing that. And then we started working with Voz dos Oceanos. And of course, inside our scientific field, I am not a scientist, but thank goodness we have this partnership that's very close to the scientists. So our expedition, as you can see here, is a scientific expedition where 4 women biologists, oceanographers, they left from Santa Catarina and they went through 17 Brazilian states collecting in the markets, in the farms, all the bivalves for an analysis at the University of São Paulo. And we left a legacy through Voz dos Oceanos because they got the donation of an equipment that was used to analyze this microplastic. And it was a bigger shock because I'm not talking about numbers. I'm talking about feelings and things that happened to me, but these are scientific data. So this is the alert because 100% of the localities possess animals with microplastic. So the effect has been felt not only in the injection of a matter of health and food, of the population ingesting microplastic, and of course in the human body and in our health. Professor Tuha usually says that where's Professor Tuha? He usually says that a pastel of a fish is equivalent to 100 grams of microplastic. So we are working in the front of the scientific area, but we're also seeing a lot of solutions that have been presented in the scientific area for preservation. So when we're talking about it and when we're diving and we see corals getting whiter, oh, the heating is killing them. But the hope is that there is a scientific side that is working in this area. Here in Brazil, we have the biofactory of corals that little by little is recovering them. So at French Polynesia, at the Maria Island, the coral gardeners is as well working on a scientific project of replanting these corals, even in the Brazilian coast. So it's very important that all of this that we have been doing all over these 4 years of Voice of the Oceans to be taken to the COP to show them and to make people understand and get to know what's happening. And here at COP, we had a house of Voices of the Ocean. It was a wonderful house with people that are here. I'm not going to name all of you. People that are here were there speaking, contributing. We had Women's Day for the conservation. So everything we did in COP with an amazing impact of people who had a number that was such a surprise. I mean, kind of like hacking what Ana Paula Pratt said. COP was one of the first places who put blue glasses on the ocean. So they brought the oceans to a discussion in the middle of a forest. So people were started visiting or seeing our house as voices of the oceans and starting to know and to see immersive photographs and checking the whales and the dolphins, expositions with the corals. That for us, it has been very important to show us what's really happening. So the house, Voices of the Ocean, was for us like our card and these big glasses on what's really happening in our oceans. So we are working to reach, I would not say sponsors. I mean, you here investors, I consider you allies. Not sponsors. The sponsors will sponsor the World Cup or a marathon, but your compromise goes beyond that. Your compromise is not with me, it's not with my company, it's not only with Voices of the Ocean, it's with each of you, each of the entities that are here that are committed to hear the changes in our oceans. And the Voice of the Oceans asks their allies to think on a way that's more kind. Because there is money coming from Europe, there's funding coming from many places, but we need to think that the ocean needs a lot, a lot, a lot. I usually say that all of us that are here depend on the ocean. And we can do for them what they've been doing for us. So we're working now. The next step of our expedition, Voices of the Ocean, now inland, with an exposition of the house, Voices of the Ocean. And the next stop, we are already invited for COP31 in Turkey. So when we're talking about everything we want to do, of course we sail, of course we're on the sea, on the wind, but on the land, the wind does not work. We really need, I usually joke, I have some intimacy with all of you to ask you all to become more aware because we depend on our oceans. And please always have this point of view of sharing what's happening because it's fundamental. Because without a communication, without awareness, people will not know. People will not get to know. And people will only take care of what they know. In our case, we are taking care of what we love. You see how the ocean reunites all of you here. Look at the power it has. Just one word has this big power, ocean. And look how powerful it is. And please remember how important this ocean is. With the breathing, close your eyes. Inhale, exhale. and say, thank you, ocean, for the oxygen you give me for free. So that is it. Please, let's preserve and fight for our ocean. Thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna take a picture with Thais and Elisa. Please, Thais. Thais Ferraz, Program Director of IKIS.
We would like now to go to our fourth panel, environmental impact on coastal infrastructures and communities. They are going to discuss the climate impacts on coast cities, infrastructure, tourism, and vulnerable communities, and solutions for adaptation and reduction of risks. We invite the panelists to come to us. Adriana Campello, specialist on environment resilience and UNDRR as official and regional coordinator for Americas and Caribbean initiative MCR 2030. Thank you, Adriana. Thank you for coming. Ivan Maglio, postdoctor by the Faculty of Architecture from USP, coordinator of the adaptation plan in the municipality of Santos. David White, Director from Advocacy and Communication of CDRI. Infrastructure, who is going to be with us remotely. P.K. Baiduili, Director of British Town Initiative. Specialist in climate resilience on the Ministry of Barbados. To moderate this conversation, invite to the stage Marina Correa, focal point from Oceans on WWF, Brazil. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to share this panel with you. I'd like to thanks for the invitation. The name of our panel is Climate Impacts on Coastal Cities, Communities, Infrastructure. I know that we talk about the size of the Brazilian coastal zone, and let's talk about it in a different way. The coastal zone of Brazil occupies 40% of the national territory. Oceans, they are deeply connected to biodiversity, food safety, security, systems of infrastructure, logistics, culture, economical development. We are talking about millions of Brazilians that are dependent on the maritime systems and coastal systems. Half of the Brazilian population lives on the coastal zone, which is more and more exposed to climate effects like sea level, weather, heat waves, and climate events. Those impacts are not only for future paradigm, they affect our ports, our infrastructure, fishing, and the coastal communities in Brazil and around the world. In this context, to strengthen and find resilience for climate, need to be a structural pillar on climate agenda, not only in Brazil. To use resilience is about not only infrastructure, that's about it's not only about the answer for disaster. It's about integrated approaches, interconnected territorial governance, resilience, advocacy, and smart financial support for support the mangroves and coastal biodiversity. They can be solutions based on blue economy. They reduce risk for disaster. They support fishing. They can capture blue carbon. A study elaborated by the Foundation Boticário shows that by a kilometer of reefs in Brazil, 941 reals are saved. Invest on those ecosystems means to invest in climate stability and economical security and resilience. To move forward with our agenda, we need to have coalitions, space for collaboration for the different sectors, like the systems task forces we have in Brazil during the COP30. It's fundamental to recognize the coastal communities, artisans fishing, which are super important in this process. They are the most affected and they are part of the solution. And the discussion today is about how government and financial institutions, international actors can work together to transform coastal resilience from a risk agenda, implementation and investment agenda, able to reduce systemic risk, to support economy, and save the biodiversity. And to go deeper on this discussion, talk about opportunities, we have today a great team of speakers. Let's start with brief speeches, and then we go for discussion round. Our first speaker, Adriana Campello, who is going to open the discussion, talking about the systemic issues and the governance challenges that affects those territories. Thank you, Marina. Thank you, the ESS, for the invitation. It's a pleasure being here to hear so many inspiring voices. Guys, we know that coastal cities, they are in the front line of those disasters. Here in Brazil, it's impressive the quantity of disasters that we are having monthly because of rain, weather, and climate change. We also know that disasters, they are not natural. They are socio-economical disasters, and have to change this bias on when we talk about resilience. Today, not only in Brazil a lot, but abroad we invest much more in answering to disasters than into prevention, reducing, mitigating risks against disasters. On the coastal cities, this is even worse because all the relations we have with the oceans, global warming, elevation of the sea level rise is indicators of the risks that we already have. I would like to talk about 4 points related to that. We talked about awareness. The first point is awareness. For UNDRR and for Milestone Sociedade, the first step is to make decisions informed by the risk, to know the risk, understand the risk, and make strategic decisions on public decisions and private sector decisions as well. And understand the risk, it's about building a knowledge, as we have today, multiple threats, not only based on the history of those disasters. We have to talk about forecasts, have to see which are the future forecasts that we can have. Climate change is the first thing we should take into consideration. and what's happening with the oceans as well. Why are we talking about it? Territorial planning and decisions on infrastructure and the socio-economic decisions should be connected. Coastal cities, the risk is not like climate, it's territories, economical. It's a risk, social risk. The second point is what is said a lot today. We heard a lot, governance. Governance, we know that everything that's invested in climate adaptation, we are investing mitigating the risk for disasters. It might be reducing the risk of disaster, but creating other collateral problems for adaptation. It's necessary that the coastal cities have a governance and a plan of investments, real estate understanding and investment. The second point is about the strategy to support municipalities on the diagnosis of risk integrated with the resilience and governance to foresee those threats. This third point is financing. We have a huge out of sync on loss and damages we have with those disasters and the volume of resources we invest in mitigating those risks. Global numbers from the Global Assessment Risk. It's a report from NEDR since 2025. Annually, globally, the disasters, they generate a loss of $2.3 trillion. This, considering the drop down, the trickle down effects as well. Annually, we have these losses. To invest in coastal resilience is not only environmental agenda, it's an economic agenda and strategic. The fourth point, we conclude not investing in coastal resilience and not investing on the risk mitigation. We invest a lot in reconstruction and recovery. And that's the fourth point on our report. How can we rebuild better? Rebuild is also part of this recuperation. As Marina said, disasters are not neutral. They affect different people in different ways. Marginalized populations, they suffer more. Vulnerable populations, the women, original people, or just indigenous people, they suffer more. It's necessary to think how to recover, not only thinking to recover a harbor, to recover a bridge, to recover the means and the culture, those communities, and maybe think about the regeneration. Thinking about new approaches for reconstruction, there could be eco-feminists. How can we regenerate the system and the social systems? These are the four main pillars I want to talk about to be part of this discussion. Thank you very much. And now we go from Adriana to Ivan, who's going to bring a little bit of the discussion on the local bias, to talk a little bit about Santos. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. I coordinated the climate adaptation in Santos, which has been developed since 2016. It was one of the first climate action plans developed in Brazil. And incredible, it started with the Municipal Commission for Climate. Throughout governance, this was essential because through governance, Santos brought support from GIZ, the support with financing and consultants, implementing some projects before the plan. And this is not only example for coastal cities in Brazil. I worked in Recife, Rio de Janeiro. Other cities are developing action plans for climate. And governance is one of the challenges to guarantee the elaboration, implementation, and the continuity of this plan. About the Santos experience, climate adaptation needs to be integrated with urban planning. In 2022, we were developing the real estate plan. And the interaction is constant. The real estate plan can get in conflict with the propositions of those plans. Understand that some parts should be of the city or the municipality should be preserved and not become room for construction. And the environmental governance and the public policies. The municipality of Santos started this program since the elaboration of the plan in 2022. It was implemented as a decree, municipal decree. We tried to make it more robust as an institutional plan. And today, we have some positive experiences. We are calling the municipality Blue Santos, a notion of opportunities where part of the plan is to increase coastal resilience, restore biosystems, and to create also a hub for innovation to support the control and the planning and implementation against risk situations. This Santos program starts from a point of view that the relationship between cities and ocean is not only environmental protection, it is economical development, oceanic control, innovation, and social participation. Its main objectives are strengthening coastal resilience. We did, parallel to that, the plan for recovery of the Atlantic forest surrounding mangroves to support those biosystems, those biomas. The city is restricted to an island, and it's a great Atlantic forest. One of the main points of Santos is that solution basis on great infrastructure, like walls, channels, or reservoirs are important, but they're not sufficient facing complex climate risks, as we said before. Adaptation needs integrated approaches between green infrastructure, blue infrastructure, territorial planning, and restoration of biomas. In this context, Santos have fighting diseases, monitoring, restoration of mangroves. I want to highlight the experience we had. Montes risk area, one of the main risk areas is Santos. We like to support and adaptation for based on ecosystems. We know many solutions and nature solutions. The concept of adaptation in ecosystems are a bit broader and more focused on adaptation involving general work with communities, the planning community to define the goals. And today we are working with restoration. Before we did control of infrastructure, and we are also thinking about the recovery of buildings and the recovery of those areas where we took out traditional communities. These systems work. It's very interesting and some follow-up about Brazil. We can reproduce that in Brazil. Because we have flooding, erosion, coastal issues, rise of sea level, and flooding.
climate adaptation is related to democracy, territorial governance, and social resilience. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ivan, for bringing us your perspective. And now I would like to invite David White from CDRI to talk about the role of the resilient culture in natural sciences and the strengthening of the eco-coastal resilience. Hello, David.
Hello, and thank you very much to my colleagues on the panel, as well as to ICS for pulling together this really exciting event. I'm very sorry that I'm not able to be with you there today. It's a pleasure to be here representing CDRI, a coalition of 54 countries and 12 international organizations, including the government of Brazil. And it's especially pleasing to be here as just a couple of weeks ago, the government of Brazil took up the position of co-chair of CDRI, which it will hold for the next 2 years, a clear indication of its commitment to our shared ambition of a future with disaster resilient infrastructure for everyone. Thank you very much for your question. I've got 3 broad points, if I may. The first one is at a global level, before we get down to coastal areas. You asked why DRI should become a central pillar in coastal areas. And I think the basic message I would have, and the basic message CDRI tries to bring to important forums like this, is that DRI is one of the smartest investments we can make anywhere. It saves lives, it safeguards economies, and it protects growth. If you think about it, billions of people around the world rely on interconnected infrastructure systems every day. And these are increasingly joined up, which means when one part of a system fails, the impacts cascade. And the risks around the world are rising. Today, already, 14% of global GDP growth is at risk from damage to infrastructure from extreme events. And the indirect costs across a country, across an economy, can be 7 times higher. In Brazil, $13.7 billion for infrastructure is at risk every year, more than 95% of that from flooding. Now, within this global context, there are some geographies that require special attention. And one of those is clearly coastal areas, where migration, economic opportunities, and urbanization are leading more and more people to live, work, and make their lives there. Some estimates put 40% of the global population as living in coastal areas. And as we heard in the introduction to this session, in Brazil, that's already 50%. With these people in their villages, their towns, their cities, are ports supporting trade, drainage, water supplies, telecoms, power generation, and health. Critical infrastructure systems that is supporting their lives and the local economies. And with the increasing risk of sea level rise, climate change, and tectonic activities, it's essential we act in these areas to invest and develop disaster resilient infrastructure to protect these lives and these communities. The good news is that we're at a moment of opportunity. Most of the infrastructure that we'll use in 2050 is yet to be built. This means that if we act now, we can lock in resilience and not risk. By investing up front, we can unlock what we call a resilience dividend, money that we're not having to spend responding to emergencies, money that we're not having to spend making up for services that are interrupted or replacing infrastructure systems that have been damaged or destroyed. And alongside that opportunity, we have a chance to do things differently, to make sure that communities are engaged and consulted when we're designing and building new infrastructure systems, to draw on indigenous knowledge of what's worked in locations for generations, and to move away from the old grey, hard infrastructure towards a more balanced approach, including nature-based solutions. And I think we heard a colleague speak earlier about the value of mangroves. And I'll stop there in the first round and look forward to the rest of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for bringing your perspective. And lastly, but not least important, I would like to invite Pepu Kai. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name.
Not at all. You got it perfect. I should high five you for that. Thank you so much for the opportunity. It's a privilege to be part of this conversation, not least because as a small island developing state, Barbados, like many other small states, is often not at the table with what we call, the big kids. And I think our partnership with Brazil during its COP30 presidency showed that there are tremendous opportunities for us to have conversations that cover the bases, both for us and for larger countries like Brazil, that there's actually more similarities potentially than there are differences, even though our countries are very, very different. I actually just wanted to put up an image. I'm not sure, I know that the organizer said we could share a slide. I don't have a presentation, but there's just a single image here, if I may, that I wanted to share. So hopefully you can all see the screen. So this, is it showing? Yeah, no, not yet. Oh dear.
Yes, now we
when
can see it.
Right. So this pretty much says it all. And when they say a picture speaks 1,000 words, this is an image from July 2024. Hurricane Beryl, which was a Category 5 storm, actually the highest intensity storm ever to form in the Atlantic Ocean in the month of June, devastated a number of islands, Jamaica, Grenada, St. Vincent, and Barbados. And in the case of Barbados, the damage was very much on the coast. So with Grenada, Carriacou in particular, there was a lot of wind damage, but storm surge was the biggest impact on Barbados. And as you can see from this image, these are fishing boats. Barbados has a long history, and fishing is very much ingrained in the culture, not just because it's an island, but through many, many centuries of history. Fishing has been critical to the economy. And that type of devastation, so when we talk about the impact of the climate crisis on the coastline, that is a very visible, very acute event where within the space of a couple of hours, the lives and the livelihoods of a very significant portion of the population are visibly affected. However, what we don't see as much is the type of devastation that the climate crisis and other events, it doesn't have to be climate related, can have on the sector that's potentially most important for Barbados. 40 to 45% of the country's GDP is directly or indirectly linked to the tourism industry. And the reality is that for a country like Barbados, tourists come because of the coast. They come because of the beaches. And so one thing that I haven't shown is the effect of storm surge on the coastline, on the beaches, and the extent of the coastal erosion from that one 24-hour event, where there are entire beaches that were washed away. And what happens in small countries like Barbados is that tourists typically come year after year. They either have a holiday home or they come and they rent the same cottage every year. And so when they're there for the season, they book immediately for the next year. So anyone who would have come immediately after Hurricane Beryl would have looked at the beach, would have looked at inches and inches of sargassum on the beach, or what was left of it, and would have said, oh, I'm not coming back next year. So they would not have made bookings. And so the impact on GDP, which again, you don't see directly because you don't see the damage of boats, is very sizable. And this is not to mention the issues that we have simply because of the movement of the waves and the changing wave patterns that are moving sand from one part, removing it and dumping it somewhere else. So while I'm not an oceanographer, I'm not a specialist in this space, I do advise the Prime Minister on resilience, and it is impossible either because of the challenge of economies and livelihoods devastated from a climatic event, or the entire economy slowly being affected by more and more sargassum on the beach or beaches being washed away. All of that has an impact on at least half of the country's GDP on any given day. And so making sure that we think very carefully about what is our definition of resilience, How do we make sure that we're setting targets that encompass not just marine protected areas and coastal protection, but actually protecting the communities that depend on the coastline, be it for, beach chairs. There are people who make their entire living from renting out beach chairs. And if there's no beach, there goes their living. Fishermen, fisherwomen, who increasingly now, because coral reefs are devastated and sargassum is affecting, how fish move and where fish, including the flying fish of Barbados, where they land in order to reproduce. They're having now to go 200, 300, 400, 500 miles off the coast into very deep waters to fish. And of course, you can think about the impact of fuel prices on a fishing vessel that now has to go out 500 or 600 miles. So all of this is very core to our resilience agenda. But one last thing that I'll mention is that we often look at the negative impact of the climate crisis and we don't look at the benefits of these assets. For a country like Barbados, we have 432 times our land mass in marine area. So our economic zone is almost 500 times our land mass, and we are a very small country. But if we think about islands in the Pacific, who are perhaps not represented at this meeting, they have tens of thousands of nautical miles, right? Of land, of marine territory, way bigger than their terrestrial mass. How do we look at that as an asset base? While we think about, carbon credits, a small country like Barbados would have absolutely nothing to offer in the way of carbon credits if we look at the terrestrial part of the story. But if we look at the ocean, it's potentially a different picture. So I would like to, leave you with two thoughts. One is the negative impact and what that looks like from a tourism perspective, from a fishing perspective, from a community perspective, but also, are there ways in which we can change how we think about our asset base and factor that into something that I work on quite closely with the Bridgetown Initiative, which is our debt sustainability analysis. We look at debt as a problem rather than as an opportunity to actually invest in sectors. And if our core sector is potentially the blue economy, how do we treat debt as an enabler rather than a burden for protecting and sustainably leveraging our blue economy and by extension, all the communities that essentially live off the ocean? Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the interventions. I think it's very clear for us that the coastal adapting agenda for resilience, it keeps on being treated as a reactive agenda or a sectorial agenda, not as something that is fundamental looking at the scenario of climate changes that are already happening. So I would like to have a little debate. The time of answers is going to be a little bit a little bit less. But I would like to hear your position about how can we better position coastal resilience as a strategic agenda able to reduce the systemical errors and protect the economies and biodiversity and generating these long-term stabilities that's so necessary for us. Let's start with Adriana. I think you already gave us the answer in a way. So coastal resilience, it cannot be considered a cost because we go back to the logic of disasters cycle and not the logic of creating a resilience cycle. So it needs to be seen as an economical investment for a long term. Inside that, thinking about both in technology and knowledge terms, what do we already have available? So even told us about adaptation based in ecosystems. We also have, and if today we have a big reduction of mortality because of disasters, it's because we have alert systems that are very early. So during the 5 years that the General Secretary announced a campaign that's called One for All, where the whole world population is protected by any kind of alarm or alert. So there are, and we know them, there are a few solutions. So I think the most important thing is taking a look at the coastal cities and communities as an investment and not as a cost of resilience. And the second matter is how can we support local governments for building governance. So it's necessary that local governments and coastal societies have a voice in relation to how things need to be organized there on their territories. So I think the support and capacitation of these communities is extremely important so that the early governance and protection and prevention of risks happen. Ivan, thank you. I agree with these aspects based on the experience of Santos about governance and institutionalization of the governance process, all the actors, but most importantly, the community. Because in the beginning, there was a university, state government, local secretaries, the port. The port is a super agent that self-worked with some difficulties of getting involved, and nowadays it's much more detailed. The institutionalization, it seems like something not important, but institutionalization with an agreement linked to the town government was fundamental because the initial understanding is environment. It's not something transversal. It's the interest of the whole society in all the scales of planning. For the planning of Santos, we needed to work on several scales. And when we were looking at a few scales, for example, water, electrification, it was not included. The climate variable was not included. So many of these specific assets, they do not have an agenda that's integrated or articulated, and it creates a lot of risks. It increases the possibility of not having a fast, efficient reaction in cases that are more critical. So the creation of this information hub for climate information, it helps managing the planning of resilience, but also the alerts, and participation and preparation of communities, because many solutions will not solve 100% of the risk. Depending on the type of phenomenon, there needs to be removal, fast alerts, because the territory will not be riskless. It will still have it will still be susceptible for a few things. Maybe we can decrease them with regeneration, recovery, but they will not magically disappear. If there is no participation of the communities, of more vulnerable communities, it gets much more difficult to have this cycle of work, of planning, of learning all together so that they can be prepared. So there are many years with many climate events. So this learning, this alert, the reduction of depths, it's fundamental, and to keep on working with that because there is not one plan only. There are more critical areas. Santos has 15 risk areas that need specific planning. So a general planning will not work if you do not take a look at them. So I studied a lot of plans. Hanoi, Rotterdam, it's a continuous planning. So for those critical areas, there needs to be new actions, permanent actions with the same level of preparation. So it's basically a constant agenda that will be evolving and aprimerating through time. It's not a photography, it's a movie, it's a continuous action where this integration, this governance needs to be driving the process integrally speaking.
Thank you. David, please.
Thank you very much. I think this is a great question and also a huge question. So I'll just focus on two issues, if I may. The first is helping both the public and the private sector to access data so they can understand the risks that are being faced and also the benefits of investing in resilience. And the second is in bringing people together to co-create solutions to share what's working. So in terms of the first, helping people to understand and then take risk-informed decisions, I just focus on three quick things. The first is at the macro level, there's a new tool called the Global Infrastructure Resilience Index, which is the world's first free-to-access, publicly available probabilistic risk model, which gives at the moment at country level, but it will be downscaled, average annual loss. So it says 13.7 billion is at risk in infrastructure in Brazil every year, for example. But it can also help make investment decisions. So it tells us that targeted investment and action more broadly across Brazil could reduce that by more than 12 billion every year. Then at the project level, CDRI has recently developed and released a cost-benefit analysis tool, which can be used for very small or larger projects. It's simple. It's based on an Excel worksheet and local data. And initial tests across projects in India have shown a $5 to $12 return for each $1 invested in resilience. And the third is at the COP 2 years ago in Baku, CDRI, working with partners, released a playbook which can support the public sector to identify and manage risk across its portfolio. And then the second element, in terms of bringing people together, clearly ICS has a history of doing that really well and is doing that today. I think the government of Brazil started a lot of really interesting conversations at the COP in Belém, and it's great to see some of those being taken forwards, including in this event. And then three quick things I'll just highlight that CDRI is doing with a specific relevance to coastal communities. The first is we're providing technical assistance to cities, to small island developing states, specifically for cities around flooding, which of course is relevant, and then taking that knowledge, taking the good practice and sharing it across the coalition and beyond. The second is around bringing people together. So last year we brought experts from across the coalition together with practitioners, and they developed and launched a call to action for coastal resilience, a 10-point plan, and we launched that at the International Conference on Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, which was specifically focused on coastal resilience last year. We've also just launched a new community of practice on ports resilience, and I'm very glad to say that there are representatives from the government of Brazil and others on that. And the third is, with support from the government of Netherlands, we've recently developed and are now launching and scaling a new training package for officials on urban water management, all of which I think supports, I hope supports my first point that investment and development of disaster resilient infrastructure in coastal areas and beyond is one of the smartest things we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And to conclude this round, please, Pepukai, can you answer?
Sorry, I lost you for a second. Absolutely. I have very little to add to what the two previous speakers have shared. I couldn't agree more with David's point on data and the need for information in order to facilitate decision making. And the previous point on this not being a photograph, but being a movie, right? These are living approaches is consistent with what Barbados has said. We have developed an investment plan for prosperity and resilience, but I always argued that that should never have been a document or a report. It should have been a binder where you can take out pages and put in new pages as you get more information and as your priorities are updated, because these are living documents, right? They are, they're almost a, you're on a conveyor belt that moves forward. It's not static. However, my perspective is that while data and investment planning and financing strategies are absolutely critical, the challenge that we face in smaller countries, and I certainly don't want to assume that this is the case everywhere, but I have seen it in many, many places, is implementation. while there definitely is not a sufficient amount of financial resources, of money, be it commercial or grant or concessional, to address all the issues that we face globally, from the Sustainable Development Goals to climate finance, to generally a pathway that is more resilient, there is enough money for the projects that I believe we want to do now, if those projects are well structured. And I say that because in many instances, the private sector, commercial players, players that have a double bottom line, a financial and an environmental or social bottom line, are looking for investment opportunities. The question is, are we able to meet them where they are? Are they able to help us develop projects in a way that have the returns or have the impact, right? The returns can be financial or non-financial that they're seeking. So I think that where we need to spend a lot more time and effort as governments, as communities, as academics, as non-governmental organizations, is on delivery or on implementation. My view is that success begets success. When you do something well, people want to work with you to do more things well. The challenge that we have, again, in small country contexts, is that there is only one government. We don't have municipalities. We don't have states. We don't have sub-sovereigns that are closer to the ground and that can own the agenda and get input from the local community. We only have a central government. That means that every conversation, every meeting, every conference is with the same group of a few dozen people, which is a huge burden on the central government, but also we're not right there on the ground, even though our countries are small. And yet our communities, which understand what's happening day to day, they cannot receive financing because they are not municipalities. They don't have a structure. They don't have balance sheets. And so we need to figure out what is the lowest common denominator to get things done in small countries. But the biggest challenge for sure is what we call in Barbados the implementation deficit. That isn't to say that what David and other colleagues have spoken about is not important. It's absolutely critical. But where we get stuck is taking great ideas and wonderful information and the many hundreds and hundreds of reports and studies that we have, and translating that not into a project, but into a transformation agenda, which is huge, right? I don't believe that we can projectize development. I don't believe we can projectize resilience, because then we lose the synergies. For example, if we're doing a project in the water sector and we're digging up water mains to do mains replacement, but we're not also doing road upgrades and undergrounding of power lines, then we haven't really built resilience. We've just done a water project. But in a country like Barbados and in many, many, many other small countries, you have to do it all together. But we can't get the energy sector, the water sector, the power sector, the energy sector, water sector, the roads, and sometimes the telecoms guys to all coordinate to do this major transformational effort. And we can't do that because there isn't a single municipality that's managing all of these four sectors for this community. It's a central government that's saying, well, I have to do a water project, so let me do it over there to help that community. And because I also need to help the other community, maybe I should do the power project there. And because I need to help another community, let me go and do a fishing project there. So you don't have the synergies. And so you have neither the implementation at scale nor the synergies between projects. And that's what we need to figure out. It's the action on the ground.
Thank you very much. I believe that this panel brought and was very clear that coastal resilience is not only adaptation agenda, is an economical priority, is a priority for the conservation of biodiversity, is a priority for social justice, is a priority for development. And we have to start not only on planning, but have to work on implementation to look at the bottlenecks, how to overcome those bottlenecks, and to understand the paths to make this happen on the field for those who need it. To build this future, we expect for us. Those coastal futures, they need those integrated solutions that connect infrastructure, ecosystems, finance, and governance, but mainly communities. And this need to happen in a participative way. This was very clear on this panel. To strengthen communities so they can participate on those processes is fundamental. This also needs funding. This also demands investment. I would like to conclude this panel sharing that implement more investment in coastal resilience is essential to move forward on climate stability and on sustainable development in Brazil. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to invite for you to stay for a picture. We lost one of the panelists. Now, I want to hear perspectives straight from the representative on territories and communities on the front line of climate changes. Thank you, Luana. I'd like to invite to the stage Fabrícia da Penha, Secretary of the Municipal Environment in Augusto Correa on the state of Pará. Good afternoon, everybody. Today I'm going to talk about the territory of Augusto Correa. My name is Fabrícia da Penha. I'm Doctor on Environment and Secretary of Environment of the Municipality of Pará. Augusto Correa, as you can see, is a municipality that is connected to fishing and extractivism and small farming. It's a small municipality with 48,000 inhabitants, highlighting that we have a territory where 40% of territory is in one environmental reserve, Iperoba Reserve. And 80% of the population is just on this reserve, natural reserve, with some communities living in this territory. We work environmental management for a small municipality. It's very complex, it involves many factors. In this territory, you have mangroves, which is a very important ecosystem, biome, for climate resilience. I'd like to highlight that this ecosystem is very important for coastal biodiversity, climate resilience in the Amazonian region. This municipality is one of the 47 municipalities in the coastal state of Pará. And the municipality of Augusto Correa is the main continuous mangrove around the world, from Amapá to Maranhão, with 8,000 kilometers of mangroves. In the territory of Augusto Correa, we have 41,000 hectares of mangroves. This territory is very important because it's strategic for the climate mitigation. They capture more CO2 than forests. They are a natural protection for the communities that live here. working against erosion and wind, giving sustainability to those communities, and protecting those communities is to protect the ecosystem as a whole, because we have here knowledge, and the knowledge related to these cities. Like to highlight that the coastal communities in our municipality shows already climate changes, and what they perceive is coastal erosion, extinction of some species, seashell and shrimps. They reduce significantly. Many fishermen, they cannot find some species. They talk that they cannot develop their activities on the time they were able to do because of the extreme heat. Fishing during the day is complicated because of the heat. And consequently, we have the drastic reduction of the economical support for those families. That's an area from this municipality, from island, where the families used to live, and they have to migrate to the city, because now there is no more island here. That's from 2005. That's 2025. Today we have a reduction of more than 50% of this territory. So it's not possible to have houses in this island. The local government support this migration, but the dynamic of those families changed to transport, to do their fishing activities, to access the mangroves, to collect the seashell and seafood, change their routine. To the integration of these families, as the municipality cannot support them continuously. Until today, they are impacted by this forced migration by climate change. We have here a report from the municipality of Augusto Correa. This is happening not only here, this is happening in more places, other coastal municipalities in Pará, Brazil, and around the world. Here, I would like to highlight that communities with more vulnerability are the communities, the poorest communities, and they're the most affected communities. As I said, that's what I expect for other municipalities as well. The municipality is working, trying to find strategies to improve the life quality for this population. Some strategies that we are implementing and developing as increasing the work on the public health system. We used to work from 8 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. For those public health systems units, we are working now until 10 o'clock in the afternoon because of the heat during the day. When we talk about health, small municipalities that do not have industry, they live from artisanal fishing, they live from extractivism, has difficulties to support those investments on public solution. The creation of sustainable routes for tourism with the traditional community could be a solution. Have the route Blue Amazon. You can read about it on the internet. Those tourist routes, they focus on sustainable development and on the production of oysters on those conservation areas. We have to work as well on climate education and education on awareness of the mangroves, on the public schools of this municipality, understanding the belonging on those health systems.
So we would like to reinforce the knowledge on this territory for all the population to try to incentive and improve the conservation of this ecosystem. The municipality cannot do themselves in an isolated way. They can only do that because today we have a network of partners that act in an integrated way with the municipality. So the research institutions, UFPA and IFPA, the third sector. I can talk about Hari Brazil through a network of leadership. So through this network, we can focus on the sustainable fishman management and also a multi-level articulation with the state and with federal organs, federal institutions, I'm sorry, for the conservation and the care of this territory. I would also like to highlight 2 points here that the municipality is trying to improve and to implement, but we're still depending on funding. We really wanted to work on an efficient management of solid waste. I see that we need to treat this waste in the territory so that they will not reach the oceans. A big part of the waste that is in the ocean are from land origin, so we need to invest in waste management to avoid them being discharged in an incorrect manner and they reach the oceans. Also conserving our forests. So we've been trying to work inside these two scenarios. Here we have a few examples of events. So we were present at COP with federal and state institutions and with the presence always of the universities. I would also like to reinforce that it's really important for the municipalities to implement instruments of integrating sustainability and order, integrating all this management to the policies. If it's not using this scenario where the municipality comes working with upgrading these documents so that they can link these instruments to the climate policy. We have some fragilities. We are a small municipality, so we have a very reduced technical team. We cannot maintain an ideal technical team, and we are counting on partners for accessoring these partners. And in a few moments, we cannot access the funds and investments of international institutes. I do not know any coastal municipalities from Pará that had access to this funding. So we do not have access to this international funding, and a few projects that worked that came from investments from the state, they were interrupted, and we would like to highlight that having these funds continue, like the Amazonia funding, it would be important to have these investments permanently so that the municipalities could go through with their goals. I would also like to bring the examples here that we have opportunities. We are able to capacitate the communities and local governments to reach the funds. So we can make a connection between the third sector and local communities to reduce this distance. And what we can share is essential so that we can reach the conservation of the coastal zone, especially where I am part of, which is Amapá, Pará, and Maranhão. I highlight we need to seek solutions based on nature from this territory, of course, putting as main stars in this process the traditional companies. They need to be making decisions with us on how this process needs to happen. I also highlight that the scenario I brought here are a few actions that the community works with that is supported by the municipality. This is one of the campaigns realized by Resex. We cannot conserve without the participation of the traditional communities. We need partnerships, we need knowledge. people that are suffering the challenges on a daily lives. And that's why I'm calling you to become partners of the municipalities and get to know a little bit more about it. And maybe we can develop and find new actions based in the nature to conserve the mangroves. And I need to reassure you that conserving the mangroves is much cheaper than restructuring them. And in Pará, Maranhão, we still have a conservation of 90% of mangroves. So we need investments to maintain the conservation of these areas. Thank you very much. A round of applauses for her. Thank you very much. Thank you once again, Fabricia, for your words. Now we're gonna have a coffee break that will be served in the hall, and we will be back at 4:15. 4:15? At 4:15 we have a new panel. See you soon. our work for today. We're the fifth panel, coastal systems, risks, opportunities, and pathways of transformation, food systems. The panel will talk about the apiculture, aquaculture, food security, coastal economies, besides pathways for more resilient and sustainable food systems. We would like to invite Amsterdam Botelho, researcher of the project Mangues da Amazônia. Welcome. Also, Jessica Wandishir, Development and Engagement Manager in Rio, Brazil. Sorry, Jessica, I got stuck here. Julia Mason, scientist at Environmental Defense Fund, who will be with us remotely. To moderate this talk, we invite Martin Diaz, Technical Director for Oceana. We will also have the participation of Shuang Ma, official of Fishing Resources, Climate Changes, and the Division of Fishing and Apiculture for the UNO for Food and Agriculture, through a recorded speak to contribute with the panel. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to greet Amsterdam, Jessica, Shuisheng, Julia. How are you, Julia? Nice to meet you finally. I would like to thank Wix for the invitation, for being here all together. Basically speaking about food systems, coastal and maritime food systems in this context of climate changes. My role here is basically mediating and connecting this conversation, bringing a few provocations, because why not? And I would like to start by just so that we can situate ourselves about what we're talking about when we talk about food systems. Basically, forms of production of foods that have through their base the maritime and coastal ecosystem. So, in very practical terms, we're basically talking about fishing, agriculture that happen in different scales, in different formats, in different regions. Since the since fishing, large scale fishing for sardines that we see in our supermarkets, or even shrimps, oysters, all of this is part of this production of food that has as its base our ecosystems. So it's gonna be about this. This is how we start our conversation today. So these are very important systems when we talk about production of food. I'm sure that Trishan from FAO will bring us a lot of information about what fishing and aquaculture is in a world level. And so that we can have a real notion of these activities in the context of climate changes. So comparing other sources of protein protection, especially inland, we have that the sea animals, the seafood, they have this environmental matter, especially in terms of gas emission, that's much, much less than, for example, red meat or other kinds of animal protein as traditionally consumed chicken, pork, etc. So it positions as a strategic and intelligent way of producing food, of course, with their trade offs. This is a little bit of the context, and I couldn't stop myself from bringing him during this initial speech. I am the director of Oceania. It's a third sector organization that works with ocean. But when we were invited to contribute to the elaboration of this document, I wrote a moment about the aquaculture in Brazil that has a very important point based in the in growing mollusks, bivalve mollusks. So Santa Catarina produced a lot of it. And for these reflections, it made me talk here about our aquaculture. Can we control the environment, control the temperature? We cannot do this for all of them. But for the Brazilian aquaculture, it depends a lot on the quality of the water, on the temperature of the water, where they are being cultivated. And what happens is that while I was writing this white paper, the species of oyster that is cultivated in Santa Catarina is mostly associated to cold waters. This could represent a risk to this system of production because this species could not tolerate the heat. 2 weeks after that, it was on TV showing that there was more than 90% loss of the production, and I felt like a god, like, oh my god, look at the power I have on my hands. But I mean, not talking about the tragedies. It's a tragedy, but it relieves the importance of this context for us. So I think that with this very brief point I bring here, I think it's essential for us to try to understand a little better what are these food systems that have on their base, on their ecosystems. Now, Shui Sheng, we're going to talk a little bit about it. She brings us a video presentation with a few points that will help us to go through with this conversation.
Colleagues and friends, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure for me to join this event on the Ocean-Climate Nexus, investment and action opportunities. My name is Xue Changma. I'm a Fishery Resources Officer from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO. First, I want to extend my sincere thanks to Instituto Clima at Sociedade for the invitation to speak on this panel on coastal food systems under climate pressure, risks, opportunities, and pathways for transformation. While I regret that I cannot be with you in person, I am deeply grateful for the opportunity to share FAO's perspective on why coastal and aquatic food systems must be at the very center of our climate and investment agendas. When we talk about the ocean in climate spaces, we often focus on its role as the largest carbon sink on the Earth. But the ocean is also something much more intimate to human survival. It is a critical source of food security and nutrition. Aquatic foods, including fish, shellfish, aquatic plants, and algae, provide 3 billion people with essential nutrients like omega-3 fatty acids and vitamin B12, which are hard to replace with other food sources. Aquatic foods are also one of the most traded food commodities globally, providing a necessary source of hard currency for economically depressed regions and empowering communities with vital income. Around 600 million people depend on aquatic food sector for their livelihoods, with nearly 500 million of them engaged in small-scale activities. For billions of people, particularly in the global south, aquatic foods are not just a dietary choice. They are an irreplaceable source of essential micronutrients, protein, and economic security. However, despite their importance, aquatic food systems remain an underutilized pathway for climate action. This must change because aquatic foods offer a phenomenal combination of benefits. They nourish people and they are carbon efficient. Consider the environmental footprint. Over the past decade, aquatic animal production has grown at twice the rate of human population growth. Crucially, it has done so with a remarkably low carbon footprint. Compared with many land-based animal food systems, Aquatic foods require less feed to produce the same amount of protein, and they emit significantly fewer greenhouse gases. They are among the most carbon-efficient food systems in the world. This means that investing in coastal and aquatic food systems is not only an adaptation imperative for vulnerable communities, it is also a highly effective mitigation strategy. At FAO, we are working to maximize this potential through the Blue Transformation Roadmap, endorsed by FAO's 194 member nations and recognized as a priority by the G20 agriculture ministers. Blue transformation is anchored in three measurable climate resilient objectives. First, we must sustainably intensify and expand aquaculture as an essential mechanism to adapt to climate change. Second, we must ensure the effective management of 100% of our fisheries resources. And third, we must upgrade aquatic food value chains, integrating circular economy principles to reduce food loss, waste, and emissions. But to move from vision to reality, we need two things: policy integration and, crucially, finance at scale to implement solutions. On the policy side, solutions already exist. These include the NDC fish guidelines developed by FAO and partners, including the Stanford Center for Ocean Solutions, World Fish, the Bayer Institute, CARE, and EDF. This is a practical menu of adaptation and mitigation policy options specifically designed for the aquatic food sector, and it is already being used by countries to integrate fisheries and aquaculture into their nationally determined contributions. However, policy without finance is just a promise, and right now there is a severe and well-documented finance gap. Despite the sector's massive contribution to global food security, it has historically received only a fraction of climate finance. An FAO estimate indicates that adaptation finance for the aquatic food sector averaged only $0.2 billion per year. If we are serious about adaptation, we need about $4.8 billion per year to support all developing countries in the adaptation of the aquatic food sector. This persistent underfunding is driven by structural challenges. The sector is often perceived as high risk due to its reliance on natural conditions. It is insufficiently integrated into national climate investment plans, and small-scale producers face massive barriers to accessing credit. To unlock the capital needed, we must foster financial innovation. We need to de-risk private investment. We need tailored insurance products and social protection schemes for small-scale fishers and fish farmers. And we need value chain financing that can link capital directly to sustainable climate resilient practices. The good news is that the momentum is growing from the recognition of blue transformation as a global priority in the G20 Agriculture Ministers' Declaration adopted in Brazil in 2024 to the inclusion of aquatic food systems as a key climate solution in the UNFCCC Climate Action Agenda in 2025. We can see that the political signals are aligning, but these signals must now be converted into capital flows. This is precisely why this event matters. The Ocean-Climate Nexus is not only a scientific and policy challenge, it is also an investment challenge, and aquatic food systems sit at the very heart of it. They are not just victims of the climate pressure, they are engines of resilience, economic development, and sustainable nutrition for hundreds of millions of people. They are among the most carbon efficient food systems on our planet. And with the right investment, they can become a cornerstone of our collective response to the climate crisis. Let's work together to ensure that aquatic food systems are no longer underutilized in the climate agenda, but one of its most powerful solutions. Obrigado. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shui. We don't have the opportunity to talk to her, but Shui brought to us this panorama about food production and the challenges with the expansion of sustainable aquaculture. It's important to have that in mind. And for the management of the fishing in a global scale and the necessity of investments for that. This complements a lot the speech of Julia might complete the speech of Shui Shen. Please, Julia, share with us your expertise on investment funds, and please, the floor is yours.
Julia,
Julia,
pode nos escutar?
do you hear
Agora em
us?
português, quem sabe? Seja
Do you
problema
hear
de
us,
idioma.
Julia?
Hello, yes, there's just a little delay. Would you like me to share the presentation or shall I share the screen?
We have your
Excellent.
presentation.
Thank you so much, Martin and ICS, for the opportunity to be here. I'm joining from Miami, Florida on behalf of EDF and the Aquatic Blue Food Coalition. We'll go ahead to the next slide. So as Dr. Ma so eloquently explained to us, blue foods are critically important to billions of people, and so it is a vital priority to safeguard them from climate change. But because there are so many different types of blue foods, thousands of different species, and there are so many ways that people interact with or depend on blue foods, from fishing and farming to processing and trading, that means that the threats that blue foods face from climate change are also quite diverse. So next slide, please. So we might need to think about both the changes in ocean temperature and chemistry that affect fish habitat and health, the health of the oysters in Santa Catalina, or the distribution of fish. It affects their susceptibility to disease. But we also need to think about other threats that impact the land and coastlines. So for example, the crops that contribute to aquaculture feed or the infrastructure that sustains ports and processing or cultivation. And so this means that for any given food system, the adaptation policies need to address multiple and likely compounding threats and also link together actions and actors from all different sectors: environment, supply chain, distribution. And so adaptation policies must be quite tailored to the local context and the specific threats and the governance structures to that system. But I'll speak broadly at the global level on the next slide. A major challenge from an equity standpoint, next slide please, is that climate change impacts are disproportionately impacting the most vulnerable regions in terms of economics and nutrition. So as waters are warming, we're expecting to see fish, and already have seen fish, moving away from warmer waters in the tropics and toward cooler and higher latitudes. And this means that those nations that are most dependent on seafood for their nutrition are most likely to lose access. A second challenge on the next slide is that policy decisions later on the supply chain can further compound these nutrient disparities. So as Dr. Ma said, seafood is one of the most globally traded commodities. And when we translate those trade volumes into their nutrient value, here we're looking at iron, we can see it's further distributing nutrients away from seafood-dependent nations to more food-secure nations like the US and China. And this is true of other economic decisions as well, such as foreign fishing agreements or diverting fish to animal feed. They can have these compounding effects. And then a third challenge, next slide please, is that blue foods have been neglected in both climate and food policies. So the ocean represents 70% of our planet, but it is minuscule when it comes to inclusion in food policies and climate plans. It receives less than 1% of development funding. And so this is another huge barrier to being able to harness the potential of blue foods to meet our nutrition goals as well as our climate goals. Next slide, please. And so to combat these challenges, the government of Iceland, Oceana, Stanford, and EDF came together in 2021 to form the Aquatic Blue Food Coalition, and it's since grown to over 65 members in 16 member states. Next slide. And its missions are to raise the profile of blue foods among international and national decision makers. They do quite a lot of educational events at global decision-making fora, like the UN and the high-level political forum on sustainable development. They mobilize support, both in terms of financial investment and technical capacity and partnerships for countries who are integrating blue foods into their food and climate policy. They've worked with Sierra Leone on their fisheries strategy to improve nutrition outcomes. They're supporting Indonesia in a blue food assessment for their blue economy strategy. And there's also fostering of knowledge exchange through monthly meetings and matching countries or decision makers with technical expertise and assistance. And one product of that knowledge exchange, next slide please, is this guidance document for incorporating blue foods and climate strategies that Dr. Ma mentioned. And so these are expert-derived policy entry points. They come from all the different coalition partners that policymakers and investors can implement to enhance the role of blue foods in mitigating climate change, because blue foods can be a much lower greenhouse gas emission food source than other foods when they are sustainably managed, as well as in adaptation strategies, national adaptation plans to foster more resilient and nutritious blue food systems. Next slide, please. The guidance covers 5 different policy areas. So they talk about fostering more sustainable and climate adaptive fisheries management, reducing the footprint and the energy use of aquaculture through more efficient feeds and better energy use, reducing waste and enhancing circularity in blue food supply chains. Over 30% of seafood is lost or wasted along the supply chain. So this represents an enormous opportunity from both an emission reduction and a food provision standpoint. There's also strategies for promoting local consumption of sustainable and low carbon blue foods. And finally, protecting and restoring blue carbon habitats like seagrasses and mangroves that I think we'll hear about from the next speakers. So all of these represent critical areas for investment, for overcoming the challenges that I mentioned, and again, harnessing the potential of blue foods to be a climate solution. And so the next slide, please, I thank you so much for your time. I'll welcome your questions, and there's an open call to join the coalition, and you can find more information here at this web code.
Thank you, Julia, for this speech. This complemented really well with this data, our conversation here. We are talking about getting to 200 million of food being produced on the oceans with its trade-offs, but it's a great solution for us, bringing green solutions, blue solutions. We have to mitigate this waste and understand that our stocks are producing well, during good management, health management of our stocks. And we see also some opportunities that those food systems bring to us. This last example, the protection of some environments that's strategic for the food production on the seas. Let's talk here to Amsterdam. Let's talk about the mangroves. When we connect to ocean and climate, we talk about the mangroves, think only about mitigation and carbon sequestration, but seldom we talk about its potential to produce food. how important these ecosystems are in supporting some food system in some regions that depend a lot on those systems, on extractivism, and for support traditional communities of fishermen, as it was mentioned before. Amsterdam, please tell us about this experience that you have with the Amazonian mangroves, and which are those food systems. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. I have a small presentation. I'm going to stand up because I feel better to speak. Well, my presentation says mangroves and the infrastructure of the coast food systems. This infrastructure is based on the whole connections of roots that build this huge wall for protection of our coasts. I have a quick presentation, and I brought also, before being a researcher of those mangroves, I was working with coastal populations at Maranhão. So I had the opportunity to be part of this group. That's a lab for the University of PA. So I was working already with it. So I went to search some scientific knowledge. Within this context, the mangrove ecosystem, I bring this slide here just to give some context to that. As Julia was talking, she showed a graph where the major area in the globe where we're going to have loss of biomas is in between the tropics, where we have as well our mangroves. Bring to the Brazilian context and the Amazonian context, we have the long stretch of mangroves. It's Maranhão, Pará, and Amapá. Those three states, we have a continuum of mangroves that represent 80% of the mangroves of Brazil are in this stretch of land, which are very important for traditional communities that are dependent on this ecosystem. Why do I like to highlight this fact that the traditional communities depend on this ecosystem? The communities that live on the big centers, they have different opportunities to have income and to also to eat and to have the food security. On those fishermen communities, if the environment, if the ecosystem is destroyed, they cannot survive. These are areas where the artisanal fishing is the base of the food system and their income, and they're suffering territorial and climate change. When I go back to my education, I work with research on tourism, and the biggest pressure that these communities are suffering is tourism. Sadly, it's tourism, where we could be, as a research in tourism, I have to talk about it. Tourism is one of the biggest pressure on those communities. Complementing this fact, mangroves, the nursery of sea life, they are the base of artisanal fishing, and have to collect crabs and mussels. And bring that to a practical example, I have this community which I'm developing a work at Maranhão. They are in the municipality of Bequimão, inside a natural reserve or natural preservation reserve. In this community, and the community from Ponta do Soares, this community, they are suffering with climate change, and you can see it. We see here erosion, we have retraction of the mangrove, we have a cut on this wall of mangrove that's protecting this community by the community itself, because they don't have the basic knowledge, or they don't know how useful the mangrove is on the protection of its community. When I went there to do this work, they explained to me that they opened a mangrove to clean their view. Do you see what's happening? People, they are not aware of the importance of the mangrove. They lost their traditional knowledge. When we want for them to have environmental awareness, to understand that the mangrove is there not to disturb their landscape, is there to protect their community, that's about it. We have here the raise of sea level, have the loss of productive biome. They say that the crabs it's not here. They have to go to the other margin to collect the crabs. We have here a more vulnerable community throughout the erosion. The sea tide is having a bad impact on the community. They have a bad impact on fishing, coastal erosion. In Maranhão, in the north of Brazil, they went through a rainy season that's closing now.
And there was a lot of rain in the region. So all of this impacts areas that are being suffocated by mangrove areas that are being suffocated because of the erosion of the rivers. So this changes the availability of fishing. There are species of fish that are not easily found in the region, just as crabs. Okay. Here I bring you 3 experiences. The title of this slide could even change, is what's happening up there. So up there on north and northeast, there are a few experiences of big, small, and medium impact. So one experience I was part of as a startup that was incubated by Sebrae in São Luís, Maranhão, we developed the pilot of a project called PSA Compensate, which is a startup that worked with compensation of carbon in tourism events. They would convert this credit and actions inside the community of Porto do Veloso in Raposa, Maranhão. This is a community that is a sururu activist. So here we have an example of a sururu being extracted. So they take the tourists there and they work with the sustainability matter of maintaining that environment clean, of having that work of awareness. Here we have mangroves from Amazon, and this is a strategy we are implementing. But this is in Conceição Quilombo, which is a project that is being structured. The name is Maramangue. It's gonna be developed in Ponta dos Soares and Quilombo Conceição. This inhabitant of Quilombo Conceição is by the side by one of the last species, which is called Cactus erectus, which is a mangrove that used to be a big forest, but that was totally destroyed. So they miss this because when it was healthy, they had a lot of demanding. They had a lot of demand for crab because of this woodland. They were using it as a protein for the animal. So this is something they've been reivindicating. One of their requirements is that they work with reforestation of Carbos erectus in the mangrove forest. So PSA Compensate worked well. It was a pilot plan, not a lot of investment. And then we are waiting for it to go back if we have investors. And Maramangue, we already have a few dollars that could be used to start from June or July now. The first actions that will be with the community, that we think first we need to work with the basics. So environmental awareness, education, and then go to the second part, which is restoration. And then we have Amazon Mangrove. I am the manager of the project, especially in the touristic area. We are still not directly working with tourism, but this is a future goal, talking about regenerative tourism in mangrove areas. So we work in 4 marines in Pará, Bragança, Taquateia, Augusto Correia, and Viseu. So these are gigantic areas. The whole Pará coast is protected, and it has a focus of the protection and the study of the sack crab. We could say that it is our favorite, our most important, which is the mangrove crab. So all of this is mapped inside the eco lab, the exploration, scientific base work since kids until teenagers. So we have clubs that are working first childhood until adolescence, awareness, and so making this mangrove still protected by the community. So we are protecting the mangrove crab, and we are guaranteeing food safety and security for all these communities that are inserted there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Amsterdam, for this panorama. This was, wow, we were diving deep into the mangroves of the Brazilian coast. There was going to be a slide of intermediary between Amsterdam and Jessica's presentation, and we can skip it because we don't have a lot of time. And it was gonna be a very boring slide. I'm a scientist. I was gonna talk about data, monitoring, the importance of this in the context of climate changes. So I'm gonna preserve you from this very boring speech, and let's go to a real example of monitoring of data in the community that Jessica is the leader of. She is coordinating it with her partners. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know if you've noticed, but we had a strategy of only talking about Amazon mangroves. Everybody here will leave this room remembering COP30. Oh, we missed those days. So Hari Brazil works in 15 activist reserves among Pará, Maranhão, and Amapá, a lot of kilometers of mangroves, and we are working with 500 communities. So for this process of acting with participative monitoring and creation of protocols, I think it's very important for us to understand what are the pressures these communities are going through. I'm even going to mention that we have a lot of partners. Lema is a partner from Amazon mangroves. When we had a diagnosis of anthropic and clematis pressures in these 14 units of conservation. So we were using the data they had and the studies they had through satellites with the pressures they identified. We went into the territory, to the land, we talked to the communities, and we validated the pressures that were arising. So among many of the things we were listening, increase of sea level, few species, hydric bodies, heating, change of waves in Amazonic level. So it's not half a meter, it's 6 meters. So it's really impressing how these communities have been noticing these changes that have been happening on their production processes for oysters and crabs and fish. And for us, it's really important to understand what are the parameters they're feeling that are changing and following up with them so that we can understand how to adapt it. So our work aims to be centered in people. We are not training communities to understand the monitoring process. We understand with them what protocols need to exist. So I'm going to bring you a success case. You talked about the south oysters. I'm going to talk about the north oysters. We work with a community with 14 families in the municipality of Curuçá. This is one of the communities that still possess natural oysters production. So they are producing a lot of seeds. And as Martin said, the monitoring of the water temperature and the salinity of the water is very important for oyster production. They do it with their hands, feeling with their skin if it's hotter, if it's colder. And this is very important for us. The community perspective, this is a traditional knowledge that is acquired. But with the change in the climate, we understand that these parameters are changing and there's no time for them to adapt. So with this community, our specialist, Dr. Erica Jimenez, she actually briefed me here. And she said that in no way I could make it seem like we are training them, because it's actually the opposite. We are making the protocols of monitoring with them. They indicate things for us and we actually learn much more from them than we teach them as technicians. So this specific community, there was an exchange so that we could develop the protocols of monitoring that were predictive and ecological monitoring of these oysters. Besides that, with our partners in the Federal University of Pará, we have been monitoring the environment. So we've been installing low-cost sensors. Wow, I felt like I was in the Oscar ceremony. Wow. Just 1 minute. Sorry, I lost myself. So we've been monitoring the whole, because we understand that the decrease of the species could be productive or for any consequences, but these communities, they already go through several pressures beyond the climate changes. We understand that artisanal fishing communities, they suffer with industrial fishing that is there in the border. So we also have this diversity of pressures. It would make a lot of sense to blame the climate change, but we also need to address that monitoring and management of fishing resources, they need to happen in a way that is shared with everyone that's involved. So when we have a participative monitoring with the community linked with the environmental monitoring, we have the result, which is a real picture of the territory. Of course, we also have satellite monitoring, which is very interesting, but we're trying to match, to combine all of this to receive a human-centered response. So these communities, they will suffer the impact. They are noticing that even before we get there with a multi-level governance in the place. So we need to be supported with data so that when there is the opportunity of creating a project for climate financials, so that these communities and municipalities have the data for the purposes and for the opportunities. This is where I finish. Thank you very much. Perfect, Jessica. You even had more time. Bruna had told me that we would have 1 minute more because we started later, but I think I can continue then. Very interesting subject. I think there are two main points here that I catch from all the speakers. When we're talking about maritime or sea food systems, we're talking about adaptation, about making them more resilient. And for this process of adapting, data, information, planning, inclusion, and decision making are fundamental. In a few places where the climate effect will be really felt in the resources, it needs to be part of the management of that resource. But in other places, the strengthening of the predictive chains will strengthen the communities directly, that will bring with them the gatekeeping of these territories that are really important for the mitigation. Well, you gave us a very interesting point. You talked a little bit less than everyone, Jessica, but about how these communities identify these certain effects even before the satellites, and how important it is to use this local information during the decision-making process. Do you have any more real examples, like for example, the hands and the temperature of the water, the fishes that are disappearing? Well, I think that from the diagnosis we had in 2024 with partnership with the International Conservation, the Saudi Reserve is always a big example for us. They are extremely vulnerable to the sea tide increasement. Of course, we have a few historical series that show loss of land and territory, but it's getting more and more intense so that the fishermen cannot even understand very well how to prepare themselves to go out for fishing. So when the rain is decreasing, we have the sea getting into a little bit more. And what they told us is that I'm gonna bring a term here that maybe is wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Which was the entrance of a very specific school of anchovies that's very specific. So for these communities that do not have anchovies in their food system is not something good. So for them, they identified it as a pressure for the local food system that they were not expecting. And they needed to adapt themselves very quickly. But they also lose a lot of fish from the freshwater because they have this amount of time where they need to adapt to this salinity. So one example was one of these that we noticed inside the participative diagnosis, but also Mr. Newson, he always tells me, hey Jessica, I know I'm gonna fish crab when the water is warm until my ankle. So how can we provide him the information that the body of the water is getting warmer, that he can wait a little bit, he can wait 2 or 3 hours of, or because for this community, it's 2 or 3 hours of organization in the day makes a lot of difference. So we have been looking with this, receiving these demands from them with a participative monitoring and using the technology in service of the community so that we can bring a solution for their better development with qualified information. Well, now we are getting close to the end, but there is still 1 minute that I would like to share to divide between Julia and Amsterdam for a final word. Where are the opportunities of investment in the sectors of food in a way of making them more resilient to climate changes? And what is the role of these institutions for this process? Julia, let's start with you. And since now, thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. My role is to share the daunting challenges, but I really want to emphasize what an opportunity Blue Foods represents, such an underutilized opportunity to address multiple challenges at once. So I think one big place the private sector can play an impact is in scaling novel technologies to reduce the impact of aquaculture feed or reduce waste in supply chains. And where policies and governments can play a big impact is in supporting small scale producers in diversifying into more climate resilient livelihoods and protecting ecosystems like mangroves, because these represent the foundation for healthy fisheries, healthy ecosystems, and a healthy future.
In Brazil, I believe that we need to rely on the small actions, local focus. So today, if you search on the internet, you're gonna find several small actions being developed in the Brazilian coast from south to north. So there are small ideas. It doesn't help if we think that big but don't take a look at the local. So think local to help global. Invest on the small ideas, mainly because they are focused in the community, on the community. And just like Jessica mentioned, the knowledge of the community is the base of this small idea. So they are always made, elaborated, and thought along with the community. Perfect. I think that with this, we can finish this panel. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to meet you, to listen to you, to learn from you about these realities. Julia, thank you very much for joining us online. Thank you for all of you that were here with us during this 45 minutes. Big hug for all of you. Okay, please wait for the picture. Our photographer will be positioning you. More, yeah. Oops. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Luana. Thank you, Bruna. I think the seat is not wet. Now I'm going to start the sixth panel. Decarbonization of maritime transportation and production of renewable energy at the sea. We're going to talk about ocean energy, decarbonization in navigation, and seashore infrastructure and global climate transition. I'd like to invite to this stage Cristiane Marcelac, founder and associated at Mar Salgado. Welcome, Cristiane. Julia Paleta, Director, Brazilian Director of Ocean Energy Pathway. Welcome, Julia. Elad Chadman, Director of Ocean Engineering at COP UFRJ, University of Rio de Janeiro. And to moderate this conversation, we invite Patricia Furtado, Senior Consultant at this Global Pact at UNO for Ocean. Welcome. I have a big challenge. Last panel today. Not the last. The people have any people. They are with energy. I see so many known faces here. Thank you for the invitation. And Anas is here. My mistake. Sorry, Mr. Anas. Sorry. And Mr. Anas remotely. And Nasa Lamouche, researcher of postdoctor from World Maritime University. Welcome. Thank you for being with us. Well, introduce myself. I'm Patricia Furtado. For those who doesn't know me, Ocean Center is a global pact at UNO and Lois Research Foundation, which are one of the members of one of the last initiatives for. We are present in Brazil, in other countries, Africa, Asia, and the topics we are talking about that we'll discuss here today, specifically in this panel with the decarbonization, wind farms, blue financing, and this panel talked about it, intersection ocean and financing in this framework that's very big, and the discussions are multidisciplinary. We are here representing academia, private sector. I would like to say that we talk a lot about so many topics on decarbonization, wind farms, and people think this is connected only to climate challenges. No, we are talking about infrastructure, we are talking about innovation, competitiveness, food safety, industrial development, logistic, global chains of value. And this transformation at a global level, this brings new discussions connected to the new technologies that are appearing now on sea, all the alternative fuels, green hydrogen, and many other discussions. There are so many technologies that it's impossible to address all of them. And the focus today is to think this brings its benefits and challenges, but the opportunities for investment, what can we talk about? This panel today is going to talk about it. What are among those trends the big opportunities for investment and for Brazil? Let's start with a global perspective. That's why Anas is here with us. But first, to understand what can we do here, the opportunities for our country and a global level are huge. So I would like to ask you, Anas. He was already introduced. Anas Alamouche is a researcher, postdoctor, World Maritime University, a specialist in decarbonization at Harbor Energy Transition, working on international projects for sustainable solutions and low carbon impact for the maritime sector and harbor sector. Does he has the question already? Having this short time today, Anas. The question is, we know that the harbor became hubs for energy, industrial hubs, and we have examples like Rotterdam, Antwerp, Singapore. From your point of view, how do you see the development of harbors as platforms for connection in between decarbonization of maritime transportation and renewable energy from offshore?
Thank you very much, Patricia, and thank you everybody for having me today. I have prepared 3 slides just to wrap up the whole international discussion about the energy transition. Please allow me to share them. I don't think I'm able to do my slides, but I will go on and talk about the whole issue. So the fundamental shift I see globally is that ports are no longer just logistic nodes. They are evolving into energy transition platforms. That connect offshore renewable energy with the green fuels production and ship decarbonization. And this is not theoretical. It is really happening now at commercial scale. Let me explain the model that gives you examples. If you go to the other slides, at the center, we can see the port, and then we see offshore wind and solar energy flows into the port, where it does 3 things. It powers onshore power supply, so ships at Perth can shut down their diesel engines and receive power from the shore. It also feeds electrolyzers that produce green hydrogen which is then converted into ammonia, methanol, or synthetic fuel for ship bunkering. It also exports clean energy to the grid and to nearby industries through hydrogen pipelines. The port becomes a convergence point for energy production, conversion, and also distribution. So in terms of global examples, if you go to the next slides, we can also give examples about Rotterdam. Shell is building a 200 megawatt electrolyzer powered by offshore wind, going operational this year. It will produce 60 tons of green hydrogen per day, delivered through a new 32-kilometer pipeline. They also completed the first ship-to-ship ammonia bunkering pilot in 2025 April, and they are now building green hydrogen corridors with other countries. Antwerp and Bruges, if we stay in the previous slides, please. So Antwerp and Bruges, it's switching its massive petrochemical cluster to green hydrogen. They have formed an important coalition also with Brazil, Chile, and Namibia, and they offer up to 15% fee reduction for vessels using cleaner fuels. There's also the example of Singapore, the world's largest bunkering hub. So alternative fuels sales doubled in 2024. They awarded 3 methanol bunkering licenses in January 2026 and ordered the world's first ammonia bunkering vessel. In Denmark also, the world's first commercial green methanol plant opened in May 2025. It supplies Maersk 18 new methanol-powered container ships and also serve Lego and Novo Nordics, showing how maritime and industrial decarbonization can reinforce each other. These are not pilot projects. These are commercial operations. In terms of finance, now the financial scaffolding is also growing. The IMO is proposing a global carbon levy that could generate $15 billion per year by 2030. The EU emission trading system is already generating 5 billion euros per year from shipping. The EU Hydrogen Bank, the German H2 Global Program, and the global green bond market, which surpassed $600 billion in 2024, are all opening new channels. But the finance community needs 4 things to invest at scale. They need regulatory certainty, especially from the IMO decision in October this year. They need revenue predictability through long-term offtake agreements. They need governance framework that allocate risks clearly, and they need development finance institutions to de-risk first-of-a-kind projects. Without this capital, we will not flow fast enough. The ports I mentioned are not waiting. They are building now. The question for every country and every port is whether they will move fast enough to be part of this energy transition. Thank you. This is my intervention regarding your question, and I'm also listening and happy to receive questions afterward.
Muito obrigado, Milad. Muito obrigado, Anas. Thank you for your presentation. É importante para nós estar em contato com a World Maritime University can bring to us. I would like now to migrate from the global level and arrive to the Brazilian level with Cristiane de Marcelac, Associate Director from Mar Salgado, works for more than 30 years with maritime transportation, logistics, member of the Brazilian delegation at IMO, and doctor in energy transition at COP, University of Rio de Janeiro. Chris, my question for you, what is the role on the Brazilian ports and the actors on logistics can play on decarbonization of the maritime sector, and where are the opportunities for investment now? Thank you, Patricia. Thank you for your question. Good afternoon, everybody. We are here at the end of a very intensive day. I'm going to try to be brief. I would like to answer with two parts. First part, how ports in Brazil can support decarbonization on world navigation, maritime logistics, and how world maritime navigation can help the decarbonization of Brazil. Let's start from, as Anat said, sea is not part of a country. The sea, the oceans are part of an international maritime organization. IMA, for those who doesn't know, maritime logistics should have reached zero emission in 2050. So we have many policies to reduce those emissions. And these policies, we're going to start with a baseline. Long distance bunker now emit 90 grams for megajoules, 93.3 carbon for megajoule. We need to find new technology to reduce those emissions year by year until we get to zero emissions with mixes or change of fuels. And Brazil has its biofuels, which can support now these changes. We're talking about biodiesel that there is drop in, can be used on the engines now. It can be used in the mix. It can be used 100%. If you make a B24, in Rio Grande, we were already fueling with B24. We are coming from 93 to 80. We can get 100% biodiesel and have ethanol, which is a huge innovation. It doesn't look like for us, but worldly for navigation, ethanol is a big innovation. Anat talked about methanol. We have new engines that work not only bunker, they can run bunker and they can run also alcohol. But before for methanol, and Brazil brought this this innovation, and ethanol can run on those engines. It's a big innovation. Now in the last IMO meeting, I was there 2 weeks ago. I almost meet my friend here from WMU, and we approved the route of corn ethanol from the little crop, Brazilian little crop. It's a great innovation from Brazil. Obviously, they need sustainable steel. From Brazil, we're talking about agribusiness, people get interested in that. We have so many areas connect to that, and the connection connect that to the entrepreneurs. Brazil is not well has little logistics that go through sea. For you to understand, we have the Ministry of Transportation in Brazil, and sea transportation is not part of that. Sea transportation is not part of transportation. It's part of Secretary on Ports and Airports. Guys, let's bring maritime culture to the Brazilian Ministry of Transportation. Why this is important? Let me be quick about it, but I need to talk about it. Last century, the main way for you to connect states was through maritime transportation. Today, 8% of transportation in Brazil. We transport more than half of the Brazilian transportation by land, and we could do that by sea. Having infrastructure is cheaper to transport through the sea. You integrating rice, chicken. What's happening in the south of Brazil, you can take northeast, you can take to Manaus. You can bring back the electronics from Manaus. This is a great way to connect Brazil. I study this type of transportation for more than 20 years. And we have USA has 2 coasts, and we have a continuous coast in Brazil that integrates itself to Amazon River. So the ship can come from the south of Brazil, can go inside the Amazon River and go to city of Manaus. We can connect even to Quito. Cabotage, coastal shipping is a very important part of that. I'm studying it. And the emissions of maritime transportation, you don't need to change, don't need to change the fuel, just take 1 ton from earth transportation to maritime transportation, you reduce 80% of emissions. So you can have great gains. 1 ton by 1 kilometer, you have less than 60 grams of CO2. We have to go back to cabotage, coastal transportation to have this improvement of connection to multimodal earth transportation. Is a great solution. These are the 2 opportunities. First, for us to think in this infrastructure for liquid logistics, for us to have ethanol, a competitive biodiesel, not only to supply to Brazil, but for us to export to other hubs, Singapore, Rotterdam, and Bruges, and for us to think about solutions in the academia, thinking how can we find more maritime solutions for the distribution of this cargo.
Okay, thank you for bringing this. You deserve the applauses because many of the times we go to events to discuss the ocean, we understand that there's one ocean that integrates all the basins, but we usually forget about cabotage, the transportation, and having this integration among transports. We are here to discuss decarbonization, but beyond it, we have our goals as a country. So having this point of view is very important and it needs to be part of these discussions because there are challenges. There are maritime challenges, but most of the times they are the same as transports. We are taking more a look at coastal shipping, but paying attention to the integration you bring. Thank you very, very much. Now going back to the academy. Besides Professor of COP, you are UFRJ, he also talks about renewable energy, more than 15 years of experience with renewable energy, integration of energetic solutions for the maritime sector. So, continuing with this discussion and talking about your interface research and industry, where do you see the opportunities of investment that are most promising in renewable offshore energies connected to the maritime applications? And also, how does the academic research help identify and reduce the risks of these same opportunities? Thank you for your question. It's a pleasure to be here talking about this theme. First, I would like to have a small introduction about the renewable sources. So, about renewable energies in the oceans, they can be divided in 2. So, renewable sources, for example, wave energy, gradients of stability, and other available sources. For example, solar offshore. But why are these sources important for Brazil? First is the meaningful potential we have. According to the Energetic Researches Company, we're talking about 600 gigawatts of potential capacity for eolic offshore in Brazil. And in about 100 gigabar of energy of the wave. So we have a big capacity, high quality resource, which means constant winds with less turbulence. This means that economically, these parks, these technologies, they will have more advantages in here. Second matter is energetic safety, which means having enough energy for the next decades for a growing demand. So not only depending on one source only. So it means not only depending on fuels that are impacted by geopolitical conflicts, fossil fuels. So we suffered with the diesel from the war, Ukraine, United States era, and the resilience means being able to react to extreme events. So talking about electricity, so electric safety plus long medium term planning, resilience short term. Besides that, this sector of offshore renewables could bring an impulse to a new industrialization in Brazil. So that would bring like a supply chain of components for all these technologies in Brazil. And this would mean that we would need to revitalize our harbors, adapt, make them adequate to this sector. And that means generating employment. In this point, recently we had a study showing the capacity of the shipyard in Brazil in the coast. They have the capacity of building 40 gigawatts per year. Of course, they need to be adapted, adequated, but it's a huge potential we have with the offshore opportunity Brazil had. And the last point, which integrates and connects with the industry, is utilizing these sources to decarbonization of the industries of difficulties. So, for example, steel, cement, fertilizers, maritime transport, and oil and gas industries. So, from these renewable sources, from renewable energy that's generated, we could take the advantage to hydrogen with CO2 to generate. We could react with nitrogen, and all of them are renewable chemical elements that could be renewed. They could all be considered sustainable and used for decarbonization of the maritime fleets. This is very important. And a peculiarity that Brazil has of decarbonizing oil and gas, which is part of our research and development projects are linked to this. So Brazil has 20% of the emissions of the energetic sector in the whole world. And about the university, when we pay attention to the context of energetic transition, innovation is a very important word because most of these systems are in a pre-commercial phase. We need to insert improvements, we need to innovate so that we can viabilize economically these processes and technologies. And autocritic to the university can identify the problems and look for companies, look for the government, talk to BNDES and say, hey, we have a solution for this problem here. And not always waiting or expecting that they are going to search for the university to solve the problems. So this is how I see the role of the university. It's very important, but we need to have a kind look into the Brazilian academy, more investment, more technological labs infrastructure, and we are competing with the best universities in the world in this context of offshore energy. Thank you very much for this point of view that you brought. Amplifying, we talk about renewable energy and we go to wind energy, but talking about Brazil, this is what's strongest at the moment. But of course, it is very important to have this multiple point of view and other possibilities it brings. But I'm happy that this event, we are connecting it, industry and university. Julia is here representing the industry, but she also has a foot on the university because besides being a director of Ocean Energy Pathway, she is also getting her bachelor degree at COPI Federal University of Rio. She has a lot of experience with big infrastructure projects focused in the intersection among transition, governance, and climate policies. Julia, I wanted to ask you, Recognizing this strong connection you have with the academy, I would like to focus now on your perspective as the industry. And from that point of view, where do you see the most relevant opportunities for renewable energies offshore connected to maritime decarbonization? And how can Brazil can reposition themselves to capture and escalate these opportunities inside the new global chains of emerging values? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to divide this question in two. So I think when we take a look at this panorama of investment, what we have now is the wind and offshore technology. This is a technology that is in commercial scale in several places in the world, especially in China. We have more than 80 gigawatts in operation in the world, a very big pipeline of projects that are being developed in wind energy, not only in countries that are already started, like China and the European Union, but emerging countries as well, like Brazil. Today we have India, Japan, South Korea, Australia, Latin America, Colombia, Mexico, Canada, Chile. So there is this big movement that is emerging in countries developing and taking a look at this very mature technology. Overall, the fixed foundation technology. So we're looking at it with a more closely. We have the fixed technology as the most stable one, but just to make a difference here, in Brazil, we're very used to the wind onshore industry. They are similar industries, but they are very totally different animals because it's a demanding that's very different. It's a scale of energy generation that is different. And wind and offshore, we're always talking about in a lot of intensive capital, and it already attracts private capital. So it's a consolidated industry that is already attracting private capital. But in Brazil, because it's starting, it's in their first steps, we're gonna need to move this regulatory framework as a first step to start walking. I also wanted to talk about Brazil. I think Milad already talked about the potentiality. Brazil has a huge potential in this technology. So we have a long coastline with a potential that was documented by the World Bank of 1,200 gigawatts. So this is more than five electrical sectors in Brazil for us to develop, and that are separated in three hubs now. We have a hub in the northeast, a hub in the southeast, Rio and Espírito Santo, and we have a hub in the south, Rio Grande do Sul, bordering Paraná. Today in Brazil, I think we need to walk with this regulatory sequencing. We had the law in January last year, and now the process is going through, very well led by the ME. They are doing their homework in a very consistent way. Now we are waiting for an agreement that is going to bring details on the law to understand how these sessions are going to happen, what will be the criteria for the investors that they will need to meet to develop the source in Brazil. And we also have a big expectation that in 2027 we will have our first section of areas. And then the next step, which is what Brazil needs to think about, is the model, the market route, how we create the leases of energy contracts. This is going to be very important when we talk about information. Another thing is, I know we're talking about oceans, guys, but when we're talking about energetic transition, there is no transition without transmission. So when we're talking about projects that involve 1 giga, 2 giga, that are like really big projects, we need to think about the land structure that will be home for this transaction. transition, I'm sorry. So we need to have capacity of connection, we need to expand our grid, we need to think about systems of storage. So these are opportunities of investment. So transition and storaging. And now going to the second part of your question, talking a little bit about how we capture this. How can Brazil capitalize the whole potential it has for eolic offshore? I've said that there is a beautiful work for MMA happening. We need to think about how this is going to happen. We're at a moment where we need to reflect about the way we need to receive this technology. It needs to be participative, it needs to be made based on important regulatory instruments such as maritime planning, which is so important to understand the capacity of the ocean, where we're going to be allocating these wind farms, wind fields. It's very important for this to be done very seriously. And taking a look at the borders where they already developed these technologies, not only energetic transaction, but also regeneration, restoration. So in which way can we deliver a technology that is also bringing a process of positive nature and that is bringing the projection working with this criteria? We also have the industrial policy criteria. This is a technology that embraces and needs a very robust ecosystem. So these are long-term projects involving harbors, ports, supply chain. So we need to be prepared. We need industrial policies to capitalize, to use the opportunities. So I'm going to stop for now, but this is such a big project for planning that requires a lot of coordination from the state so that we can make this integration ocean energetic transition, capitalizing all the resources. That's perfect, Julia, because the biggest challenge is this one, establishing dialogues and creating conditions besides the ones we already have. You brought this very strongly, talking about the potential in Brazil, and we see how much the world recognizes it. And look at Brazil and the resources and the level of maturity they have when we are walking through international environment, dealing with other countries in the south of the world. They are looking at how Brazil is going through these challenges to improve this industry as well, and remembering the crisis and the wars and the opportunities it brings to create an independence and to increase the market, talking about Brazil as well. And I see that after the problems of Hormuz, Iran, the war, the it got more accelerated, more spaces being open, and we are in 2026. I remember Global Pact Brazil, we started discussing maritime decarbonization, and it sounded like something started. Now we have competitions of events dealing with the same themes simultaneously, sometimes in the same cities. And we say, where do I go? Because it's an accelerating discussion now, because there is opportunity for investment, and that's why we are here. And we still have time for us to address that last question, unless anyone wants to talk, to ask a question. So this is gonna be my last question so that we can finish it. It's gonna be the same question for each of you, so it's gonna be ideally 1 minute each of you. If you had to prioritize, this is for you and I as well. If you had to prioritize an area of the value chain where investments should be accelerated now, what would be this area and why? Who wants to start? I would say that a very promising area is the integration of wind offshore with the production of chemical elements like nitrogen and sustainable fuel. Because we talk a lot about cutting, so excess of energy, of electric energy. If if we create hubs of energy where there are eolic fields, wind fields, solar energy, offshore. And in this hub, in this platform, you have a place that produces hydrogen, that can also produce sustainable fuel using the other chemicals, and it can provide a stable energy for a port, for a harbor that is a hub of energy. So this kind of integrated solutions, I would say they are very promising because we can eliminate, technically speaking, we can overcome the variability of renewable sources, and we can create stable, clean energy to be able to sustain the economy of low emission that we talk about so much. Just so we can maintain the rhythm here, I'm gonna bring a solution to the government, bring back navigation, reintegrating the sea as a solution for the economy of the country, reintegrating the sea at the logistics for the country. So this is a homework for the government. So make peace with the sea and bring it inside.
We are talking here about energy transition in a technological aspect, but we don't talk about changing the infrastructure in the ports. And how can we create this new reality transition? It's not the people who is already here. It's the new people. We need to bring innovation. We need to have the new engines. We have the innovation. Brazil that has a policy to produce biofuels wide already, and those three innovations create a new reality where enable us to produce the energetic transition. Or the other point is us as companies, academia, the private sector and the public sector, how can we feed and identify these innovations, connecting them? How can we create an environment where we can connect these innovations, everything we see, to create a new environment for transition? I believe that on our experience, giving support on the countries which are coming to this wind farm environment, bring data, bringing this robust mapping. We're going to have more success on those wind farm projects. We're going to have more success bringing new investors. This maritime planning is very important, and this is going to happen. We should put an effort on strengthening those instruments, that the instruments that talk to what Cristiano talked about, understand how the sea and how Brazil wants from the ocean, and talk about as well all the possibilities. When we are looking at this plan, this task force and this plan to bring the ocean to find solutions but we still have oil production, we have renewable energy routes, migration routes, some sensitive ecosystems, and PAN as a plan, if we can strengthen it, we can mitigate main risks and strengthen all the policies for wind farm development. Anas, please, your time.
Thank you very much, Patricia. My priority would be port-based green fuel infrastructure, meaning electrolyzers combined with bunkering systems and connected to offshore wind at ports. There are three reasons for this, and the first is demand is real. Maersk now operates 18 methanol-powered container ships. Ammonia engines are coming in 2026, and over 1,200 dual-fuel vessels are on order globally. But all those ships need somewhere to refuel with a clean fuel. The second is offshore wind is the enabler, but wind farms alone do not decarbonize shipping. We need electrolyzers at port that convert renewable energy into hydrogen and then into ammonia or methanol that ships can actually use. Rotterdam proved this model works, and also Denmark proved this model works. The third is the type of investment connects the entire value chain. A single port energy projects unlock onshore power for ships, green fuel for bunkering, hydrogen for nearby industries, and jobs for local community. It is not single-use asset, it is a platform. The fourth and last is for countries like Brazil, which has world-class wind and solar sources right next to its deep water ports like PSIM and ASO. This is the moment to act. The EU is looking to import. The ships are being built. The port that invests now will capture the value, and those that will wait will be left behind. This is my priority, and thank you.
Thank you, Anas. After those contributions, with our great panelists, in this global view, comparing to the Brazilian view, it's important to remember something that was repeated here is innovation. Let's talk about Brazil. The multiplicity of cultures we have in Brazil, the quantity of foreigners that are investing in Brazil, studying Brazil, and using Brazil as a benchmark. So many solutions we have. I have those meetings with IMO and have great feedbacks on how important Brazil is for this discussion on biofuels, the power of ethanol that they're bringing, the possibility of producing these fuels here, the chemistry not to use to produce hydrogen for agriculture, and the harbors as a bridge of connection. As Chris talked about, we should not forget to look at the land and all those interconnections. We have everything at our hands. We need to have the laws for the government and investment. We have people that want to invest in Brazil. We have studies, we have science, we have all the conditions for that. And this country produce renewable energy again with this international scenery, with all the crises we're having now. The possibility for us to have offshore wind farms is incredible. Thank you very much for this contribution. Anas, that is here, represent WMU, Arthur, who is there and here with ICS, a bridge among those important institutes that establish space for those discussions. It's not going to be only discussions, it's going to be action. We want investment, we want to change. On this climate and meeting on Ocean today. Thank you, not only for the contribution, and for the work that you are doing on decarbonization at the sea, in the industry, understanding academia as the source of knowledge for everything that we want to build. Thank you. Thank you to the panelists. Let's make a picture. Let's make a picture. As palavras finais, painel final. And now, to go to our closing, the role of philanthropy on next ocean climate. We're going to our closing of our conference. We're going to receive here representatives from philanthropists, organizations, and strategical leaderships to reflect on the role of philanthropy on mobilizing capital, building of capacities, implement solutions, ocean climate in scale. At this panel, we're going to have Felipe Leal, Director and Founder of Instituto Linha d'Água. Omar Duarte Rodrigues, Manager of Communication, Engagement, and Institutional Relationships from Fundação Boticário. Thank you. Luis Lambrecht, Specialist in Public Policy and Advocacy at Blue Ocean Foundation, which is going to be with us remotely. To moderate this conversation, we're going to have Maria Neto, Executive Director from the Institute Climate in Society. It's hard to be the last panel and still have people here hearing us, participating, and people in Europe with us as well. I wanted to provoke you, remembering such a rich day of convention. And for me, when we talked about in the opening, to talk about this diversity of topics that are connected to ocean and culture, and we saw how many necessities, needs. My conclusion after the last panel is about opportunities, connecting industry, science, academia, civil society. Think on how can we look at the environmental perspective, people's perspective. All those panels connect those topics. And here I would like to provoke philanthropists to see how do you see, from your point of view, the role we can play on supporting this agenda with focus or in a broader way. And I'm going to be very quick. I'm going to go through one panelist by turn. Thank you, Maria. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Felipe Leal. I work more than 20 years with philanthropy. 12 years I founded Instituto Linha d'Água, a Brazilian organization that works on biodiversity protection, supporting traditional communities that work on those territories, especially artisanal fishermen, traditional communities, indigenous communities, and other sea people. Our work comes from this approach based on human rights and environmental justice. One of the main contributions I want to bring to this debate is to have more centrality, focusing on those people, the coastal people and traditional people, on this ocean agenda. Brazil moved with large steps, recognizing forest people on the conservation of and fighting climate change. But we talked very little about sea people, communities that protect and sustain, support essential territories for the conservation of the coastal system and food security. And it's not a marginal agenda. Today, more than 3 billion of people depend on the seafood on their diet. It's kind of 15% of the protein eaten in the world come from those systems. Even though these communities that have this relation to the oceans, they are not heard on the climate agenda and development agenda. This changes a lot the way we think on implementing those projects. Many times we still have this distance on the projects with the territories. Talk about carbon, infrastructure, energy, blue economy, and climate crisis is already impacting daily life of those people on coastal erosion, increase of sea level, extreme wind, food insecurity. All those impacts are felt before everybody by the coastal communities who are in the front line. That's why I think this is so important, this question, how can we transform investments and real investment and actions on the territories. Many projects arrived at the territories built from outside inside with chronogram and goals that do not adapt to the local realities. In our experience on Linha d'Água, climate adaptation and conservation are only sustainable when the communities are seen as can be seen as well as main actors. This needs time, presence on those territories, and trust building. We need also investment that something have little attention, strengthening communitary governance, strengthening of the organization and territorial organizations. There is a trend to finance more the project than the social fabric itself that can support this project long term. That's where philanthropy can have a strategic role. Mainly a philanthropy that can support process, support more flexible financing, and strengthen local capacities. At Linha d'Água, we talk about a philanthropy that help backstage to orient the protagonism on institutional that focus on leaderships, local leaderships in communities that are already conserving those territories. At the same time, we are learning that we can be a bridge as philanthropy, connecting coastal territories, decision-making spaces, science, and global agendas for climate and ocean. We still have a huge distance in between the place where these impacts are felt the most and the decision-making spaces about financing. This is not connected to another central debate, which is how to avoid the blue economy reproduce historical inequalities. We still have the risk to repeat the same mistakes and not support social development. And now with a blue makeup, we see this happening when traditional communities are not on the decision-making process, when coastal projects ignore territorial agenda, when artisanal fishing is still ignored, being one of the most relevant food systems in the planet. Brazil, we are talking about the more than 1 million people connected to artisanal fishing, being exposed to territorial and social insecurities. And to discuss blue economy, not discussing social justice, will occur in the risk to increase social inequalities. A blue economy should answer some basic questions. Who is part of the decision-making process? Who are the beneficiaries? Who assume the risks? And what kind of lifestyle we want to strengthen? The good news is that today we have a real possibility to build this agenda in a different way. This is about increase hearing institutions and places, strengthen local communities, having systems for local financing, producing those solutions with the people who are on those territories. I'd like to conclude saying that many times we talk about the ocean as an economical frontier or climate frontier. But for 1 million people in Brazil, the ocean is before everything: territory, culture, food, identity, and life. Maybe the biggest question is not only how much funds can we mobilize for the ocean next years, but which kind of futures do we want to build with this investment? And with who are we going to build that with? Thank you. I think it was important to recover a little bit and remember the people. We talked about oceans, we talked about oceans conservation, but we didn't talk enough about the people who live on those territories. That's always important. Remember, we're talking about people. And it's important to highlight that part. Culture, tradition. we have people, populations that live on those territories. That's very important. It's important to hear that. I'd like to say that's interesting to Linha d'Água has an important work, and they bring this idea to philanthropy to considering adaptation to climate, support communities so they can implement those projects. It's not only assistencialism, and philanthropy can be the maestro connecting those players. Boticário is doing something very similar in this agenda. We'd like to hear a little bit from you. How do you see this agenda in its future? Good afternoon. Good evening already. Thank you for ICS for the invitation. Second point is I changed my speech many times during this day. Sorry if I'm lost in between my notes. It was an intensive day, and I feel predestinated. Talking about ocean, representing Boticário Foundation, and the work we do is something, it makes me very proud. We see here today, during this day, that Brazil is a country with a very long coastal line.
And in several realities, several corals. But deeply in all of this, I think the role of philanthropy and the foundation of Boticário has been looking for is engaging the society, engaging the people. So how can we insert the population that today, when we talk about environment, remember the green, but also understanding how important the blue is, the importance of the ocean. So we have seen during the day here that the ocean is the main climatic regulator. So without the ocean, we have no conditions of living, but we still have a very important gap, very big gap of information. So for our research made by Boticário Group that measures the level of engagement with population with the sea, we noticed that 90% already see the increasement of the sea tide as a threat for them, especially the ones who are living in coastal areas or next to coastal areas. 87% are willing to make decisions, to take measures that would put the ocean as important matters on their daily lives. But only 7% nowadays are already implementing practical and effective matters to protect the ocean. So this is a big gap between the knowledge, the willingness to the practical attitude. So this is what we intend to mobilize and transform with Grupo Boticário. First, bringing the ocean to the subject. So, putting the ocean in quality communication with newspapers, with news, in the wellness agenda, policies, politics, sports, arts. So, how can we insert the ocean as a subject for people's daily lives? Besides that, being subsidiaries with information quality. So we have seen BNDES funding institutions. So how can we bring quality information to these institutions, institutions that have a big potential for resources so that they can make better decisions? So with several partners, we had studies in regarding of the corals, because these decision making, they need to be made with quality, capacitating public managers to pay attention to coastal and non-coastal municipalities so that they see the nature as a solution for the contemporaneous challenges we see. We see, for example, that in Santos they are adopting measurements like this, and also we know we have a climate emergency nowadays, but the next generations and the Blue Schools program brings the ocean in an intrinsic way in the school plan with chemistry, with biology, so that the next generations will come with the ocean in their minds since the beginning, so they will have this mindset. Our future leaders, our future citizens will take a look at the ocean like this. So this is how Fundação Boticário works with philanthropy through engagement at a place where traditional capital does not get yet. So how can philanthropy nowadays remove the risk of solutions that could be financeable in the future? So the network of solutions, which is a necessity of support using projects of other people. We are connected with initiatives, connected with several actors financing these attractions. One of our very important examples is Project Mergulho that happens in the big island in Rio, capturates phantom networks, which is a problem that we have in the sea, and these wastes are transformed into products. So they have collected more than 19 tons, generating big revenue. So this is a resource from the Boticário group that helps us have access to traditional capital as well. So nowadays, Grupo Boticário Foundation takes a look at the ocean in this integrated systemic way, understanding most of all that without the blue, the green cannot sustain itself. So this is the most important message I would like to leave here, to have our agendas integrated and symmetrical. I really liked this sentence, without the blue, the green is not sustainable. And it's also very important, this engagement, looking for implementation, engaging for the action. This is a very fantastic work Boticário has been doing in Brazil. Louis, I wanted to listen to you a little bit. We're talking a lot about Brazil, but this is an agenda where the challenges are very similar in the world. But I wanted to hear from you a little bit about global philanthropy operating in other territories. What is your perspective on the role of philanthropy?
No, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. Hello from the other side of the Atlantic. I'm very much aware I'm the only person between you and the cocktail, and although I cannot join the cocktail, I do want you to be able to go raise a toast for the ocean very soon. So I'll be brief. On your question, I think the first thing I want to say is Ocean Foundation is an ocean conservation foundation. But very early, we realized that we cannot save the ocean only with philanthropic funding and environmental policy making. We do indeed need to look at the economy. And on a global scale, but also national scale, the way we look at it, I'd say, can be categorized in three different ways. One is sort of structural work, one is infrastructural work, and one is systemic or superstructural work, and maybe I'll touch on that later. The structural work that we do, and I'll be using just examples of the foundation to really show concretely what philanthropists can do. Structural work is sort of your typical grant making, helping projects, kickstarts, helping to reduce the risks for certain sectors to be created. This was actually one of our very first projects where we had a blue biotechnology accelerator. It was one of the first of its kind back then, and that was a conscious choice because we saw in blue biotechnology a very promising sector, but that was very much struggling to scale up, even though it brings both ocean and climate solutions and really bring an idea of a true sustainable blue economy. And that worked extremely well. We had dozens and dozens of applications from around the world of small startups with great solutions, but we're looking for support to scale up. It worked so well that we realized we needed to put these in touch with bigger capitals and bigger companies and economic groups. And we created a project called Inovamar in Portugal that brought together 80 companies or groups, research and development institutions, both SMEs, but also large economic group that can bring the capital to these SMEs, and R&D institutions that can help nurture and develop the products further. That was a clear example where philanthropy helped kind of get that first step through. public funding came in after, up to 140 million euros to get the project going forward over 5 years. But that help from the philanthropic sector really helped to kickstart things. Moving to the infrastructure, that's where we need to be aware that, of course, all this exists within policy frameworks. And so we do a lot of policy and advocacy work at Ocean Foundation. And what we try to do here is create space for the right discussions to take place, including on Ocean and Climate Nexus. So one example is we host the Friends of Climate and Ocean, which is an informal group of about 40 states, 40 countries from around the world that talk together at each climate COPs to try and advance the ocean agenda, the Ocean and Climate Nexus, in the climate proceedings. Another good example for the countries that maybe still to also better understand what was just mentioned, how we need the blue to get the green working, that nexus between ocean and climate, is where I'm just back from. This week we have the third edition of a fellowship program we run with the United Nations and with Portugal, where this year we have brought 33 high-level representatives, officials from countries from around the world, mostly small island developing states, SIDS, for a full week on ocean governance and blue economy from a capacity sharing, capacity building perspective. And in fact, this whole day was discussing about how we can advance a sustainable blue economy across the world, but also how we can start rethinking a bit the way we look at the ocean. And that's my last and final point very quickly on that sort of systemic or superstructural approach. We think it's time to think of a fundamental shift in how we perceive and how we account for, value and finance the protection of marine ecosystems. Because all the blue economy, and in fact our life, depends on the ocean as our life support system. The problem is we still see the ocean as a space, not as a system, a bit as my co-panelist mentioned. And we need to change the paradigm to start an understanding that without a healthy and well-functioning ocean system, we will never get to a truly blue economy, and also will never attract any funding into that sector. And that's the latest project we've been working on together with the London School of Economics, is to try and shift that narrative from seeing the ocean as a valueless space where its depletion is counted as growth, even though we know there are limits, but the economic systems are not taking this limit into account. So I guess my final message is philanthropy should also create the space and the dialogue for us to start really looking at the underlying asset of everything we're trying to do and that we've been discussing today, which is a healthy ocean and a healthy marine ecosystems. And I'll end here.
Excellent, amazing words to help us finish. I mean, you are between the cocktail, but you are the only person who is still awake till late so that we could continue the event. So it's very interesting, the idea of supporting new opportunities for businesses and benefits. For example, Boticário, thinking of how we can work together to escalate this kind of positive opportunities and startups that could demonstrate aggregated value for the communities. So this is really interesting. This is an interesting part of your work. And after that, how capital can be catalytic, even to bring more investments. It's very important, this infrastructure and convening work of orchestrating the dialogue a little bit. In your case is very interesting, the work with diplomacy, that you've been trying to bring this dialogue in a global level. And I think the last part is a very important part that we haven't explored enoughly here, because we talked a lot about economy and climate. I was here during the financial session. Underlining assets seems like something very financial, but it's exactly what you're saying. The conservation of the ocean has an economic value, and we need to understand this economic value, because this economic value, if we do not understand it, it will reach us in any ways, as it's already happening. The ones who are near the coastal zones, they know they are losing because of degradation. Areas they are losing because they have a bigger cost for access of food. So this economical value is already there today. And we need to make the conservation something worth. It's the same challenge as we have to maintain the forest. I'm not gonna speak more because we are between you and the cocktail. I just wanted to thank you for this day. For me, this was very enriching for us as X is a space that we want to keep on promoting because a lot of our role as philanthropy in Brazil, operating in several areas, is working with this connecting the dots and collaborating with other philanthropies and all the work that has been done by the government. It's step by step, very little, advancing with a very powerful agenda, with this economical agenda. We had a lot of discussions about a few experiences that are very specific, like in food, production of food, the agenda of energy infrastructure, trading, navigation. We need to have an honest conversation about these things and having more space to connect our worlds and take advantage of the protagonism that Brazil will be having in the next agenda. So mostly what I wanted was to thank this amazing crowd that is here with us until now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's take a picture. Louis, stay on. We're taking a picture with you. Thank you. Thank you once again. We are deeply thankful for all of you that were here with us today, in person or online. Thank you for the support of the organizations Voz dos Oceanos and Hari Brazil. We expect that this meeting contributes to strengthen alliances, accelerating unions, and consolidating a complete agenda for Nexus Oceano Clima in Brazil and in the world. We wish you an amazing night and we invite you for the cocktail that will happen in the external area.